The year is 2059. Earth is a graveyard, scoured by nuclear fire. All of human history, every book, every piece of technology, is gone, surviving only as myths whispered in the ruins. In those ruins, something stirs. A heavy footstep shakes the shattered ground, a sound that promises only destruction. A monstrous roar tears through the rain-soaked air, its jaws dripping with a sickly green energy. This is the new reality. Mutated beasts rule the wastelands, the apex predators of a dead world. But not all is lost. A hand, steady and firm, grips a knife slick with blood. Someone is still fighting back. Surrounded, a lone man stands his ground. He's exhausted, but his eyes burn with defiance as he glares at the creatures. "Come on, you mutts," he growls. His face is a canvas of cuts and grime. He's been running for 3 days and 3 nights, pushed past every human limit. Another beast lunges, its maw wide open, ready to tear him apart. Instead of fear, a final surge of adrenaline floods his system. His eyes glow with a dangerous light as he meets their roars with one of his own, a desperate challenge. "Then come and get me," he charges, a dark silhouette against the blood-red ground, meeting the monster head-on with nothing but a knife and pure will. But willpower isn't enough. The beast's raw power swats him aside, sending him flying. His vision blurs, the world swirling into a painful haze of red and black. It's not just the pain, but the crushing weight of failure that hurts the most. A final, agonizing scream escapes his lips as his body finally gives out. This is the end. And in that final moment, the sky cracks open. A bolt of impossible golden lightning tears through the clouds, striking down. He gasps, jolting awake. Not on broken concrete, but on soft, green grass. His eyes fly open, filled with shock and confusion. He scrambles to his feet, yelling in a panic, still thinking the beast is on him. "Get off me!" But there's no monster. He looks around, his panic slowly melting into bewilderment. He's surrounded by tall trees and lush grass. "Where am I?" he wonders aloud. He looks down at his hands. They're small, clean, a child's. The realization hits him like a physical blow. He touches his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. It's not his face. It's the face of a little boy. He looks out at the sprawling green landscape and clear blue skies. Back on his world, aquamarine, a sight like this was just a legend. This is definitely not home. The only explanation is that he's been reborn on another planet. Suddenly, a calm, ancient voice echoes through the air. "So, you've come." He whips around, instantly on alert. Someone else is here. His survival instincts take over. His face hardens as he remembers his old world, where people killed each other for scraps. He doubts the people here are any different. He cautiously moves forward, grabbing a rock for a weapon. He knows all too well that a human heart can be far more terrifying than any monster. The voice replies, seemingly amused, "Yes, I came." He freezes, listening. He pinpoints the direction and takes off running, pushing through the tall grass. Peeking over a ridge, his eyes widen in utter astonishment. Down below, 2 men are fighting. But this is no ordinary brawl. They move with impossible speed, surrounded by swirling, powerful energy. One of them, a man in righteous green robes, declares that today he, perfected Hao Xuan, will obliterate his opponent. The other man, cloaked in sinister red, just smirks. He scoffs at the threat, confident he'll be the one to send Hao Xuan to his grave. Hao Xuan has heard enough. He lunges forward with his sword as the river water erupts around him. The demon blood ancestor roars in fury, his hand transforming into a set of vicious claws. A massive wave of energy explodes from their clash, churning the river into a violent storm. The demon blood ancestor leaps into the air, his power radiating outwards, bending the very water to his will. The two warriors meet in mid-air, their powers clashing in a spectacle that defies everything he knows about physics and fighting. His mind is reeling. Could these be the cultivators the elders spoke of in their stories? The realization dawns on him. This world has people who can train, follow the Tao, and achieve immortality. A tiny flicker of hope ignites in his chest. The battle rages on, a blur of motion and destructive power. Hao Xuan unleashes another technique, the water itself forming into a weapon. The force of their attacks is so immense that the ground itself shatters, sending debris flying through the air. He ducks, terrified, as the shockwaves ripple past. The collateral damage alone could kill him in an instant. He gets it now. When immortals fight, it's the mortals who suffer. These cultivators could kill him with a flick of a finger. He has to get away. He runs as fast as his small legs can carry him, not daring to stop until he's completely exhausted and far from the fight. As he catches his breath, he spots a building through the trees ahead. A house. He approaches cautiously, his guard up. Even in a new world, he can't assume anything about the people here. He peeks through the doors, his heart pounding. Friend or foe, he has to be careful. Stepping into the courtyard, he takes a deep breath, trying to stay calm and assess the new threat. He realizes it's a temple. He scans the area, a mix of fear and curiosity in his wide eyes. A soft cough echoes from inside. He snaps to attention, his gaze locking onto a silhouette in the doorway. Someone's here. From the shadows, an old man emerges, holding a duster. He looks frail, asking in a tired voice, "Who's there?" Instinct takes over. He drops into a defensive stance, ready to fight. He reaches for his back, but his hand finds nothing. He forgot. He doesn't have his knife anymore. But as he watches the old man, a thought strikes him. Two powerful cultivators were fighting just outside, yet this old man is completely calm. Could he be a hidden expert? A new plan forms in his mind, and a fire of determination lights up his eyes. If he can become this man's disciple, he'll finally have someone to rely on. No more hiding, no more eating dirt to survive. He drops to his knees and presses his forehead to the ground. "Elder," he says with desperate sincerity, "you must be an immortal from the legends. Please take me as your disciple." The old man just looks confused. He wonders which family this child belongs to. He's so young. Cultivation? Has this kid been watching too much TV? The old man sighs and asks him where his family is. Lu Mo looks up, his expression somber, and says quietly, "I'm an orphan." Inside the temple, a small fan whirs, then with a soft beep it powers down. The blades grind to a halt. The old man sighs. Another power outage. He figures it's no big deal, it will get cooler soon enough. Meanwhile, Lu Mo is analyzing the situation. He senses the energy radiating from the old man has weakened. This is his chance. This world is just as dangerous as his old one, and in this small body, he needs a backer. He has to be shameless. He bows again, his voice firm. "I wish to learn your arts. I will do anything. I hope the elder can see my sincerity." The old man strokes his beard. He usually prefers a quiet life, but the boy's sincerity feels like fate. He supposes he can teach him a move or two. Overjoyed, Lu Mo looks up. "Thank you, master." The old man asks his name, and he replies, "My name is Lu Mo." The old man figures it's fine. It's getting dark, and it wouldn't be right to chase him away. He'll keep an eye on him until his family shows up. Lu Mo excitedly asks how he should address his new master. The old man tells him his Taoist name is Perfected Xuan Yang. Lu Mo is in awe. The name sounds so powerful, and so his training begins. They sit in a peaceful forest clearing, meditating. After a month of just sitting, Lu Mo grows impatient. He asks his master when he'll learn some real skills. The old man panics internally. The old man repeats his usual excuse. Only when he masters the breathing technique and gathers his first trace of spiritual qi will he be taught anything real. In his head, he's thinking, "I can't teach you what I don't know." But Lu Mo calmly replies that he's already done it. A glowing blue orb of energy appears in his hand. He adds that he can feel his spiritual qi growing on its own, even without a technique. The old man is floored. He can't believe it. He was just making things up, teaching him some random health exercises he found online. How did this kid actually manage to form spiritual qi? It's not scientific. But now he's in too deep. He decides to give him a couple of old books he bought at a market, hoping it will keep him busy. He presents Lu Mo with two dusty books, a pill book and another titled Void Heaven Breathing Technique. Lu Mo is in awe. "Master, are you really passing these secret techniques to me?" The old man nods, telling him this is all he can teach. The rest is up to him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lu Mo tackles his master in a hug, shouting, "Thank you, master." The old man is caught completely off guard. Later, the old man holds the sleeping Lu Mo. He muses that no one has come looking for him. He must really be an orphan. Perhaps it's nice to have a companion in his final years, but he worries too. The boy is so naive. He hopes that before he leaves this world, Lu Mo will be ready for it. 10 years pass. By a cliff overlooking a river, a simple gravestone stands against the wind. It reads, "Here lies perfected Xuan Yang." Lu Mo, now a young man, stands before it. He bows respectfully, informing his master that he has been practicing diligently and has finally reached the innate realm. He's come to say goodbye before he descends the mountain to train in the world. He looks at a green jade ring on his finger, a gift from his master. He remembers being told it was an important artifact and promises to cherish it. Even now, the memory of that battle between the two cultivators is burned into his mind, a constant reminder of the power that exists in this world. He admits to himself that he's scared. Even at the innate realm, he knows he can't guarantee his own safety out there. He takes a determined step forward, but he knows his only option is to become an expert himself. With that resolve, he leaps from the mountain. 3 minutes later, he arrives in what he assumes is a town. He stops in front of a building with glowing blue letters, Blue Sky Internet Cafe. He has no idea what he's looking at. Inside, rows of people sit completely absorbed in front of glowing screens. The sight is utterly foreign. One young man watches his screen with a goofy grin, muttering about how cute his Nini is. On the screen, a cute girl in traditional robes rides a massive sword, singing happily. Suddenly, a massive, flaming phoenix swoops down from the sky in the video. The phoenix lets out a mighty screech. The girl on screen, her expression now serious, summons her sword with a powerful shout. She becomes a streak of golden light, clashing with the phoenix in an explosion of power. Lu Mo stares, speechless. His mouth hangs open in shock. His mind is racing. To fly on a sword, you need to be at the foundation building level. To fight like that, you have to be at least golden core. And based on that sword light, she must be at the innate stage, just like him. A little girl is already slaying demons. He clutches his head, shaking. This world is too scary. He was completely reckless to come down the mountain with his measly cultivation. A girl who works at the cafe approaches him, asking if he wants to use a computer. He just stares back, confused. "Computers?" He points at the screen, his voice trembling slightly. "Are there a lot of experts like this little girl?" The cafe girl smiles. "Oh, you mean the little fairy Nini? Yup, people like her are everywhere these days." Everywhere? Lu Mo's face drains of color. The world is full of experts. He realizes he has to be incredibly careful, or he'll be killed for just looking at someone the wrong way. The girl continues her sales pitch, telling him he can find basically anything he wants online. "Anything I want?" The idea intrigues him. Then I'd like to give it a try. The girl smiles. Great! Can I see your ID? She thinks to herself that he's handsome, but a little slow. But Liu Mo is completely lost. ID? What's an ID? Is it some kind of cultivator's license? The girl looks surprised. You don't have one? He sheepishly admits he doesn't. She tells him that's fine, but the fee will be higher. He hands over the money, still looking dazed. She leads him to a more private room, telling him to be smart if anyone comes asking for an ID. He thanks her, then asks, "How do I use this thing?" She smirks, thinking he's just trying to flirt. Since he's good-looking, she decides to play along. 10 minutes later, Liu Mo's fingers fly across the keyboard with surprising speed. He's a natural. The girl tells him he should be fine on his own and to call her if he needs anything. He just stares at the screen, completely focused. He mutters to himself, "Okay, let's see what the cultivators of this world are truly capable of." He types "Immortal Cultivator" into a search engine. The screen explodes with results. Coaching services, articles about toddlers beginning cultivation, tales of villains ascending to heaven. He's stunned. There are so many powerful people in this world. He clicks on a video. A city street is being torn apart by a terrifying lightning storm. A massively muscular figure stands in the heart of the storm, grunting as the energy crackles around him. The being, cloaked in shadow with glowing blue eyes, scoffs that the heavenly tribulation is merely so-so. Liu Mo is horrified. An innate realm cultivator like him is a complete nobody here. If he keeps running around like this, a real expert could sneeze and he'd die. He leans back, wondering what to do. Going back to the mountain is an option, but it would be too slow. Cultivation is hard enough, and now that his master is gone, then an idea strikes him. His master is gone, but he can find a new teacher. Since everyone shares their progress online, maybe someone will give him advice. He remembers the cafe girl mentioning an app called TikTok, where all the experts gather. He decides to try there first. He clicks on the app icon. His screen fills with videos of incredible cultivators. One shows a warrior ascending into the heavens. Another features a beautiful cultivation fairy. His eyes light up with excitement. There really are countless powerful people here, and they're all sharing their insights. "This is so convenient," he exclaims. He grabs the small camera attached to the computer. "All right," he decides, "let's make a video and ask for some pointers." He clicks the login button. He sits nervously in front of the screen, fidgeting as he prepares to record. He fumbles with the camera, trying to get the angle just right. He takes a deep, calming breath. He stands before the camera, a faint glow starting to surround him. He closes his eyes and focuses, gathering his chi as blue, spiritual energy begins to swirl around his hands. The energy intensifies, flowing like water in his palm. The blue chi now envelops his entire body, flowing with a quiet, controlled power. He begins to move, performing the techniques from the old book, the spiritual energy swirling around him in a graceful dance. He leaps into the air, his movements fluid and precise, a testament to his 10 years of hard work. He lands softly, the energy slowly dissipating. The display is over. He looks directly into the camera and speaks formally, as if addressing a council of elders. "Dear experts, may I trouble you to look at my chi flow and give me some advice on how to improve?" He adds one last hesitant question. "Also, is it too late to start cultivating at 8 years old?" With a nervous final gesture, he clicks the mouse, uploading the video. He stares at the screen, filled with doubt. Will anyone even watch it? Will they give me any pointers? Instantly, a notification pops up. He opens it. It's a comment. "Friend, I have just crossed my tribulation. 8 years old is indeed a little late to start, but I can guide you." His eyes go wide with shock and excitement. Someone replied. Meanwhile, in a sleek high-rise in the heart of the city, the lights of a media office gleam. This is where the expert who replied to Liu Mo really works. Inside, the staff hurry back and forth, prepping for a major broadcast. A large poster on the wall shows a beautiful woman in traditional robes, the star of their channel. And there she is, Dahlia, the woman from the poster, lounging in her chair and scrolling on her phone. Her manager tells her the stream will start in 10 minutes. She calmly replies, "Okay." She's watching an old TV show, the very same battle Lumo witnessed 10 years ago. An actor on screen shouts his dramatic lines, promising to extinguish his enemy's soul. Dahlia sighs, a bored look on her face. She used to love this show, but now the acting and special effects just feel dated. Her assistant pops up beside her, recognizing the scene. She cheerfully notes that, back then, the crew used hundreds of kilos of real explosives for the effects, which is why it was such a hit. Dahlia raises an eyebrow. "Weren't you like 7 years old back then? How do you know all this?" Her assistant just laughs, admitting she heard it from the older staff. As Dahlia scrolls through her feed, her finger pauses on a new video. It's a clip from another old show. An actor grins wildly, declaring a famous line about how fortunes can turn. Her assistant leans in, laughing. "What is this? Isn't it a little cringe?" Dahlia cracks a small smile, finding it ridiculous. She keeps scrolling with mild amusement when another video catches her eye. It's Lumo's video. A still frame shows him with his eyes closed, hands in a meditative pose, looking serene and incredibly focused. Her assistant peeks over her shoulder. "Oh, this guy is quite good-looking," she exclaims. They watch as Lumo is surrounded by swirling blue energy, his robes and hair flowing as if caught in a powerful wind. The assistant is impressed. "His special effects are amazing," she says. "The sword looks like it's really floating there." Dahlia considers it for a moment. "It's quite good," she admits, a flicker of professional interest in her eyes. She reads his caption, asking for pointers on his chi flow. Then she gets to the last part. Her assistant reads it aloud, completely baffled. Is it too late to start cultivating at 8 years old? A sly smile spreads across Dahlia's face. "Interesting," she murmurs. She thinks to herself that his acting is so good, she almost believed him for a second. Finding his earnest performance charming, she taps the likes button. Then, with a playful glint in her eye, she types out her reply. "Friend, I've just crossed my tribulation. 8 years old is indeed a little late to start cultivating, but I can guide you." Just then, her manager calls out that the stream is about to start. Dahlia hands her phone to her assistant. "Here, hold this." The assistant takes it and is shocked to see that she actually replied, "Dahlia, do you know how many views this will get him?" Dahlia just winks. "Help me keep an eye on him," she says playfully. "I want to see what other tricks he has." To her, this is just a fun little game. Back in the internet cafe, Lumo stares at his screen in disbelief. An expert really replied. A genuine, powerful cultivator is willing to help him. And just like that, because of Dahlia's comment, his video explodes. Viewers from all over flock to it, wondering who this lucky guy is that the famous Dahlia replied to. The notifications pour in. First a few, then hundreds, then thousands. Likes, comments, and shares flood his screen. Lumo is completely overwhelmed. There are so many replies. "I can't possibly read them all." He scrolls through the comments, taking every single one literally. People praise his realistic acting and his smooth special effects, claiming they can't find a single flaw. He blushes, a little flustered. "They're saying I'm handsome." He touches his face, a goofy grin spreading across it. "I guess I do look pretty good." But then his smile fades. He frowns in confusion. What are special effects, he wonders. And flaws? Are they talking about flaws in my chi? He's trying to interpret their slang through the lens of cultivation. Of course, not all comments are kind. One user scoffs, thinking Lumo is just a clout chaser. "You started at 8. I started key formation at 3, he boasts. Lumo reads the new comment and his heart sinks. This user claims he built his foundation at 5, reached innate at 7, and achieved spirit transmutation at 10, and even then was considered average. The comment ends with a crushing blow. You started at 8. You've already lost. Lumo is horrified. Chi formation at 3, innate at 7. The talent in this world is beyond anything he could have imagined. He feels like a complete failure. Another troll chimes in, saying that if Dahlia replied, then he, as a Grand Master, must also teach him a lesson. Lumo takes the comment with devastating seriousness, believing another master is weighing in on his pathetic progress. A third comment tells him to just give up, but offers a sliver of hope if he sincerely asks. This old man will teach him a trick or two. Humbled, Lumo quickly types a reply to everyone. Yes, I am asking for pointers. I know my talent is limited. I was too rash. I hope you can all help me. An expert replies with generic advice. The flow of your chi is too rough. You need to use your heart to feel the spiritual chi, to perfectly control it. The words hit Lumo like a divine revelation. Use my heart to feel the chi? A look of intense concentration comes over his face. Using my heart to feel the chi? Let me try. He closes his eyes and focuses. Instantly, a blade of pure blue energy materializes above his head, humming with power. The energy erupts from his body, whipping his hair and clothes around as the entire room fills with a brilliant blue light. He opens his eyes, a massive, triumphant grin on his face. It worked! Advice from the experts is truly effective. He commands the energy sword to return, and it dissipates into motes of light. He's ecstatic. The experts in this world are so generous. If I learn even a little from each one, my progress will be immense. He decides to learn from them, one by one, starting with Dahlia. He clicks on Dahlia's profile and sees that she's live. He joins the stream, which is set up like an online class. On screen, Dahlia's stream begins with a serene shot of a lotus flower. Then, an elegant foot steps onto a lily pad, sending ripples through the water. Dahlia appears, dancing gracefully amidst swirls of fiery energy, the perfect image of an immortal fairy. She unleashes a dazzling blast of what looks like fire. The attack splashes harmlessly into the water, a demonstration of her incredible power. She begins her lecture, speaking of how talent and aptitude are the most important factors for cultivation. She continues, explaining that as time goes by, the body becomes tainted by worldly impurities, making cultivation harder. Lumo listens, and everything clicks into place with horrifying clarity. So that's why I only started cultivating at 8. He laments that if he had just started as a baby, he'd be so much stronger by now. He immediately starts typing in the live chat. Velvet Fairy. I began too late and my body is contaminated. Is there any way to fix this? A fan watches Dahlia's performance, completely mesmerized. Her manager excitedly tells her the viewership has already passed 15,000. Her assistant rushes over, telling her that Lumo just asked a question in the chat, causing the viewer numbers to climb even higher. Dahlia sees the message and smiles slyly. Interesting, she thinks. He's really getting into his role. All right, I'll play along. She addresses the camera, fellow Taoist Lumo. She reassures him not to worry, citing legendary figures from novels who also started late but achieved greatness. Then she gives him her remedy. You should first use spiritual chi to wash away the impurities in your body until you've achieved a pure constitution. Then your progress will naturally soar. Lumo stares at her words, his mind blown. Inject pure spiritual chi into my body to cleanse it? He's never heard of such a risky, powerful technique. But then, a spark of understanding ignites in his eyes. It just might work. He bolts up from his chair. I need to find a quiet place to try it. As he dashes out, the girl at the counter yells after him, Hey, your time isn't up yet. We don't give refunds. But Lumo is already gone, a blur of motion as he bursts out of the internet cafe. He streaks through the city at incredible speed, a flash of light between the buildings. Back on the stream, the chat is having a field day, laughing that Dahlia is tricking him into self-destructing. One person jokes that she might as well tell him to refine his chi into its purest form. Dahlia scolds her chat for playing along, but it's all part of the act. She has no idea her made-up advice is being taken as gospel as she moves on to her next sponsor. Lumo finds an abandoned, dilapidated building and smashes through the boarded-up entrance with a powerful kick. He walks into the dusty, empty space. No one for kilometers. This place should be fine. He forms a hand seal, preparing to attempt the dangerous technique. He closes his eyes, and a brilliant golden key erupts around him. He begins to channel the raw, powerful energy, forcing it through his body. The golden chi swirls violently, pulsing with immense power as he struggles to control it. He floats into the air, a complex, glowing array forming on the floor beneath him. He sits cross-legged in the air, his body glowing like the sun as he endures the purification. He exhales a wisp of golden energy, focusing every ounce of his being on the task. The pressure builds, reaching a critical point before exploding outward from his body. The concrete floor beneath him cracks and shatters under the immense strain. He floats serenely in the center of the destruction, his body now radiating a pure, stable, golden light. He takes a deep breath, feeling the impurities being burned away. The golden energy surges one last time, his hair whipping upwards as he pushes through the final stage. The energy settles. He slowly opens his eyes. His eyes flash with golden light. He has succeeded. The leftover energy blasts a nearby wall, shattering it completely. A woman walking by sees the massive, hand-shaped hole in the wall and freezes in absolute terror. Lumo looks at his hands, then at the destruction. A look of pure shock and amazement is on his face. It worked. Lumo is beaming, filled with pure joy and admiration. "Senior Velvet Fairy is a real immortal," he exclaims. With just one piece of advice, she helped him get rid of a hidden flaw that would have crippled his cultivation forever. He stands amidst the rubble, looking out at the city. He thinks about his old master and all the seniors online. This world is so different from his last one, full of kind, powerful people. Still, it took him 10 years just to reach the innate realm. The realms beyond will be even harder. He realizes now that he's just a frog in a well, completely ignorant of the true power in this world. A new resolve forms in his eyes. If he can just get the Velvet Fairy's protection, maybe he can finally have a real place in this world. His mind is made up. It's decided. I'm going to find Senior Velvet Fairy. With a burst of energy, he shoots into the sky like a blue comet. He soars high above the city, a sight that would cause mass panic if anyone saw it. He lands gracefully on a quiet street, the pavement cracking slightly under the force of his arrival. He walks down the street, relieved there aren't many people around. Now, he just needs to find a place to use the internet so he can contact her. Just then, he notices a woman nearby, staring intently at a small, glowing rectangle in her hand. His eyes widen. She's using that little thing to watch a video. He looks around and sees everyone holding similar devices. The realization finally hits him. They can use the internet with these things. Just as he's putting it all together, a vendor calls out to him. "Young man, want to try your luck? $1 to play, and if you win, you get a free phone." A free phone? The words echo in his mind as he watches people walk by, all engrossed in their own devices. One passerby scoffs at the stall, thinking it's just another scam. A woman carrying groceries pulls Lumo aside and whispers a warning. "Don't listen to him. He's a scammer. I've never seen a single person win anything." The vendor overhears and angrily shoos her away, yelling that she's just unlucky and that he runs an honest business. Lumo, unfazed by the argument, approaches the vendor. "Boss, Can I use the internet with this phone thing? The vendor's demeanor changes instantly. Of course, he says with a greasy smile. With a phone, the world is at your fingertips. A grin spreads across Lumo's face. Then I can have one as long as I win? The vendor explains the rules with a shifty look in his eye. Just pay 1 yuan and pick the ball with the special prize. It's that simple. Then I'll give it a try, Lumo says, dropping a coin. The vendor smirks, thinking he's got another sucker. Lumo reaches into the container, but for him, it's not random. With his cultivator senses, he easily peers through the plastic, plucking the winning ball from the pile. He pulls out a red ball and presents it to the vendor. This one, please. The vendor's smug expression begins to falter. Lumo opens it. Inside is a small, yellow slip of paper. The vendor's jaw drops. The paper clearly says, "Speckle prize." He can't believe it. What? Lumo just smiles calmly. For an innate cultivator, seeing through the cheap plastic was effortless. His master didn't leave him much money, and winning a phone is much cheaper than constantly paying for an internet cafe. Behind him, the vendor weeps. The vendor begrudgingly hands over a phone, sweating nervously. Lumo immediately asks, "Boss, how do I use this? How do I get online?" He pesters the defeated man with questions about SIM cards and videos, until the vendor finally just runs away, leaving Lumo to figure it out himself. After getting his new phone working, Lumo leaps across rooftops, looking for a secluded spot. He arrives at an abandoned construction site. The vendor said no one ever comes here, he recalls. It's the perfect place to make a video. He looks up at the skeletal structure of the unfinished building. This place will do. He sets up his new phone, propping it against some rubble to record. He makes sure the angle is just right. This should be fine. He takes his position, facing away from the camera. All right, let's start. He closes his eyes, and a powerful, swirling white chi erupts from his body. The energy feels different this time, more controlled, yet far more intense. He focuses his power, the white energy spinning around him like a miniature tornado. With a sharp cry, he unleashes the energy in a massive blast, blowing away the ground around him. The entire area is devastated, the ground torn apart as rubble flies everywhere. He stands calmly in the center of the destruction he created. He turns, his expression serious, as if assessing the damage. With a simple gesture, he commands the swirling dust and debris to settle. He stands tall, the air now calm. His demonstration is complete. He records his message, explaining that the cleansing technique was amazing, but some impurities still remain. He humbly asks the seniors online for more advice. His new video is immediately flooded with comments. Dahlia's fans are stunned. His special effects are incredible, one shouts. Another praises the choreography. And, of course, someone swoons. Is no one going to comment on how handsome he is? Standing atop the ruined building, Lumo looks at the comments, completely baffled. What do you mean, special effects? This is my own power. He sits down amidst the rubble, frustrated. He's been waiting for a while, and all anyone talks about is this special effects thing. Not a single useful comment. Just then, a notification pops up. Velvet Fairy is currently live. Do you want to join? His frustration vanishes, replaced by pure excitement. It's Senior Velvet Fairy. Yes, he exclaims, eagerly tapping the screen. His phone screen shows that it's connecting to her stream. Dahlia appears, welcoming everyone to her live stream. The chat is a waterfall of messages. A notification announces that Useless Innate Lumo has joined, but Dahlia is busy playfully thanking her fans for donations. She gives a cutesy thank you for a large donation of virtual unicorns. She's in full streamer mode, charismatic and engaging. Watching from the rooftop, Lumo is in awe. Senior Velvet Fairy is amazing, he thinks. Over 10 million people are watching her. He sighs wistfully. It would be so nice to cultivate in a beautiful place like that. On stream, Dahlia begins her sponsor segment, promoting a special tea and offering a signed photo card with every purchase. Lumo is puzzled. Even an expert like her needs to sell things to earn money? He figures the person who hired her must be incredibly powerful. He looks at the little cash he has left. It's not enough to buy the tea. He feels a pang of disappointment but hopes she'll still be willing to offer him some advice. He types his question into the live chat, his username appearing among the frantic bids for tea. He asks if she has a more effective way to get rid of impurities, promising he'll be forever grateful for her guidance. Dahlia's assistant sees the comment. "Dahlia! The guy from yesterday is asking another question." Dahlia turns away from the camera for a moment. Again? The cultivation nuts these days are really dedicated to their role-playing, she thinks, wondering how she should reply this time. Her eyes fall on a janitor mopping the floor in the break room. An idea sparks. That's it. She turns back to the camera with a serene smile. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lumo," she begins. "I didn't expect you to succeed so quickly. I'll be busy for a few days, but if you want, you can go take a look in the park. There is a group of venerables there." Lumo's eyes widen. "Venerables? Are they all incredible cultivators?" Dahlia's smile turns mischievous. "Oh, and a friendly reminder," she adds. "You will only find them around 6 in the morning, when the spiritual qi is most dense. I wish you luck, fellow Taoist." Early the next morning, the city park is shrouded in a gentle mist. It's quiet, peaceful. Lumo arrives, taking a deep breath. "The air here is so much clearer than in the city," he observes. "No wonder Senior Velvet Fairy sent me here to find an opportunity." His attention is immediately drawn to an elderly man practicing what looks like Tai Chi, his movements slow and deliberate. Lumo's eyes widen slightly. Could that be one of them? The old man lets out a sharp "ha" as he strikes a pose. Then, with surprising force, he slams his back into a large tree with a loud thud. Lumo watches, completely astonished. He's slamming his body against the tree without using any spiritual qi, he thinks. He must be a master of body refining. His gaze intensifies, trying to comprehend the profound technique he's witnessing. His eyes are wide with shock and awe. Suddenly, the old man loses his balance and goes flying backward. He lands in the nearby pond with a massive splash. Lumo watches, a bead of sweat running down his face as the old man flails in the water. He thinks to himself that the water must be freezing cold at this time of day. The true meaning of the display dawns on him. He didn't use any spiritual qi to protect himself. He must be using the cold to temper his body and attain enlightenment. He is utterly convinced he's witnessing a master's training. Reinvigorated, he runs deeper into the park. This place is full of experts. I need to find someone who can guide my breathing techniques. He sees other elderly people using the park's exercise equipment in ways that, to him, look like incredible feats of strength and balance, cultivation techniques of the highest order. Just as he's taking it all in, a sudden breeze blows past him. He turns to see several of the masters, moving with impossible speed, gracefully flying between the exercise bars. One woman, hanging by her neck from a strap, stares at the confused Lumo. An old man with a long white beard clears his throat, getting his attention. The old man sits on a bench, looking wise and serene. "Young man, I've been watching you for a while. Why don't you come and have a chat?" Lumo, lost in thought, doesn't immediately respond. The old man gets annoyed, snapping, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are all young people nowadays so disrespectful?" Lumo snaps out of it, pointing to himself. "Are you talking to me?" He immediately bows respectfully. This junior was ignorant and offended the senior. "I hope you can forgive me." The old man waves it off, saying, "It's fine." Lumo is stunned. The old man said he saw him first. But how? He must have discovered me with his spiritual sense, he thinks. But I can't detect any fluctuations from him at all. The implication terrifies him. He can completely conceal his presence. He must be at least 2 realms above me. He realizes if he angers this senior, he'd be killed in an instant. He concludes, I need to be very careful. He bows again, respectfully asking, May I ask for the senior's Taoist name? The old man is just confused. Did this kid read too many fantasy novels? He thinks to himself. Deciding to play along, the old man laughs. It's been too long, I've forgotten my name. But you can call me Venerable Violet's son. Lu Mo immediately bows. Junior greets the senior venerable. Lu Mo asks what the senior is doing here. The old man smirks internally. So you want to keep playing, huh? All right, I'll play with you. He strikes a wise pose, pointing to the sky. I was waiting for the sunrise to absorb the spiritual qi and the essence of the sun and moon. Liu Mo is completely in awe. The qi at dawn is extremely mysterious. Even as an innate expert, he can barely sense it, yet this old man can easily absorb it. His cultivation must be unimaginably high. He drops to his knees with a thud. The senior's cultivation is as high as the heavens, a true immortal. The old man is startled but quickly recovers. Lu Mo explains his situation, that he followed the immortal fairy's advice and came here to seek help removing the remaining impurities from his body. He begs the senior for guidance. Venerable Violet's son strokes his beard, looking profound. A problem like this is difficult for someone like you, but for me, it's not even worth mentioning. Lu Mo's face lights up with pure, unadulterated hope. Really? The old man presents a stack of worn-out books. These are secret body-refining techniques I have gathered. They're priceless treasures, but since we were fated to meet, I can let you take a look. Do you want them? The old man asks. Lu Mo is practically vibrating with excitement. Yes, I do. The old man's expression turns shrewd. He holds out his hand. Since we have fate with each other, I can part with them reluctantly. But what can you give me in return? Lu Mo hesitates, at a loss for words. He thinks to himself that there's no such thing as a free meal, but he only has 5 yuan left. He's nearly broke after buying the phone, but he recognizes the names of these manuals from legends in his old world. They must be top-class treasures. He has to get one. The old man taps the books impatiently. What are you waiting for? Do you not want them? Lu Mo looks up, his face a mask of anxious desperation. Senior. He gets on his knees and presents his last 5 yuan bill. This junior is poor and only has this much. I hope the senior can accept this meager offering. The old man explodes in anger. You! I played along for so long, and all you have is 5 yuan? Lu Mo panics. It's over. He's angry now. I hope he doesn't kill me. Forget it, the old man says, snatching the money from his hand. He sighs. Since you really like them, I guess I can sell this one to you. He tosses a book onto the ground. The book lands with a soft thud. The title is Dao De Jing. Lu Mo's eyes go wide. Dao De Jing. He picks it up, his hands trembling. Isn't this a legendary treasure? He exclaims. Even after the apocalypse destroyed all literature in his world, this name survived. It must be a heavenly manual. He immediately kowtows, slamming his head on the ground. This junior thanks the senior for his generosity. Please accept my bow. The old man is just startled by his intensity. As the old man walks away, Lu Mo clutches the book to his chest, tears of joy streaming down his face. I got such a precious treasure for only 5 yuan. The senior is such a great person. The old man, counting his new bill, is just bewildered. Young people these days are so strange. I just wanted to scam some money. Why did he have to make it so complicated? Later that day, back at the MCN office, Dahlia gets ready for another stream. Her manager tells her last night's stream was a huge success, so tonight they'll just have a casual chat with the fans. She goes live, greeting her fellow Taoists with her usual charming smile. Her chat lights up. A fan urgently tells her to look at Lumo's profile because he posted another update. Dahlia is intrigued. Slowly cultivating? The guy who claims he started at 8 and is now in the innate realm? Her assistant quickly pulls up the video. Yup, here's his latest upload. Dahlia watches, and her eyes widen in shock. So, it was him. She sees the video he posted from the construction site, with the location tag, Linhai City, and his humble caption about a small breakthrough. She watches the clip of him effortlessly manipulating chunks of concrete with his power. She is absolutely stunned. He shattered a building with one palm, the explosion, even the rubble was crushed. She can't wrap her head around it. Aren't these special effects too real? It looks so natural, I can't find a single flaw. These special effects are so real. I can't find a single flaw. Her fans in the chat are buzzing, laughing at how deep he is in his roleplay. Her manager snaps her out of it. Dahlia, stop staring. You're still live. She puts her phone down and quickly collects herself. Turning back to the stream with a serene smile, she begins to improvise. I only just saw the video myself. The reason this fellow Taoist was able to improve so quickly is also because he is very talented, she continues, weaving a new thread of advice. But our sect advocates for the unity of heaven and man. If he truly wants to get rid of his impurities, I recommend he practices a set of innate Tao. The chat erupts with laughter. Her fans are loving it, cheering her on and eagerly awaiting the secret skills she's about to reveal. Dahlia thinks for a moment, pulling names from famous cultivation novels before deciding they're all too complicated. Then she lands on the perfect, simple answer. So, in my opinion, he should start with the Tao Te Ching. It contains profound concepts suitable for learning the Tao. Her manager gives her a thumbs up from off-camera. Well done, Dahlia. Our viewership just passed 20 million. Her assistant proudly explains to him, of course. To become a realistic cultivator, she spent the last 2 years studying countless cultivation novels. The live stream finally ends. Dahlia lets out a huge yawn and stretches. I'm so tired. All that role-playing is draining. Her manager and assistant rush over, celebrating. Dahlia, we hit a new record again tonight. Dahlia takes a sip of milk, a thoughtful smile on her face. This slowly cultivating guy is pretty interesting. We gained so much popularity thanks to him. Her manager sees an opening. Dahlia, we were thinking, maybe we should do a collaboration with him. The quality of his work is high, and your styles have great chemistry. She considers it. His special effects are flawless. Plus, he's quite good-looking, her manager elaborates. Most creators just use flashy effects. But he uses this seeking guidance gimmick to draw the audience in. It's a genius way to get engagement. Dahlia agrees. Okay, I'm interested. If he wants to, we can even start a new program together. Her manager is thrilled, promising to contact him. Meanwhile, back at the abandoned construction site, Lumo is taking their advice to heart. He holds his phone, re-watching the clip of Dahlia telling him to start with the Tao Te Ching. He looks down at the book the old man gave him. I do have the Tao Te Ching. He opens it, but his face falls in frustration. But I don't understand anything in this book. The ancient script is completely illegible to him. He traces the elegant characters with his finger. I can't read any of these words, he sighs, his shoulders slumping. It must be because I don't have enough talent to understand these profound symbols. Then an idea hits him. He remembers the search engine. That's right. I can see if Meowdo has the answers. He quickly searches for the Tao Te Ching, and to his amazement, the entire text, along with translations, appears on his screen. You can find the entire text online. The experts of this world are too generous. He begins to read the first line. The Tao that can be spoken is not the true Tao. The word Tao strikes him like lightning. He's instantly transported into a deep, meditative state, floating in a vast, starry expanse. He stands amidst galaxies and nebulae, contemplating the profound meaning. The realization hits him. The Tao is immeasurable, and cultivators are merely passers-by. He understands now. He was too focused on his body, when he should have been focused on his Tao. As he reads on, his understanding deepens. The Tao is the ever-changing chaos that gives birth to order. His spirit resonates with the words. The Tao is the origin of all things, embodied from the void. He grits his teeth, his body struggling to contain the immense influx of insight. His spiritual sea expands rapidly. A new, complex symbol forms within his core. A spiritual howl rips through the air. His power explodes outwards, shattering his mental landscape. In the eye of the storm, a new power begins to form. Golden runes, symbols of ancient power, begin to etch themselves across his spiritual form. A golden infant, the nascent form of a higher state of being, materializes within him. Back in the real world, a massive pillar of energy erupts from the rooftop, shooting straight into the heavens. A soundless howl echoes across the sky. On the streets below, people look up in confusion. "Why did the sky suddenly turn dark?" one person asks. Another complains about the useless weather forecast. From space, a satellite captures an image of a massive, swirling vortex of energy forming in the atmosphere directly over the city. At the weather station, alarms begin to blare. A frantic technician shouts, "Director, there's a sudden atmospheric anomaly above the city." The director rushes over. The technician continues, and an enormous mass of unknown energy is converging in the sky. "Don't panic," the director orders. "Keep monitoring. Report any changes to the higher-ups immediately." Back on the rooftop, Lumo's cultivation reaches its peak. He breaks through level after level, soaring to the 9th stage of the innate realm. He opens his eyes, a faint golden light glowing within them. "This is worthy of being a priceless treasure," he thinks. "I broke through from the 1st stage of the innate realm all the way to the 9th. His body has been reconstructed. He now has a half-immortal body. He realizes with a jolt, "I've basically taken half a step into the spirit transmutation realm." His power continues to surge in a brilliant flash of light. The energy radiates outwards, illuminating the clouds from below. The weather station is in chaos. Warning lights flash everywhere. The technician screams, staring at his monitors. How is this possible? Atmospheric pressure, ultraviolet intensity, and radiation levels are all skyrocketing. What is going on? Down in an abandoned industrial zone, a lone photographer is trying to get some cool shots of the ruins. But then he sees it. Staring at the impossible spectacle, he can't believe his luck. He snaps a picture and posts it online, but the internet reacts exactly as you'd expect. The comments roll in fast. Some praise the amazing special effects, while others, claiming to be experts, declare it's physically impossible. The photographer stares at his phone, his face twisting in frustration. Faking it? He thinks. How could anyone possibly fake this? He's witnessing a miracle, and they're all calling him a liar. That settles it. He hits the live stream button. He goes live, pointing his phone at the sky, his voice filled with urgency, telling everyone exactly where he is, begging them to see that this is real. But just as he's making his case, a red warning pops up on his screen. The connection is lost. He looks at his phone, confused. Why did the signal die? He looks up from his screen and realizes the sky has suddenly gone dark and ominous. A second later, a beam of pure, terrifying blue energy descends from the clouds. The photographer can only stare up in absolute horror as a choked scream escapes his lips. Meanwhile, in a government control room, chaos has erupted. An officer shouts that they've lost contact with all satellites. Every single disaster indicator is blinking red. On their main screen, a satellite's last image shows a swirling vortex of raw energy over the city, flickering with failing code. The director stares at the screen, his face pale with dread. His voice trembles as he asks the question on everyone's mind, is this the end of the world? But at the very center of all this chaos, Lumo sits peacefully in meditation, a golden aura of a serene Buddha manifesting around him, completely unaware. The golden energy from his body continues to shoot upwards, piercing the sky like a beacon. In response, the heavens rumble, and that terrifying pillar of blue lightning, the tribulation gathers its power, ready to strike. Two immense forces, one of mortal cultivation and one of heavenly law, are poised to clash over the city. Miles away, the popular streamer Dahlia is relaxing in a steamy bubble bath, completely oblivious to the celestial drama outside. Her peace is shattered when her assistant, Jungjin, bursts into the bathroom without knocking. "Dahlia, this is an emergency!" Dahlia sits up, annoyed. But her assistant is frantic, holding out her phone. She explains that something crazy is happening over the industrial zone, a phenomenon just like in the cultivation novels. Dahlia, ever the role player, gets a thoughtful look. Her first thought isn't of a weather event. She wonders aloud which of her fellow Taoists could possibly be going through their tribulation. Before she can finish, Jung Jin snatches the phone back with a splash. "It's happening right now," she says, her voice shaking a little. "You can see it from the window." "I'm a little scared. That's all it takes." Dahlia hops out of the tub and rushes past her assistant. She throws open the curtains and her eyes go wide. The words catch in her throat. "What is that?" The view is breathtaking and terrifying. A massive, swirling pillar of blue energy descends from the stormy sky, dwarfing the city. In disbelief, Dahlia pinches her assistant's arm hard. Zhang Jin yelps in pain. Dahlia's answer is quiet, her eyes still glued to the window. "I wanted to see if I was dreaming." Zhang Jin looks from the impossible sight back to Dahlia, her own face filled with a dawning horror. "Dahlia," she whispers, "what if there really is a cultivator undergoing tribulation?" Dahlia's mind races. She recalls this is happening over the old industrial zone. "Wasn't there a mountain nearby?" she asks. Zhang Jin nods. "That's right, Mount Yuqing is near there. It's known as a deadly place." Dahlia's face sets with determination. She turns from the window and heads for the door. Her assistant asks where she's going. "We're going there," Dahlia says, "to take a look." Elsewhere, an old man in Taoist robes who goes by Perfect Pure Yang online is giddily tapping on his phone, sending a virtual gift to his favorite streamer. He chuckles to himself, a goofy smile on his face, just another person absorbed in the internet. His peace is interrupted by a panicked disciple. "Master, something is happening above Mount Yuqing. Someone is undergoing the lightning tribulation." The old master smacks his student on the head. "What lightning tribulation?" he scolds. "Stop reading those fantasy novels and go study some real science." And then, in the very next breath, the master launches into a perfect textbook explanation of what a lightning tribulation is. A test for cultivators on the verge of the spirit transmutation realm. He continues, saying these clouds represent the will of the world. To ascend, a mortal must pass this test or be utterly destroyed. He finishes his lecture firmly. But as of today, there are no longer any cultivators in this world. His student tries to argue, but the master isn't listening. The old man cuts him off. "The only real thing nowadays is being a good citizen." As punishment, he orders his student to go read Das Kapital. Back with Lumo, the source of all this madness, he lets out a quiet sigh. He's only one step away from the next realm, but his foundation feels unstable. He decides to suppress his breakthrough and temper his body instead. His mind is made up. He'll force his cultivation back down to the fourth stage and use the excess energy to forge a stronger foundation. He brings his hands together, gathering the immense power. A brilliant orb of light forms between his palms. The golden energy flares around him, a blinding beacon of power. Above, the tribulation cloud lets out an angry howl, sensing its target is trying to escape. But Lumo remains perfectly calm, sitting in the eye of the storm. A massive bang echoes as he begins the process, the golden light erupting from him in a violent wave. The sheer force causes his own body to crack and strain under the pressure. With a final sharp shout, his eyes glowing, he forces it all out. A massive explosion of golden light obliterates the factory roof, sending debris flying as he expels the excess energy. He floats down gently, landing softly on what's left of the floor. A powerful golden aura still surrounds him. He feels his body and smiles. He's successfully dropped his cultivation down, but feels immeasurably stronger. Now that he has his cultivation manual, he thinks he should start looking for some martial skills. He turns and walks away, leaving the wreckage behind. High above, the massive tribulation cloud seems to fizzle in confusion. Its target is gone. He left? It seems to think. What am I supposed to do now? The cloud grumbles in frustration. Just when I thought I could come out and play. Annoying! And with a final disappointed rumble, the apocalyptic storm clouds simply fade away. Lumo, meanwhile, pulls out his phone to search for new techniques. But the screen is blank. No internet connection. He stares at the phone, confused. Weird, why is there no signal? He has no idea the energy he just unleashed fried every electronic device for miles. Then a text message finally comes through. It's from his service provider. Dear customer, your current account balance is 0 yuan. He's out of credit. A wave of panic hits him. He can't contact the powerful seniors online. His face falls. There's no other choice. He'll have to go back to his old home on the mountain and see if there's anything left he can sell for money. With a heavy heart, he begins the long walk back. To understand why Dahlia is so desperately chasing a ghost, we have to go back in time. 12 years, to be exact. On a bright, sunny day, a family hikes up a mountain trail. A peaceful, idyllic scene. A woman calls out to her daughter Dahlia, "Slow down!" Her husband chuckles beside her. Their little girl is a boundless bundle of energy. A much younger Dahlia turns and waves back with a cheerful smile. "I'm all right," she calls out, completely carefree. Her attention is caught by a large, colorful butterfly. "Wow!" she exclaims, her eyes wide with childlike wonder. She leans in closer, a sweet smile on her face as she whispers a gentle "Hi" to the delicate creature. In her excitement, she leans over the old wooden railing, trying to get just a little bit closer. Suddenly, the railing gives way with a sickening crack. Her parents' faces contort in terror as they scream, "Dahlia, get back!" But it's too late. The world slows down as she stumbles forward, pitched over the edge. Her father can only watch in horror as his daughter disappears over the side of the cliff, a silent scream frozen on his face. She tumbles through the air, the wind rushing past her. Above, her parents are frantic. "Somebody help!" her father screams, his voice filled with desperation. "My daughter fell off the cliff." Dahlia continues her descent, her small body helpless. And then a firm hand catches her, stopping her fall in an instant. Dazed and terrified, she looks up into the face of her savior. It's a young boy with long hair and simple robes. As he holds her, the wind howls around them. We recognize him. It's a younger Lumo. With Dahlia in his arms, he leaps down the sheer cliff face as if it were a simple staircase. He lands at the bottom with impossible grace. He gently lays the now unconscious girl down on a flat rock. With a soft tap, he seems to check on her condition before turning to leave. She remains sound asleep, completely unharmed, as her savior vanishes back into the mountain. 4 hours later, a rescue team finds her. Her parents are overwhelmed with relief. Everyone was stunned to find her unhurt, attributing it to a miracle. We flash forward to the present. That memory is burned into Dahlia's mind. She sits in the car, lost in thought. She knows it wasn't just luck. I was saved by an immortal, she thinks with conviction. This is what drives her. She knows cultivators are real, and she has to find the expert who saved her all those years ago to thank them. A sudden, deafening boom rips through the air, shaking the car and snapping her out of her memories. Dahlia turns to her assistant, her eyes wide. "Zhang Jin, did you hear something?" Zhang Jin looks out the windshield, stunned. "It sounded like thunder," she says. "The clouds, they're parting." Realization dawns on Dahlia's face. They're missing it. "Stop the car!" she shouts. The car screeches to a halt at the edge of the abandoned industrial zone. They both jump out, but the sky is already clearing. Dahlia sighs in disappointment. They were too late. Zhang Jin, ever the practical one, suggests they head home. It's getting dark, and the mountains nearby could be dangerous. But Dahlia's resolve is stronger than ever. She stares toward Mount Yuqing, a determined glint in her eye. She knows another phenomenon will happen again, and she'll be ready. As she's about to turn back, something makes her pause. "Wait a minute." She points towards a collapsed building in the distance. "Zhang Jin, look! Over there!" She squints at the wreckage, a feeling of familiarity washing over her. "Don't you think that place looks a little familiar?" Zhang Jin shrugs it off, saying it's not weird to see collapsed buildings in an abandoned zone. But then it clicks for Dahlia. She pulls out her phone. "I remember it now. It's the same building that the little brother from the video demolished." She holds up the screenshot from Lu Mo's video. The wreckage is identical. Zhang Jin gasps. "You're right. It is the same place." Zhang Jin's producer brain kicks in. She suggests they can film the location and use computer programs to restore it for when they collaborate with slowly cultivating. Dahlia agrees, but wonders if they've even managed to contact him yet. She decides they need to show their sincerity first, to prove they're serious about working with a master. With a new plan in motion, the two get to work, filming the site with renewed enthusiasm. We cut to a far less glamorous scene. Lu Mo stands at a recycling depot, where an old man is handing him a single, crumpled 20-yuan bill. Lu Mo is baffled. He brought over 100 kilos of scrap, including a giant stone post. The old man just waves him off, saying it's useless trash. Staring at the measly bill, Lu Mo feels his eyes well up. Tears stream down his face as he realizes it's too hard to earn money in this world. His day gets worse. He goes to pay his phone bill, which costs 18 yuan. He's crushed. All that work was only enough to pay his bill once. As he walks through the bustling city, he sighs. It's a little too easy to spend money in this world. Just then, a notification pops up on his screen. He looks at his phone, puzzled. He just paid his bill. He opens it, and his eyes go wide. Velvet Fairy. Dahlia has sent him a donation of 1,000 yuan, with 500 already transferred. He shouts in disbelief, 500 yuan. The amount is staggering to him. He's overwhelmed with gratitude. The senior fairy's generosity is what you'd expect from a true expert. Tears of gratitude stream down his face. She not only guided his cultivation, but has now saved him from the cruelty of being broke. He vows to properly repay her one day. Before he can even process it, another message dings. It's from Dahlia's team, officially reaching out for a collaboration. Lu Mo stares at the message, his mind blown. He translates the corporate proposal into his own language. "Senior Fairy is asking me to make a video with her? Does she want to personally teach me?" He clutches his phone to his chest, crying tears of pure joy. This is a God-sent opportunity. He immediately types back a formal acceptance. Since he's going to meet the great senior fairy, he must prepare a proper gift. But what would an immortal even like? He scrolls through his feed for inspiration, and a live stream catches his eye. It's the Manhwa radio station Immortal. On screen, the old man strikes a dramatic pose, shouting, "Form!" With a little pop, a small, glowing golden pill emerges from a burner. The old man proudly advertises his return to spring pill, an ancestral remedy he's selling for 300 yuan. It's clearly a scam. But Lu Mo doesn't see a scam. He sees inspiration. A brilliant idea lights up his face. That's right! I can refine some pills as a gift for Senior Velvet Fairy. What could possibly go wrong? Having found his inspiration, Lu Mo reaches out to the one he believes is a master alchemist, typing a formal message. "Greetings, Senior. After watching your videos, this junior has made another step forward in the Tao of alchemy." He continues, explaining that he's self-taught and has never used a real pill furnace. He humbly asks if the senior can guide him on where to find one like his. Across the city, Chen Wei, the master alchemist, sits in his messy apartment, munching on watermelon. He reads the message, completely confused. Most people want his medicine, but this guy wants to buy the prop furnace? He replies bluntly, "You want to buy the furnace and not the pills?" Lu Mo, sitting amongst the ruins of his mountain home, confirms his request. Chen Wei scratches his bald head, stumped. In all his years of scamming, someone wanting to buy the furnace is a first. He glances over at the sacred treasure. It's just a crappy old incense burner he bought from a junkyard for 50 yuan a few years ago. He reflects on his career. He's just a simple herbalist who somehow struck gold selling fake pills made of flour. He was already thinking of replacing the old furnace anyway. A greedy grin spreads across his face. "Let's sell it!" Back on the mountain, Lu Mo waits anxiously. He starts to worry that the senior wouldn't be willing to part with such a precious treasure. Just then, a reply comes through. The senior says that since he's so desperate, he'll sell it for 500 yuan. Lu Mo's eyes light up. 500 yuan? That's so cheap! Lu Mo immediately asks where the senior lives so he could buy it. The scammer replies with a classic con, claiming to be cultivating in the extreme north and telling him to just send the money. Lu Mo is stunned. The extreme north is thousands of kilometers away. How could the senior deliver it by tomorrow? The only logical conclusion is that this senior's power is far greater than his own. The deal seems too good to be true, so he decides to be careful. He sends a reply, giving a drop-off location at the foot of Mount Yuqing, under a 100-year-old banyan tree. Chen Wei just shrugs at the oddly specific instructions. Banyan tree? Whatever you say. Lu Mo transfers the 500 yuan, all the money he just received from Dahlia. Looking at his remaining balance of 2 yuan, he starts crying again. That evening, a delivery truck pulls up to Chen Wei's building. A young driver knocks on the door. Chen Wei hands over the heavy furnace, telling the driver to just throw it away if no one is there to pick it up. The next day, the delivery truck winds its way up the treacherous roads of Mount Yuqing. The driver is furious, cursing under his breath, wondering who sends a 40-kilo piece of scrap metal so deep into the mountains. He finally spots the landmark, a massive ancient banyan tree. With a loud bang, he drops the heavy furnace onto the ground. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, complaining that moving the thing almost broke his back. He tries calling the recipient, but no one picks up. Grumbling, he decides to just leave it there and head back. The truck rumbles away, disappearing down the mountain path. Hiding in the nearby bushes, Lu Mo smiles. Great, he finally left. He leaps from his hiding spot, landing gracefully beside the package. He tears open the box, and his eyes widen with delight. It's really a pill furnace. With a wave of his hand, he effortlessly shatters the wooden crate with his internal energy. He lifts the heavy furnace with one hand. Not bad, he says to himself. The material is dense and sturdy enough. He then lifts the furnace over his head and starts jogging up the mountain as if it weighs nothing at all. The delivery driver, who had secretly driven back out of curiosity, watches this from a distance, his jaw on the floor. What? "The heck," he stammers. Later, back at the depot, the driver rushes over to his manager, Brother Wong. "Brother Wong, I saw something incredible today." He explains that he saw the recipient carrying the huge metal furnace up the mountain like it was a feather. Brother Wang just chuckles, saying that's nothing compared to what he saw during the strange storm 2 days ago. With wide, serious eyes, he says he was making a delivery near Mount Yuqing at that exact moment, and he saw a person flying in the sky. Brother Wang's tone turns serious. He warns him that Mount Yuqing is not a normal place and to be careful when making deliveries there in the future. Still shaken, the young driver pulls out his phone to confirm the delivery. Back in his apartment, Chen Wei gets a notification. "My delivery has been received?" he wonders, seeing that there's even video proof attached. He opens the video file, Lu Mo, effortlessly carrying the heavy furnace up the mountain trail. Chen Wei screams, "What the heck?" He can't believe his eyes. Then the gears in his scammer brain start turning. His shock turns into a sly grin. "Wait, I can use this." He immediately starts uploading the video, writing a caption that spins the feet as proof of the magical effects of his fake pills. He cackles to himself, imagining all the new buyers this video will bring in. But karma is swift. A bright orange warning box pops up on his screen. His account has been reported for selling fake medicine and suspended. In a fit of rage, he falls out of his chair, his props crashing to the floor. A ghostly wisp of smoke floats away, like his dreams of easy money vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, back in his ruined mountain temple, Lu Mo sits before his new furnace. He channels his energy, and the furnace begins to glow with an intense golden light. With a final pop, the lid opens. Nestled inside is a single, perfect, glowing golden pill. "It's a success," he exclaims. He holds up his creation. Using mountain herbs, a manual from his master, and his own energy, he has a 100% success rate. He thinks with better recipes, he could refine legendary pills and never worry about money again. He gets an idea. He can ask that white-eyebrowed senior, the scammer, for some pill formulas. He pulls out his phone to message him, but a notification stops him. "The account you're looking for has been banned." Lu Mo stares at the screen, utterly confused. The senior's account has been banned? What does that mean? Before he can figure it out, his screen lights up with an incoming call. It's from Velvet Fairy. He freezes, phone in hand, his heart pounding in his chest. "Senior Velvet Fairy is trying to call me?" This is it. The moment Lu Mo has been waiting for. A direct line to the almighty senior who has guided his path. With a trembling finger, he hesitates for only a second before pressing accept. Instantly, his world is flooded with light and sound. He's been pulled into a live video chat. On one side of the screen is Dahlia, the Velvet Fairy, smiling brightly at her audience. On the other side is him, looking dazed. The chat is flying by. Lu Mo is completely overwhelmed. He quickly gathers himself, stands, and offers a formal bow. This junior, Lu Mo, greets Senior Velvet Fairy. Looking into the camera with utmost sincerity, he continues, "Thank you so much for your guidance. Otherwise, this junior would have never been lucky enough to achieve a breakthrough." The stream's chat explodes. Viewers are loving the show, calling him a great actor who is always in character and playfully declaring him a rival for their waifu. Dahlia plays her part perfectly. With a graceful smile, she says there's no need to be so polite. Then she asks, "May I ask where you are currently residing, fellow Taoist?" Lu Mo freezes. He knows he can't just reveal his location to thousands of strangers. It would bring him nothing but trouble. He opts for a cryptic cultivator response, explaining that he travels freely and is only staying at Mount Yuqing for a short while. Dahlia's eyes light up. "I knew it. You did take the video over there." Lu Mo is stunned. How could she know for sure? She continues, gently scolding him for destroying property, even in an abandoned area. Then, Her face glitches on screen as she says, "But don't worry, I helped you restore the place already." A video begins to play, showing her standing in her flowing red robes amidst the very same ruins Lu Mo created. A cold sweat breaks out on Lu Mo's forehead. That's the exact spot where he destroyed the building. "Don't tell me Senior Fairy already knows my location," he thinks with dawning horror. In the video, Dahlia gracefully raises a hand and commands, "Rise!" A wave of light emanates from her. The wind howls as a powerful energy lifts her into the air. The ground trembles, and the shattered pieces of concrete begin to float. With a great whoosh, all the debris flies upwards, defying gravity. The pieces spin and reassemble in mid-air. In a reverse explosion of light, the building magically reconstructs itself. Lu Mo stares, his mind completely blown. He gasps, "Incredible!" He doesn't see special effects, he sees absolute mastery. He thinks she must be in the tribulation realm, at the very least. The video ends with Dahlia posing triumphantly in front of the perfectly restored building, surrounded by cartoon unicorns. The chat goes wild, praising the high-quality production and amazing special effects. Lu Mo, his heart filled with reverence, clasps his hands together. Senior Velvet Fairy's power is profound and almighty. This junior cannot help but show his admiration. Dahlia finds herself blushing slightly. This guy is different. He's handsome, elegant, and carries himself with the dignified aura of a true immortal. The donations and virtual gifts rain down as viewers proclaim this the best collaboration ever. A comment calls Lu Mo out, suggesting he should donate. This sends him into a silent panic. He spent all his money on the furnace. His total net worth is a pitiful 2 yuan. The pressure is on. With everyone else donating, he feels it would be incredibly impolite not to give something in return. With a heavy heart, he presses the top up button, preparing to give what little he has. A notification pops up on the stream. Slowly Cultivating has donated 15 colas. The chat immediately roasts him, mocking him for donating such a tiny amount to a top streamer. Lu Mo shrinks under the criticism, his face flushed with embarrassment. He knows it's small, but it's all he earned through a lot of effort. Dahlia watches, puzzled. An artist of his caliber shouldn't be short on money. But his earnest, embarrassed face doesn't seem to be a lie. She decides to extend an olive branch, praising his effects and offering him a job at her studio. She also asks what software he uses. Lu Mo is completely lost. "Software? I just open the app and press record." That's it. They stare at each other, utterly bewildered. He's confused by her question, and she's shocked by his simple answer. Dahlia sighs, figuring he's just a proud artist who is unwilling to work for someone else. Lu Mo changes the subject. He explains that he owes her a huge debt and has decided to refine a pill for her as a gift. He stands before his new furnace and explains his predicament. He has ingredients but lacks a formula. He humbly asks if she would teach him a simple Tier 1 pill formula. Dahlia is taken aback. "I usually get requests to dance or sing. Who asks for a pill formula?" she thinks. Just as the chat starts laughing, Perfect Pure Yang jumps in. He offers to share a treasured recipe, the legendary marrow washing pill. Lu Mo is shaken. He's read about this. It's a top-tier Tier 9 pill, notoriously difficult to refine. Perfect Pure Yang posts a long, complicated recipe full of mythical herbs and bizarre instructions. It's an expert-level troll. We cut to the man himself, the Taoist master Perfect Pure Yang, giggling as he types. His disciple appears, scolding him for watching a live stream when he should be working. The disciple threatens to report him to the higher-ups for revealing their secret pill recipes online. The master flies into a rage. "You dare?" he yells, claiming he is imparting precious knowledge to the younger generation. The disciple retorts with a sly smile. "Since you're teaching the juniors, Why are you the one donating rockets to Velvet Fairy's stream? The master freezes, caught. The disciple presses on, asking if it's really okay to share such a precious formula. The master just brushes him off. He puffs out his chest with arrogance, claiming the marrow-washing pill is almost impossible to refine. He makes a bold declaration. If anyone on that stream can actually make it, he'll kneel down and acknowledge them as his own master. Changing the subject, he asks about the investigation on Mount Yuqing. The disciple reports the official conclusion was a natural phenomenon, but he suspects someone was undergoing a tribulation. The master explodes, punching his student in the face. How many times do I have to tell you there are no cultivators in this world? He roars. We're men of science. As punishment, he orders his student to go copy 3 volumes of elementary physics. The disciple clutches his head in agony, muttering through gritted teeth, "Yes, Master knows best. Master is always right." Back in his quiet hovel on Mount Yuqing, Lumo disconnects from the chaotic live stream, the wild energy of the internet fading away. He sits before his pill furnace, phone in hand, reviewing the impossible recipe. He's about to attempt what most would call a fool's errand. He begins by gathering the ingredients. Miraculously, the fantastical herbs from the recipe are real, and he has them. One by one, he extracts their essence. With focused intensity, he holds up the first ingredient, his fingers glowing with golden energy. He channels a gentle breeze of spiritual energy into the furnace, placing the ingredient inside. With a whoosh of power, he performs a series of complex hand seals, manipulating the energy within. Inside the furnace, the herbs dissolve into pure, magical essence. One after another, the essence of each rare herb is successfully extracted and floats within the furnace's heat. He steels himself, his expression hardening. There's only one step left, but it's the most difficult of all, combining them into a single, stable fill. He lets out a powerful roar, shouting, "Form!" as he pours his energy into the furnace. The swirling energies inside spin faster and faster, coalescing into a single point. But something goes wrong. A loud bang erupts from the furnace, knocking him back. The energy is unstable. He steadies himself and cautiously lifts the lid. A cloud of steam billows out. Lying at the bottom are 9 pearl-like pills, glowing softly. A smile spreads across his face. "I finally succeeded," he says, relief washing over him. He brings one of the pills closer for inspection, sniffing its aroma. Without hesitation, he pops one into his mouth to test its quality. He chews thoughtfully, his face scrunched up as he analyzes the effects. He notes that the pill melts instantly, spreading a warm liquid through his body. He can feel it cleansing the impurities, but he stands up, a frown on his face. The effect feels a bit weak. He knows the expert on the stream wouldn't lie, so there must be a problem. But he dismisses that thought. Pill formulas are the result of centuries of research. The recipe itself seems sound. He realizes that even with perfect ingredients, the pills only have about 30% of their described power. They're failures. As he sighs from the mental strain, it hits him. Spiritual qi. That's the missing piece. His pill manual flashes in his mind. Not only can he infuse the pill with spiritual qi, but he should also be able to infuse his own mental power, elevating the effects to a whole other level. His eyes fill with new determination. He sits back down, his hands glowing. Let's give it a try. He plans his new approach. He'll cover the extracts with a layer of spiritual qi, then add his mental power, combining them into something far greater. The refined essences swirl inside the furnace, now infused with his own power, creating a kaleidoscope of vibrant, magical energy. Outside his small hut, the very air begins to change as a mystical fog rises from his chimney. The fog drifts upwards, swirling around the peak of Mount Yuqing. At the National Disaster Monitoring Center, an alarm blares. An analyst rushes over to Director Lee, reporting another strange fog covering the peak. The director is exasperated. They haven't even figured out the last anomaly. The director orders his team to keep a close watch while he contacts the higher-ups. This is beyond a simple weather event. Back on the mountain, the spiritual energy Lumo is releasing intensifies, swirling into a brilliant blue vortex. The furnace glows with an otherworldly light, pulsing with immense power as Lumo channels everything he has into it. He sweats, his face strained with effort. With a final push of will, he shouts, "Merge!" His eyes are glowing, reflecting the brilliant energy he's commanding. Inside the furnace, all the infused energies collide, collapsing into a single, blindingly bright point. The energy erupts from the mountain peak in a massive, silent explosion of light. Camping nearby, the photographer leaps to his feet ecstatic. "It's here! I didn't spend these past few days camping here in vain." Unaware of his audience, Lumo pushes himself even harder. "Increase the fire," he commands. The single point of light inside the furnace begins to stabilize, forming a perfect crystalline sphere. The sky outside roars as the released energy begins to take shape. A massive, ethereal form, composed of pure light, begins to coil around the mountain's peak. A monstrous roar rips through the heavens as the energy forms into the unmistakable shape of the mythical azure dragon. And it's not alone. Another burst of energy forms into the majestic and ferocious white tiger. The photographer stares up, his mouth agape. What the hell? Are those the azure dragon and white tiger? He's witnessing the birth of legends. Miles away, in a sleek, modern high-rise, the sun sets over the city. Inside, the supernatural power anomaly. Investigation Bureau. A man on the phone reports the phenomenon to his superior. The bureau chief, a stern-looking old man, gives a simple, decisive order. Prepare the helicopter. We'll be taking a trip to Mount Yuqing. Lumo lets out a sharp huff of air, pouring the last of his strength into the refinement. The furnace howls, shaking violently under the immense pressure. Sweat pours down his face, his teeth gritted, but his resolve is unbreakable. With one final cry of "Form!" he gives it his all. A brilliant, multicolored light erupts from the furnace as the pill is finally completed. He slumps forward, completely exhausted, but with a look of pure triumph on his face. Tears of relief well up in his eyes. It worked! He finally has the perfect gift for his senior fairy. After an immense struggle, the furnace pops open. A dozen luminous reddish-gold pills hum with contained power, making the very air around them howl. Lumo takes one of the duller, earthy-colored pills from his first attempt to test its effects. As he consumes it, the sensation is immediate. An entire ocean of spiritual qi, vast and untamed, crashes over him. A powerful wave of energy flows through him. He smiles, feeling the immense power. It's 10 times stronger than his very first failed attempt. He looks at the furnace with renewed respect. He knew it was a top-class item, but he had still underestimated its power. And yet, he's not satisfied. He examines the pills. The quality still isn't perfect. He concludes his own cultivation level is still too low. He wonders what would happen if he increased the concentration of spiritual and mental power even more. The weak pill he just took has restored some of his energy. There's no harm in trying again. With a roar of "Rise!" he sends all the remaining herbs flying into the air, ready to commit everything to one final, perfect attempt. Far away, the Taoist master, perfect pure yang, is still glued to Dahlia's stream, wondering if he can afford another virtual rocket. His disciple, Fu Gui, bursts in, panicked. "Master, there's a helicopter heading our way." The master's eyes widen. Helicopter? He thinks. Why is he here again? The disciple correctly guesses he's talking about Director Wu from the Supernatural Bureau. The master puts on a pompous act, but his disciple immediately calls him out for reading palms just to hold young ladies' hands. Fu Gui continues his roast, pointing out that the master blew all their grant money on donations to Dahlia, driving their poor sect even deeper into poverty. Enraged, the master smacks his disciple on the head. "I raised you for 17 years, and this is how you repay me?" Their childish argument is cut short as the disciple points out that Director Wu has arrived. Outside, the howl of a helicopter's blades fills the night air. The door slides open, and the imposing figure of Director Wu steps out. The master and disciple greet him with formal bows. "Director Wu, it has been a while." Director Wu gets straight to the point. There's another unexplainable phenomenon over Mount Yuqing, and he hopes the master can accompany them to investigate. At the mention of Mount Yuqing, the master's eyes light up. "Oh? Mount Yuqing, I know," his disciple whispers, asking if it's that expert again, the one who attracted the tribulation. With a loud thwack, the master hits his disciple on the head again. "Fu Gui," he shouts, "how many times do I need to tell you that we must believe in science?" Director Wu tells the master he'll explain more on the way, and they agree to leave immediately. As they travel, the sky over Mount Yuqing continues to churn with otherworldly energy. A piercing screech echoes as the fiery form of the vermilion bird manifests in the sky. It's followed by a deep roar as the fourth and final beast, the black tortoise, appears. The photographer, still on the mountain, is going ballistic, live-streaming everything. Is everyone seeing this? All 4 guardian beasts have appeared. I swear this is not special effects. Aboard the helicopter, the sound of the rotors whirs through the cabin. Director Wu shows the master his phone. "Take a look, Daoshi. This is the latest video from Mount Yuqing." The photographer is live-streaming the entire thing. The master asks if he's sure it's not special effects. Director Wu confirms this is undeniably real. Suddenly, the master's eyes go wide. He sniffs the air, his expression one of pure shock. Where is that pill fragrance coming from? He scrambles to the helicopter door and slides it open. He leans out into the howling wind, his face a mask of disbelief. Impossible! The mountain peak glows ominously in the distance, the source of the aroma. The master is stunned. He can smell a thick, powerful pill fragrance from miles away. He wonders what level of pill could possibly release such a potent scent. A fire lights in his eyes. He yells at the director, "Increase the speed, we need to go over there." The director relays the order to the pilot. "Everyone, sit tight. Pilot, we're going full speed ahead." The helicopter shoots forward, racing towards the celestial display of the 4 guardian beasts. The disciple points frantically out the window. "Master!" The 4 guardian beasts. But the master is lost in his own world. A spark of insight flashes through the master's mind. He stands up, a powerful aura radiating from him. The pill fragrance is getting thicker. He realizes these beasts manifested because someone is refining a pill of such immense power that it dwarfs any of his own creations. Back in the city, Dahlia ends her live stream, waving goodbye to her fans. Her chat immediately floods with messages, urging her to check out the live streams from Mount Yuqing, telling her something even crazier is happening. Dahlia's eyes widen. "Mount Yuqing? The 4 guardian beasts?" A fierce, determined look crosses her face. "It's Mount Yuqing again. Is that immortal there again?" Meanwhile, in the quiet hut at the center of it all, a mystical fog continues to pour out. Lu Mo brings his hands together, his face a mask of pure concentration. "Merge," he whispers. With a final desperate roar of, "Now form," he unleashes every last ounce of his power. A blindingly bright sphere of energy forms, spinning at an impossible speed. With a final, massive bang, the energy implodes, forging the perfect pill. The ethereal forms of the guardian beasts let out one final, triumphant roar. And then, with a final boom that echoes across the mountainside, the light vanishes and the sky goes silent. The phenomenon is over. With the last of his strength, Lu Mo collapses to the floor, his body completely drained. He'd poured everything into this one pill, teetering on the very edge of failure. His hand trembles as he pushes himself up from the ground. He knows now just how dangerous alchemy can be, but a faint smile touches his lips, because it was all worth it. He had succeeded. There, floating above the furnace, is a single golden pill, pulsing with a life of its own. Miles away, the Taoist master Perfect Pure Yang cuts through the sky, drawn by the residual energy. He knows without a doubt that Manhwa is the source. Something monumental has just occurred, and he might finally be about to meet a true immortal. Back in his hut, Liu Mo studies his creation, but his expression sinks into disappointment. He can't help but feel it's a pity. The pill only extends a mortal's life by 100 years. For a true cultivator, it was completely useless. He sighs, completely dejected. It seems he truly has no talent for alchemy. But as he boxes up his failure, he realizes the process wasn't a total loss. In fact, it came with some incredible benefits for him personally. The intense effort of refining the pill had burned away all the impurities in his foundation, leaving it flawless. His capacity for spiritual energy had doubled, and his mental power had expanded a staggering tenfold. Now that was a worthy trade. A confident smile spreads across his face as he feels a new, stable power coursing through him. But when he steps outside to stretch, his eyes go wide with confusion. The barren land around his hut, empty just a short while ago, is now bursting with life, covered in lush, overgrown trees. He squints, trying to understand what happened. And then he sees it. Fading in the sky above are the ethereal images of the 4 guardian beasts. He recognizes them instantly: the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, the azure dragon, and the white tiger. He remembers the ancient texts. The appearance of the 4 guardians is a sign of immense fortune. He doesn't know why they've appeared, but he cannot let this sacred opportunity pass him by. Meanwhile, Perfect Pure Yang closes in. He'd thought the world's spiritual energy was fading, but this changes everything. The scent of a divine pill fills the air. This wasn't just some cultivator on Manhwa. This had to be a true immortal. His heart pounds with excitement. If he could just meet this senior, his own breakthrough might finally be within reach. Landing on the mountain, he's immediately struck by the spiritual energy in the air. It's so thick he can almost taste it. He breaks into a run, greedily absorbing the precious qi. Back at the hut, Lu Mo feels a tremor through the ground. Someone was coming, a fellow cultivator. Perfect Pure Yang is in pure ecstasy. With every breath, the spiritual qi washes through him, cleansing impurities from his old bones. He feels humbled. All his decades of hard work feel like nothing compared to the power radiating from this single pill. He wonders, just for a moment, if the senior would be willing to share. Lost in his excitement, he doesn't see the rock in his path. He stubs his toe hard, hopping around with a pained yelp. Lu Mo senses the approaching man is only in the foundation-building realm, likely drawn by the same phenomenon. He recalls the generosity of the experts in this world. He decides he can't be greedy. He'll take what he needs and leave the rest for his unexpected guest. As a gesture of goodwill, he stands outside his hut and raises his arms to the sky. A golden aura erupts around him, drawing in the auspicious energy from the heavens. Then, just as quickly, he releases the remaining power. A massive, revitalizing wave of pure energy washes over the entire mountain. The wave of power expands outwards, covering everything in its path. Perfect Pure Yang freezes, watching in absolute shock as a pillar of golden light erupts nearby, pulling the last remnants of the 4 guardians into it. The energy explodes in a final, brilliant flash of light. He desperately tries to absorb what he can, but it's too much, too powerful. The sky itself seems to roar one last time. And then a divine calm settles over the mountain as heavenly rays of light pierce through the clouds. Nearby, a photographer captures the final, breathtaking moment. He stares at the image on his phone, his voice trembling with emotion. This is beautiful, just too beautiful. With a tear rolling down his cheek, he realizes his entire life's ambition as a videographer has been fulfilled in this one perfect moment. It was all worth it. Finally recovered, perfect pure Yang pushes through the tall grass, getting his first look at the source of all the power. He takes a single breath of the purified air and nearly staggers. The key here is so dense that one breath feels like years of painstaking cultivation. He stares at the simple hut, wondering what terrifyingly powerful master could command such energy. Just then, a calm voice cuts through the silence. "I wonder why this fellow Taoist has found his way here." Perfect. Pure Yang freezes, his jaw dropping as a cold sweat drips down his face. The senior, he was right there. With the mountain now quiet, Lumo senses a new presence. He's not alarmed, just curious why another fellow Taoist has found his way to this secluded place. Through the mist, an old man appears, bowing so low his head nearly touches the ground. His voice trembles with reverence as he introduces himself as Chun Yang, apologizing for the intrusion and begging the senior for forgiveness. That name, Chun Yang. Lumo remembers it from the internet. This was the user who posted the pill recipe. He notes the man's politeness, seeing it as a good sign. Keeping his composure, Lumo maintains the air of a profound expert. He calmly asks what business has brought the old master here. A wave of relief washes over perfect pure Yang. He lets out a quiet breath, realizing the expert isn't angry. This was going better than he ever could have hoped. Feeling a bit bolder, he asks the question burning in his mind. What powerful sect does the senior belong to? In the world of cultivators, lineage is everything. Lumo's mind races. Lineage? He doesn't have one. In his old world, being alone made you a target. He can't let this man know he has no backing. So he puts on a mysterious air, explaining that his master has long since detached from worldly affairs and that it's not convenient to speak his name. It's the perfect, unchallengeable excuse. Perfect. Pure Yang's eyes fly wide with shock. This expert's power was already beyond anything imaginable on Earth, and he actually has a master? He can't even begin to comprehend what kind of being that master must be. Lumo turns the question back on him. With deep humility, the old man explains he's just a rogue cultivator who saw the sign of an immortal treasure and came to try his luck. Immortal treasure? Lumo has no idea what he's talking about. But instead of showing confusion, he simply takes a step back into the tall grass. Perfect pure Yang watches, his breath caught in his throat, trying to understand what the senior is doing. Lumo lets his spiritual energy flow, his form becoming hazy and indistinct. "I don't recall seeing any immortal treasure," he says, his voice seeming to echo from all around. "There is nothing here!" The old man nods furiously, sweat beading on his temple. He understands. The expert is using his immense power to hide his own presence. His cultivation is truly immeasurable. Lumo's hazy form floats before him, asking if any other cultivators came to the mountain. Perfect. Pure Yang bows his head, saying he was just lucky to be passing by and saw no one else. He then laments his own weakness, admitting that meeting the senior has truly opened his eyes. He marvels at how the senior's body seems to blend perfectly with nature, just like the innate state described in the Tao Te Ching. Lumo inwardly scoffs. Of course this man knows the Tao Te Ching. He probably found the same version online. Lumo simply explains that it's a technique anyone can practice by clearing their mind and feeling the great Tao. But just as the old man begins to ask for pointers, a rhythmic chopping sound cuts through the air. Lumo's expression hardens. Ordinary people. Now is not a good time. He needs to keep them away. Perfect Pure Yang, however, recognizes the sound instantly, his face paling with dread. That's Director Wu's helicopter. Without a word, Lu Mo raises his hand. A swirling ball of pure white energy gathers in his palm. Seeing this, Perfect Pure Yang panics, thinking Lu Mo is about to attack. He whips around, screaming at the sky, "You fools! Get out of here!" He reaches out to stop him, yelling for him to wait. But it's too late. The energy is already released. The helicopter is suddenly engulfed in a blindingly thick, white fog. Inside, it's absolute chaos. The pilot yells that the electronics are dead and they're flying blind near the mountainside. Director Wu calmly orders him to hold their position and hover. The young disciple, Fu Gui, clutches his head in pain. This fog is pure spiritual qi. This isn't the work of a master, he realizes. This is the power of a true immortal. Convinced they're all about to die, Perfect Pure Yang drops to his knees. He begs for forgiveness, pleading for Lu Mo to spare his disciple and the people with him. Lu Mo looks down, genuinely confused. "Your people? How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator even have disciples?" The old man frantically insists they have no ill intent and promises to leave immediately, swearing never to reveal the senior's existence. He's begging for their lives. Lu Mo just sighs, a bit exasperated. He never planned on hurting anyone. All he wants is peace. He simply tells the old man not to expose him. Hearing this, Perfect Pure Yang is overcome with relief. A single tear falls from his eye. The senior is truly merciful. Lu Mo then forms a hand sign and mutters a single word, "Form." A flash of golden light shoots out from his hand, streaking across the mountain. Small flags of pure energy embed themselves into the ground, the trees and the rocks, weaving a powerful formation into the very land itself. He turns to the old master, explaining that he's created a barrier. Now, ordinary people can no longer enter. He warns him not to turn back as he leaves, or he too will be trapped inside. With another gesture, Lu Mo commands the fog to disperse, and it vanishes in an instant. In the helicopter, the pilot shouts that the fog is gone and their systems are back online. Below them, however, the rest of the mountain remains shrouded. Director Wu orders them to gain altitude and wait for the Taoist's return. Back on the ground, Perfect Pure Yang lets out a long sigh of relief. He bows one last time, daring to ask just one more question. He explains that the road of cultivation is lonely and wonders if the senior might offer a little guidance in the future. He knows this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to advance. To his absolute shock, Lu Mo simply replies, "Sure." Lu Mo, still believing this old man is a powerful peer, agrees that helping each other is only natural. He tells him to come to the foot of the mountain with his questions, but makes it clear he wants to cultivate in peace. Perfect Pure Yang's face lights up with pure joy. He understands completely and thanks the senior profusely. The wind rustles as the old master turns to leave, his heart full. He takes a step, his entire demeanor transformed. He has just met a living immortal. He pulls a yellow voice transmission talisman from his robes. Channeling his energy into it, the charm bursts into magical flame. Standing in the forest, he sends his message, his voice filled with an excitement he can barely contain. "Senior brother," he says, "I've met a real immortal." Moments later, the helicopter descends to retrieve him. The door slides open, and Perfect Pure Yang steps inside. His disciple and Director Wu greet him, but the bumbling old man is gone. His eyes are sharp, radiating a cold, protective fury. He looks at them both and snarls, "If you don't want to die, get out of here right now." Far away, in a grand and ancient temple, a voice transmission talisman burns, carrying Perfect Pure Yang's frantic message to his senior brother. The words echo in the mind of a powerful man with an aura of immense authority. "Senior brother, there are still immortals in this world. His eyes snap open, revealing pupils that seem to hold the cosmos. Through his own talisman, his command is sent, sharp and absolute. I got it. Return quickly. Back on Manhwa, Lumo watches the helicopter disappear, breathing a sigh of relief. But he knows his quiet life is over. His location has been exposed, and he'll have to be more careful from now on. He pulls out his phone, planning to ask the seniors online for advice. But as he unlocks it, his screen is flooded with notifications from one person. They're all from the Velvet Fairy, Dahlia. Her messages had grown more and more desperate, from a polite request to a simple hello, and finally, just 3 question marks. He quickly replies, respectfully letting his senior know that he's back. Dahlia, sitting in the back of a car, immediately starts typing, jokingly scolding him that she thought he'd died cultivating. She explains she's heading to the capital, so they'll have to meet up later. They quickly arrange to meet in a week. Dahlia playfully warns him to show up, and Lumo agrees, adding that he's been up for days and is completely exhausted. He sighs. Even a powerful expert like Senior Velvet Fairy has to travel and work so hard. It seems making a living isn't easy for anyone. Then an idea strikes him. The pills he made might not help her cultivation, but they could certainly revitalize her spirit. He types out another message, asking for her address to send a gift. She replies almost instantly. A gift? She's a little surprised, but sends her address anyway. As she puts her phone down, her assistant, Zhang Jin, tells her the strange phenomenon over the mountain has already vanished and asks if they should still go. Dahlia lets out a huge yawn. She's exhausted from streaming all night and just wants to go home. Zhang Jin grumbles about the wasted trip. Dahlia just smiles and promises her a raise. With that, her assistant's mood instantly brightens, and she makes a sharp U-turn heading for home. Meanwhile, Lumo arrives at a delivery service. He walks up to the counter and hands over a small box. The clerk tells him the fee will be 15 yuan. Lumo freezes. His entire net worth is 2 yuan. He can't afford it. Thinking fast, he puts on a dignified expression and coolly informs the clerk that the receiver will pay on delivery. Just then, his phone dings. A notification? His account is now eligible to become an online store. He can sell things. His eyes light up. He can be an online merchant just like Senior Velvet Fairy. And he knows exactly what to sell. The pills he just made. But how much should he charge? He starts calculating. The recipe was free, the furnace was practically a gift, and the herbs were picked for free on the mountain. He can make 10 pills at a time. After careful consideration, he comes to a conclusion. 100 yuan seems like a perfectly reasonable price. And so, his first online listing goes live. Authentic marrow washing pill, the ad promises. Cleanse impurities, unlock your potential, and start cultivating. All for just 100 yuan. Your immortal destiny awaits. Elsewhere, a wealthy young man scoffs as he scrolls past the ad. Selling this little toy for 100 yuan? What a scam. Lounging in his chair, he declares that anyone selling immortal pills is just a scammer. He turns to his husky, "Right, Sun Qing?" The dog just lets out a happy bark. But the words on the screen stick in the young man's mind. Your immortal destiny, it is within your reach. His confident smirk fades. Immortal destiny. The phrase hits a little too close to home. He looks at the ridiculous ad one more time. Screw it, he mutters. What's 100 yuan? He's already spent hundreds of thousands searching for a real path to cultivation. This is nothing. He scoffs and hits the buy button. The purchase is successful. He gets up and tells his dog it's time for a walk, leaving his destiny to unfold. The next day, at the towering building where Dahlia's studio is located, Zhang Jin pokes her head through the door, all smiles, telling Dahlia it's time to head to the studio. She also mentions a package arrived, cash on delivery. Dahlia looks up, confused. She didn't order anything. The sender's address is just Great Banyan Tree. Where's that? Zhang Jin laughs, suggesting it's from a fan. Dahlia grumbles that this is the first time a fan has ever made her pay for the shipping. She rips open the box, and they both peer inside, curious. As the lid comes off, a soft golden light fills the room. Inside sits a single, perfectly round, glowing pill. A gentle breeze swirls out, carrying an intoxicating fragrance. Jongjin breathes it in, her eyes closing in bliss. It smells so good. The feeling is indescribable, like waking up from the deepest, most restorative sleep of your life. Then it feels like the warmth of a perfect meal spreading through your entire body. And finally, the deep relaxation of a spa treatment, melting away every last bit of stress. Dahlia feels a gentle energy flow through her, cleansing her from the inside out. It's as if every pore is opening up, greedily drinking in the incredible scent. A blush creeps onto her cheeks. "Ah," she sighs, a wave of pure comfort washing over her. "It feels so good." The actor with the crazy special effects has just sent her a miracle. The moment of bliss is shattered as Dahlia slams the lid back on the box, a sudden wave of suspicion washing over her. Her assistant, Jongjin, is the first to speak, her voice full of concern. She says the whole thing is too suspicious and they should put it away. Dahlia, still flustered, quickly hands her the box. Jongjin holds the box, completely bewildered. Just what is this thing, she wonders aloud. Dahlia shakes her head. She has no idea, but she knows it's not normal. She decides it's best to keep it sealed until they can figure it out. Pushing the mystery aside, she tells Jongjin to keep the box in her desk drawer for now, as they need to get to the studio. Jongjin agrees, though she's clearly still uneasy. She looks at the plain wooden box one last time, 1,000 questions running through her mind. What just happened? And what kind of power is sealed inside? She carefully places the box in the drawer, where it sits surrounded by makeup, completely out of place. As the sun sets over the city, another delivery is about to be made. A delivery man rings the doorbell of a luxurious villa, calling out that a parcel has arrived. The door opens to reveal Kyle, the rich young man. He looks at the delivery guy with annoyance. "I have to pay for shipping?" he complains. "What kind of service is this?" After paying, he takes the small box inside. His dog, Sun Ching, watches as he opens it to find a plain yellow ball. It looks like cheap plastic. His face falls. "I got scammed again." A wave of pure rage washes over him. "That's it!" he screams, his frustration boiling over. "All this cultivation nonsense can just die. I've had enough." In his fury, he smashes the box to the ground. He pulls out his phone, fuming about the scam, and adds the seller, "slowly cultivating," to his blacklist. "Damn it all," he yells. "Who needs cultivation anyway? I'm better off spending my money on women and alcohol." He storms out, leaving the broken box and the little golden pill forgotten on the floor. The door slams shut with a heavy thud. Left alone, Sanching pads over to the discarded pill and gives it a curious sniff. He seems to like the scent. Without a second thought, he opens his mouth. And with a single gulp, the priceless marrow washing pill is gone. The dog simply licks his lips, satisfied. Hours later, night has settled over the city. Dahlia finally returns to her room after a long, exhausting live stream. But as she opens the door, her eyes go wide. What happened to my room? The entire room is filled with a thick, ethereal fog, and that incredible scent is back, stronger than ever. It smells so nice. She follows the aroma, realizing it's coming from her desk drawer. With a trembling hand, she pulls the drawer open. The fog is pouring out from the wooden box inside. She lifts the lid, and a soft golden light spills out, illuminating her face as the pill inside glows gently. She picks it up. The smell is overwhelmingly good, and a strange thought enters her mind. It feels like the pill is asking to be eaten. She tells herself her assistant has gone home, so no one would know. Just one little taste won't hurt, right? She can't resist anymore. She pops the pill into her mouth and swallows it whole. She stands there for a moment, waiting. Nothing happens. She lets out a relieved sigh and flops onto her bed. It just melted in her mouth, and she doesn't feel any different. She must have been worrying too much. "Forget it," she murmurs, closing her eyes. Time for sleep. But just as she starts to drift off, her eyes snap open. Something is terribly wrong. An intense pain erupts in her chest. Her heart is hammering so fast it feels like it's going to explode. It hurts so much. Her face contorts in pure terror as a horrifying thought crosses her mind. Was that thing poison? In the darkness of her room, a single, desperate thought consumes her. I don't want to die. At that very moment, across the city, Kyle is being driven home. His friend asks what he thinks about the recent phenomenon over the mountain, the appearance of the 4 guardian beasts. Kyle just scoffs, dismissing it as a publicity stunt. He bitterly claims that things like cultivation and immortals are all fake. After being dropped off, he lights a cigarette, staring into the night sky and muttering the word that haunts him: cultivation. He throws the cigarette down in frustration and stomps it out, yelling, "Piss off!" He bursts through his front door, drunk and furious. "Just thinking about it makes me mad," he shouts. "Who needs cultivation when I'm rich?" He's interrupted by a calm cough. He looks over and sees his husky San-Ching. But the dog is wearing a Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses, relaxing in a chair with a glass of red wine. In a smooth, deep voice, the dog speaks. "Mutt, you finally decided to come home?" Kyle just stares, frozen in confusion. The dog continues. "Did the alcohol wash your brain out? Why are you standing there like a fool?" Kyle's brain finally catches up. "My dog can talk?" he screams. "I must have drunk too much." He stumbles over to the dog, his voice trembling. "San-Ching, is that you? Don't scare me. I'm not dreaming, right?" Without a word, the dog raises a paw and slaps him hard across the face. Kyle goes flying, landing in a heap on the floor. The dog calmly asks, "Does that hurt?" Stunned, Kyle just squeaks out a "yes." San-Ching takes a slow puff from a cigarillo, smoke curling around his sunglasses. "Then you're not dreaming." With Kyle still reeling, San-Ching takes off his sunglasses, his expression dead serious. He holds up a glass of wine and informs Kyle that from now on, there are 3 new rules in this house. First, this is his home now, and Kyle is no longer the owner. Second, Kyle will buy him as many of those pills as he can find. He holds up a paw, about to list his 3rd rule, savoring his newfound power. But Kyle finally snaps, yelling that he lovingly raised this ungrateful dog, and he can't believe his own pet is rebelling against him. San-Ching doesn't even flinch. With a single, swift kick, he sends Kyle flying across the room. As Kyle sits stunned, San-Ching lists his grievances: the same tasteless dog food every day, being locked inside, being forced on a leash, and to top it all off, Kyle even had him neutered. He leans in close, a menacing glint in his eye. "Lovingly?" he scoffs, promising to treat Kyle just as lovingly from now on. Kyle can only stare back, tears welling up as his world crumbles. San-Ching makes it crystal clear. "This is my house now. You will follow my rules, understand?" He leans back in his chair, the undisputed new king of the castle. The next morning, Zhang Jin arrives at the studio, cheerfully calling out that she's brought breakfast for Dahlia. But Dahlia is nowhere to be seen. She wonders if she's still sleeping. She walks to Dahlia's bedroom door and knocks gently, calling her name. But as she reaches for the knob, she notices a thick black sludge oozing from under the door. She opens the door to find Dahlia sitting on her bed, covered from head to toe in the same disgusting black goo. Zhang Jin recoils, covering her nose and asking what that awful-smelling stuff is. Dahlia weakly explains that she felt a terrible pain last night and then started sweating like crazy. She tells her she's going to take a bath and will explain later. Zhang Jin agrees, offering to get the filthy sheets into the wash. The shower sprays down, washing away the grime. Dahlia stands under the warm water, feeling the last of the sticky substance rinse away. The black sludge swirls down the drain, carrying with it all the impurities from her body. A few minutes later, Dahlia steps out of the bathroom. Jongjin stops dead in her tracks, staring in disbelief. "You're glowing," she gasps. Dahlia looks down, confused. Her skin has a soft, healthy radiance she's never had before. Jongjin points out how smooth her skin is and demands to know what magic potion she drank. Dahlia can only explain that she ate the strange pill. As she talks, she tries to open a water bottle, but the plastic crumples in her hand like paper. She stares at the crushed bottle, stunned. When did she get so strong? That's the last straw for Jongjin. She grabs Dahlia's arm, insisting they go to the hospital, but as she pulls, there's a sickening crack. Dahlia looks at her hand in shock as Jongjin is sent flying onto the bed with a pained yelp. She accidentally dislocated her friend's wrist. Dahlia rushes to apologize, but Jongjin, nursing her wrist, just says, "They can go after the live stream." She quickly changes her mind. This is all too abnormal. Her friend's life could be in danger. "We're going to the hospital right now," she declares, her voice filled with panic. And so they rush off, hoping for answers. Later, a doctor stares at her test results in utter disbelief. He tells her it's a miracle. Her chronic back and stomach problems are gone. Even her nearsightedness is completely cured. Dahlia turns to Jongjin, remembering the sender's address. She wonders if an immortal sent her the pill. Jongjin scoffs, telling her to stop with the wild imagination. But then it clicks. Dahlia remembers, slowly cultivating, said he was sending a gift and that he lives near that same mountain. Her eyes widen as the pieces fall into place. Back on his mountain, Lu Mo gets a new message. He looks at it, a bit surprised. Another customer already? It's from Dahlia, but her tone has completely changed. She stumbles over her words, calling him Sir Immortal and asking if she can ask him something. Lu Mo is completely bewildered. Why is Senior Fairy suddenly calling him that? Another message pops up. She explains that after eating a pill she received, she felt like she was completely reborn and asks him directly, was it from him? Lu Mo stares at the word reborn. He knows his pills are mediocre at best. For a true expert like her, it should have done almost nothing. A pill that powerful must have come from a peerless alchemy master. He can't possibly take credit. So, with the utmost humility, he types a simple, formal reply. This one did not. Dahlia receives his message and asks again, just to be sure, "It's really not you?" Lu Mo quickly replies with a waving emoji, insisting, "It's really not me." Dahlia looks at the denial, confused. If it wasn't him, who was it? Jongjin takes this as proof he was just a fame-seeking actor. But Dahlia isn't listening. She's already tapping away on her phone. Her eyes sparkle with newfound determination. She declares that she's going to buy every cultivation pill available online. She's sure she'll find a clue to the real one. Jongjin sighs at how casually her rich friend can spend money. Dahlia just grins, saying once she finds the sender, she'll call them out on a live broadcast. Back on the mountain, a sudden sneeze escapes Lu Mo. He rubs his nose, a bit startled. He mutters that a piece of his hair must have gotten in his nose. But just then, his expression sharpens. He senses someone approaching. Down the path, Perfect Pure Yang and his disciple Fu Gui are walking through the woods. The disciple asks nervously why they've returned. The old master just smiles serenely. "Silly child," he says, his voice full of reverence. "Of course we are here to cultivate." As they climb the stone steps of the mountain, the old master decides it's time for a lesson. He asks his student, Fu Gui, what he feels standing in this mystical place. Fu Gui, wiping sweat from his brow, can only come up with one answer. He's tired. The master presses on, asking if he doesn't feel his very spirit improving. Fu Gui just mumbles, I guess." That feeling, the master explains, is because Fu Guai has a spirit root, the innate talent for cultivation. The words hit the young disciple like a lightning bolt. His eyes go wide with sudden hope. "Master," he asks, "are you saying I can really become an immortal?" "Perfect." Pure Yang looks at him with a knowing gaze and asks a simple question. "What do you think an immortal is?" Fugi's mind races. An all-powerful expert? Wrong. Someone detached from the world? Incorrect. A grin spreads across his face as he lands on the perfect answer. Someone who helps the weak and protects our world? The master simply shakes his head. Still wrong. Immortals, he explains, are also human. They have emotions and needs. Some are righteous, and some are evil. He places a hand on his student's shoulder, reminding him that a master can only guide the way. The true journey is one he must walk himself. They reach a clifftop clearing. The master declares it's a good place to stop. Fu Guai asks if they're going to rest, but the master has other plans. He explains that this mountain is a holy land for cultivators. His voice takes on a serious tone as he announces, "Today, I will teach you how to absorb spiritual qi." He asks Fu Guai if he remembers the breathing technique he was taught. The young disciple forms a hand sign and begins to recite the steps in his mind, focusing his energy. The core principles flash through his memory, condense and absorb, cycle the qi, and temper the body. A powerful surge of energy erupts from the master as he enters a deep meditative state. The wind howls around them as spiritual energy gathers in visible blue ribbons. High above, perched on a tree branch, Lu Mo watches the scene unfold. It's the old Taoist from before. He calmly assesses them. The old man is on the verge of a breakthrough, and the young one has potential. Lu Mo decides this must be fate, and that he'll help them just this once. A wave of pure, condensed energy slams into the old master. A brilliant beam of light erupts from the clifftop, piercing the sky. The pillar of pure energy stretches endlessly into the heavens. An ethereal dragon of pure energy forms in the clouds above them. A deafening roar shakes the very foundation of the mountain. Fu Guai watches in terror and awe. "Master!" he cries out. "Did you break through?" He's done it. After being stuck for over 30 years, perfect pure Yang has finally reached the third stage. A single tear of pure joy rolls down his cheek. This is a heavenly blessing. From his perch, Lu Mo looks on, unimpressed. The old man has the will, he thinks, but his talent is mediocre at best. With a soft step, he leaps from the branch and vanishes. Fu Guai is ecstatic. "Congratulations, master! Does this mean you can keep teaching me?" Perfect pure Yang lets out a hearty laugh, his ego swelling as he boasts about being a top-class Taoist now. Fu Guai just sighs. Even after a breakthrough, his master hasn't changed a bit. Just as he's celebrating, a gentle rustle of leaves announces a new presence. Perfect pure Yang's eyes fly open. He knows that aura. It's the expert. Without hesitation, he drops into a deep bow, greeting the senior and thanking him for his help. Fu Guai just stands there, confused. The master furiously shoves his disciple's head down, hissing, "Disrespectful brat! Why aren't you greeting the senior?" Fu Guai whispers, completely bewildered. The person looks so young. He asks if his master is sure this is an expert. The master immediately apologizes for his disciple, begging the senior to overlook his rudeness. Lu Mo's calm voice comes. "Ah, no problem. Why did you come here today?" The two of them remain bowed, not daring to look up. The old master explains that because of the senior's blessing, he wishes to cultivate on the outskirts of the mountain. Lu Mo thinks to himself that the old man is being overly polite. Lu Mo then asks what he plans to do now. The master explains he will find a sect for his disciple. He then respectfully asks if the senior has any comments. Lu Mo smiles, saying that's their own business. "But," he adds, "I do have a question. Do you know what prominent sects there are in this world?" The old master freezes. He's stunned. An expert of this level doesn't know about the cultivation world? He quickly reasons that the senior must have been in seclusion for centuries. He humbly explains that the spiritual qi has been on the decline for ages, and he truly doesn't know how many sects are left. Lu Mo is completely baffled. The spiritual qi here is many times better than in his old world. What is this old Taoist talking about? The old master, now getting a good look at Lu Mo, admits that seeing this senior has shown him he's just been a frog in a well. Lu Mo waves a hand dismissively. Your praise is unnecessary. My measly cultivation is nothing in front of the real experts. Both master and disciple are struck dumb with terror. Their faces drain of color as the same thought hits them. There are even more powerful people? Perfect. Pure Yang quickly bows again, thanking the senior for the reminder. He then dares to ask for his benefactor's name. My name is Lu Mo, he says with a gentle smile. I don't like trouble and want to peacefully cultivate, so I hope, before he can finish, the master cuts in, promising to never expose his great name and to leave immediately. He turns to his still shocked disciple. Fugui, let's go! As they turn to leave, Fugui gives one last, searching look over his shoulder. With a soft whoosh, Lu Mo disappears into thin air, leaving only swirling leaves behind. Fugui stares at the empty spot, his voice trembling. Master, he disappeared. Is he really a real immortal? Perfect Pure Yang, his eyes filled with a new purpose, tells him, Let's go. I'll take you back to our lineage and see the world. A desperate message floods Lu Mo's phone. It's from someone named Emperor Kyle, begging for forgiveness. He grovels, saying he was blind, and offers 10,000 yuan for a single pill. Lu Mo counts the money transfer, a total of 100,000 yuan. He's completely confused. Who is this person? Across the city, Kyle is on his knees, screaming into his phone. Lord Immortal! You have to sell those pills to me, he pleads, tears streaming down his face. He deeply regrets letting his dog eat such a priceless treasure. He glares over at Sanqing, who is lounging in an armchair watching TV. Kyle vows to himself that this time he'll secretly eat the pills himself. Lu Mo stares at the message, his mind racing. A total stranger calling him an immortal and sending him a fortune out of nowhere? This is just too weird. A sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening with suspicion. Unless it's a scammer. He reasons that his pills are for sale in the official shop. This must be a trick. He recalls the warnings from his past life. Be wary of good-hearted people. They're all scammers who will end you. He glares at his phone, his expression hardening. You think you can fool me just because I'm new to the internet? Dream on. Kyle stares at his phone in disbelief. He rejected me? And he thinks I'm a scammer? He can't believe it. Lord Immortal, you've misunderstood. The system message is cold and final. The transfer has been rejected. Lu Mo's reply is equally blunt. I know you're trying to scam me. I'm not falling for it. It's too late. He's been blacklisted. A wail of despair escapes him. I've been blacklisted by the great immortal. Sanqing wanders over. Can you keep it down, he says calmly. I only asked you to buy some pills. No need to shout. Kyle shoves his phone in the dog's face, sobbing that the immortal blacklisted him. He realizes it must be because he blacklisted the seller first. Sanqing takes a long drag from his cigarillo, his eyes narrowed in thought. Yup, he's angry, the dog says with a menacing grin. I'll be sure to bury your corpse for you. Kyle's world shatters. A sharp crack echoes in his mind as he whispers, I'm dead? Sanqing sighs. You're really stupid, aren't you? He explains that the great immortal will most likely just ignore him from now on. Kyle's face lights up with hope. Really? I'm not going to be killed? The dog lays out the logic. The seller is either a middleman or the immortal himself. Why would an immortal wait this long to kill him over something so petty? You're right, Kyle says, his relief palpable. He looks at his dog with newfound wonder, remarking that the pill must have been truly godly to make him so clever. Sanqing cuts him off. Enough nonsense. What about my pills? Kyle hangs his head, explaining he can't buy any since he's been blacklisted. The dog's eyes flash with impatience. Then just buy all the pills that are still in his shop, he barks, explaining that this is a fate that can be bought with money. A light bulb goes off over Kyle's head. Ah, you're right. Back on the mountain, Lu Mo's phone lets out a sharp ding. A new order has been received. He stares at the notification, surprised. All 29 of his remaining pills were sold out by that Emperor Kyle guy, he shrugs. Since it was bought through the official shop, he'll just sell them normally. At least this way, the guy can't find fault with him later. With that settled, he takes off into the woods to ship his new orders. Night falls, and at the MCN building, a live stream is about to begin. Dahlia sits before her camera, looking more radiant than ever. She greets her audience, ready to announce the stream's topic. Fake cultivation pill scams, she declares dramatically. Her chat immediately explodes with fans amazed at how beautiful she looks. Some joke that she's a real immortal now. Behind the scenes, her team is ecstatic. The stream has already hit 5 million likes. Dahlia explains she bought a bunch of cultivation pills online and is going to expose the fakes. She starts with a golden core pill, priced at over 1,800 yuan, but when she cuts it open, it's just flour and caramel. And they dare sell this for so much? She warns her viewers. She explains that refining a genuine pill is incredibly difficult and urges her audience to avoid these fakes. Donations pour in and comments fly by, praising her for being a kind-hearted boss. Elsewhere, Lu Mo watches the stream, a bead of sweat running down his face. What's going on? He wonders. Senior Velvet Fairy is exposing fake pill sellers? He panics slightly, thinking someone must have sold her a fake pill and made her angry. He's relieved he didn't boast about his own pill, or he might have been the one up there being made a fool of. He closes his eyes, reaffirming his priority. The most important thing is his own cultivation. He settles into a meditative pose, ready to focus on what truly matters. Back on the stream, Dahlia smashes another fake pill. She sighs, lamenting that among the dozen she bought, she couldn't find a single genuine one. Her assistant runs in with good news. The livestream has topped the charts again, breaking her personal record. But Dahlia isn't celebrating. She looks down, disappointed. I truly wonder who the sender was, she thinks. Just then, a huge notification flashes across the screen. Emperor Kyle has gifted 999 super rockets. A flood of virtual rockets blasts across the stream, a massive donation. In the chat, Kyle announces that he bought a real, immortal pill, and his dog gained intelligence after eating it. The chat explodes with skepticism. Kyle furiously types back, insisting his dog really did gain spirituality, and even likes to wear his clothes and drink his wine. Dahlia's interest is piqued. A dog gaining spirituality? She tells her team to get him on a video call. She smiles slyly, inviting Kyle to the live stream to prove it. He accepts instantly. Just you wait. A video call connects, and Kyle appears on screen. Dahlia greets him with a sweet smile, asking where his dog is. Suddenly, a paw shoves Kyle's face out of the frame with a loud slap. Sanqing leans into the camera, giving Dahlia a charming, roguish smile. Hello, beautiful, he says smoothly. Did you call me? The husky leans into the camera with a sly grin. He, little lady, you're so beautiful, he says smoothly. What brand of skincare do you use? Dahlia is stunned, speechless. The dog can really talk, and on top of that, it's a pervert. The chat explodes. Viewers call it CGI, or a guy in a dog costume. One user scoffs that if a dog could really talk, the government would have already dissected it for science. Sanqing just scoffs at the doubters, daring anyone to come and catch him, but makes it clear that only pretty female journalists will get an interview. Kyle shoves his face back into the frame, ecstatic. Do you believe me now? My dog can really talk. There really are cultivators in this world. But before he can continue, the screen goes black. The live stream has been cut. Back in the villa, Sanqing is annoyed. Hey, why did you turn off the stream? I was still talking to the pretty lady. Kyle frantically tries to explain the danger of attracting official attention. The dog is completely unfazed. Let them come, he growls, ordering Kyle to go buy him games and expensive alcohol. Defeated and heartbroken, Kyle can only whimper, "Yes, sir." At the studio, Dahlia calmly ends the stream. But the moment they're off air, she turns to her assistant, her voice urgent. Jiang Jin, you saw that too, right? He said his dog gained spirituality from a pill. Jiang Jin says they have a recording they can analyze, but it will take time. Dahlia's mind is racing. If the dog gained spirituality from a pill, it might have come from the same person who sent her one. But who? Her mind immediately jumps to one person, slowly cultivating. She pulls out her phone. He denied it last time, so why does she keep suspecting him? The evidence is just too coincidental. Back on his mountain, Lu Mo is meditating when his phone lets out a soft ding. He picks it up. It's a message from Dahlia, asking to meet tomorrow. A wide smile spreads across his face. Senior Velvet Fairy wants to meet me? Sure, he quickly replies. All right, no problem. Dahlia responds instantly, asking where he wants to meet. But then a wave of paranoia washes over him. She was just exposing scammers. Hold on, he thinks, his eyes wide with suspicion. Is this a trap? He quickly dismisses the thought. An expert like her wouldn't need a trap to deal with him. But if he refuses and angers her, the consequences could be unimaginable. Still, he can't be too careless. He'll choose a place near his home, so he can run back into his protective formation if anything goes wrong. They finalize the plans, the tea house at the foot of Mont Yuqing tomorrow afternoon. Lu Mo smiles to himself. It's a good thing he earned some money earlier. Now he can treat the senior to tea. The next day, Jiang Jin bursts into Dahlia's room. Dahlia! That dog is on the news, she shows her a news report. The owner is indeed Kyle, and it's a real husky that can talk. The story has gone viral. The secret behind the talking husky, Sanqing. The news footage shows Sanqing looking like a movie star, posing for the cameras with a glass of wine. In the interview, Kyle is a complete mess, screaming to reporters how much he regrets feeding the mysterious pill to his dog. Jiang Jin explains that the media tracked him down, and multiple legitimate sources are now confirming it. This is not a fake. Dahlia's eyes light up with fierce determination. Kyle bought the pill. He knows where to get it. Little Jin, where is Kyle living? She asks, already grabbing her things. We'll go find him right now. An airplane cuts across the clear blue sky. The plane soars over a modern airport terminal. Strolling through the airport, Jiang Jin sighs that rich people are really different, just flying wherever they want. Suddenly, Dahlia stops dead in her tracks with a gasp. She's just remembered. She has a meeting with Slowly Cultivating this afternoon. Jiang Jin just laughs, teasingly telling her to move her little date to tomorrow. Dahlia sputters, "What date?" as her assistant drags her away. Back on the mountain, Lu Mo lets out a massive sneeze. He stands in front of the Hongxing tea house, rubbing his nose. Weird, he mutters. Why am I sneezing so much lately? He looks around, wondering when Senior Velvet Fairy will arrive. At the same time, outside Kyle's villa, it's absolute chaos. A massive crowd of reporters has gathered, shouting his name. Kyle peeks through the curtains, panicked. He tells Sanqing he was too rash and that now they can't even leave the house. He warns the dog that if someone comes to take him away, he won't be able to stop them and they might even steal their pills. Sanqing just sips his wine, completely unconcerned. "They can try," he says with a menacing grin. Kyle sighs, deciding he'll go out and claim it was all a hoax. The dog just gives a relaxed, "Sure," taking another sip. Kyle takes a deep breath and opens the door. But he's not met by reporters. He's met by two stern-looking men in black suits. The man in front, his face calm and authoritative, confirms his identity. "You must be Kyle. We are from the Supernatural Events Investigation Bureau. It's Director Wu." He informs Kyle that he and his dog will have to come with them. "Supernatural Events? Investigation Bureau?" Kyle scoffs, completely unimpressed. He tells them he has no intention of going anywhere with a bunch of suspicious people. "Now, get lost," he yells, trying to sound tough. One of the men in black moves with lightning speed, grabbing Kyle's arm in a vice-like grip. Kyle struggles, threatening to call the cops, but the agent doesn't even flinch. Director Wu just calmly pulls out his phone, explaining that they took the liberty of calling his father. Kyle hesitantly takes the call. Before he can even say hello, his father's voice roars through the phone, "You little animal, be obedient and go with them." Completely defeated, Kyle just mumbles, "Okay, Dad." A short while later, a nondescript blue bus speeds down a winding mountain road. Inside, Perfect Pure Yang and his disciple Fu Gui are jostled by the bumpy ride. Fu Gui is lost in thought. After his master's breakthrough, his entire aura has changed. He feels like a real immortal now. He wonders if he, too, can learn to fly on a sword and do all those other cool things. His thoughts are interrupted by his master, who is busy typing on his phone. Fugi groans. "Master, can't you have some dignity?" The old man just scoffs, claiming he's spreading Taoist teachings online. Just then, his phone rings. It's Director Wu. The director's voice is serious. He informs the Taoists that they've found a dog that has gained spirituality and learned to talk. They need his help. The master dismisses it as a publicity stunt, but Director Wu cuts him off. It's not fake. They already have the dog in custody and need his help to investigate. Perfect Pure Yang is stunned. "It's real?" he exclaims. He realizes this must be the work of the great senior from the mountain. His voice sharpens with urgency. "I got it. I'll be there in half an hour." He leaps to his feet and shouts for the driver to stop the bus. "My wife suddenly went into labor. I need to go back." The bus screeches to a halt. The driver lets them off as another passenger chuckles, remarking how admirable it is for a man his age to still be having children. Standing on the roadside, Fu Gui is confused. "Master, we're over 300 kilometers away. How will we get back in half an hour?" The master just smiles. "That's easy." He grabs his disciple's arm. "We're running," he declares, taking off at an incredible speed, dragging his screaming disciple behind him. Meanwhile, at the Bureau headquarters, Kyle and Sanqing sit side by side, bored and unimpressed. Flanked by two massive agents, Kyle complains that they've been locked in here for nearly an hour. He nervously asks Director Wu who they're waiting for. Director Wu takes a calm sip of his tea. "Well, there's no harm in telling you." He sets his cup down. "First, I suggest you behave properly. If you anger him, you might just implicate your entire family." Kyle and Sanqing look at each other, their faces pale with terror. "No way, is it that serious?" The door opens, revealing the person they've been waiting for. "I'm here." "Perfect." Pure Yang strides in, his disciple panting behind him. Director Wu greets him warmly as Kyle and Sanqing stare in shock. A Taoist? The director notes how much the master has changed in just a few days. "Perfect." Pure Yang clears his throat, putting on a profound air. "Your observation is not bad," he says, stroking his beard wisely. "I had a lucky encounter and made a breakthrough recently." Director Wu is stunned. A breakthrough in this era is nearly impossible. Kyle, meanwhile, can feel a holy aura coming from the old man, making him want to worship him. "Perfect," Pure Yang smirks to himself. This little trick he copied from the senior is pretty effective. San Cheng, however, is panicking. With a real big shot here, he can't stay. What if the old man turns him into BBQ? He needs to run. He sees his chance while everyone is distracted. I only have one shot, he thinks. He bolts from his seat with a powerful dash. He zips past everyone in the room, a blur of fur and Hawaiian shirt. Ha ha ha, he cackles, his tongue lolling out. So long, suckers. Director Wu's eyes go wide. Stop the dog, he yells. Kyle and the agents dash after him. Kyle is terrified. If Sanqing gets away, they'll be finished. But Perfect Pure Yang is perfectly calm. He simply raises 2 fingers. A ribbon of spiritual energy shoots out, a streak of blue light. It wraps around Sanqing, freezing him in place. The dog struggles, his face a mask of terror. What's happening? Why can't I move my body? The master utters a single command. Come. Sanqing is yanked backwards through the air, completely helpless. He slams into the floor with a loud bang. This is animal abuse, he screams, thrashing against his invisible bonds. I'll report you to PETA. The master ignores him and utters another word, seal. The energy tightens, and the dog's mouth is forced shut, muffling his protests. Kyle falls to his knees in front of the Taoist. My name is Kyle, he says, his voice filled with desperate hope. Please accept me as your disciple. Kyle is prostrated on the floor, begging with all his might. Please take me in as your disciple. Tears stream down his face as he pours his heart out, saying he's dreamed of pursuing the Tao since he was a child and is willing to go through anything. Perfect Pure Yang's eyes glow. The boy actually has a spirit root. It's weak, but in this era, that makes him 1 in a million. Just as he's about to speak, Director Wu grabs Kyle's shirt. Rascal, stop causing trouble, the director yells, trying to pull him up. But the master raises a hand. Hold on, he says calmly. It's possible for me to teach you. He looks down at Kyle, his expression stern. He explains that when choosing a disciple, he values character over talent. He offers a deal, a 3-year probationary period. If Kyle passes the test, he will be accepted. Kyle's face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. Really? He asks, his voice cracking with hope. He immediately starts bowing, thanking his new master over and over. The Taoist simply tells him to live his life as usual. He has his own ways of testing him. Director Wu then asks about the dog, who is still splattered against the wall. The master turns. Let me take a look. He forms a hand sign, his palm glowing with blue spiritual energy. He reaches out towards the whimpering dog, who can only watch in terror. With a soft whoosh, the master's hand passes through the dog's chest, his spiritual sense scanning everything inside. His eyes widen in shock. There's a god-tier pill inside this husky's stomach. Its power has already strengthened the dog's body to an incredible degree. He flies into a rage. What a waste! Why was such a godly pill fed to a dumb dog? He wails in despair. If that pill had been given to him, he might have made another breakthrough. Director Wu and Fu Gui can only watch, confused, as the old master starts crying. The master's sorrow quickly turns to fury. "You're pissing me off!" he screams, his eyes glowing. He considers just killing the dog, but realizes the pill has already been tainted by the dog's nature. If he ate it now, he might turn into an idiot himself. He whirls on his new disciple. "Kyle," he barks, "tell me exactly how you found this pill. Don't skip a single detail." Meanwhile, outside Kyle's villa, the sun beats down on an empty street. The massive crowd from the day before has completely vanished. Dahlia and her assistant Zhang Jin stand by a car, looking at the quiet neighborhood. Zhang Jin delivers the bad news. Official channels have confirmed the talking dog was a fake, and Kyle has gone into hiding. Dahlia sighs, disappointed. She supposes they should head back. Their local contact, a young man named Qin Shao, expresses his honor at meeting the famous Velvet Fairy. But then, a sudden idea flashes in Dahlia's mind. That's right! She pulls out her notebook, flipping through the pages. Sitting in the car, she quickly jots down a message. She tears the page out with a sharp rip. She hands the note to Qin Shao, asking him to pass it to Kyle as she wants to meet him in person. He agrees immediately, honored to have helped the Velvet Fairy. Back at the bureau, Kyle has finished his story. And that's what happened. Director Wu and the Master look at each other, skeptical. "You bought it on the internet?" Director Wu asks. "Aren't all of those scams?" But Perfect Pure Yang is having a revelation. The pill's aura, it has the same spiritual qi as Mint Yuqing. But why would Senior Lumo sell such godly pills online? His mind races to an explanation. Unless he's preparing to enter the mortal world by sowing karma? His eyes fly wide with terror. Could it be because that prophesied event is about to happen? "Director Wu," he calls out urgently. He explains he has an urgent matter to confirm and will be gone for a few days. He asks the director to try and suppress anything that happens in his absence. He gives one last grave warning. And remember, unless it is a life-and-death situation, do not go to Mint Yuqing. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you. He asks Kyle if he can contact the seller. Kyle shakes his head miserably. "Nope, I was blocked by that senior after trying to send him money." The Master just nods, muttering that it's typical for experts of that level to be a little quirky. Director Wu then asks what to do about the dog. The Master produces 2 glowing talismans, one for silence and one for locking, to be used if the dog causes a commotion. He hands them over with a stern warning. They are only for controlling the situation. If he finds out they were used for selfish purposes, he'll settle the matter when he gets back. "I'll be back in roughly a week," he says, taking his leave. Director Wu and Kyle are left holding the talismans, sinister grins spreading across their faces as they look over at the helpless dog. Sanqing starts screaming in terror. "What are you holding? Stay back! Not the face!" But in the middle of all the chaos, something else is happening. Miles away, at the base of Mentine, Yuqing Lumo sits peacefully at the tea house, waiting for a meeting that will never happen. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, his expression sharp. The formation that he set up around his home has been triggered. Lumo stands outside the quiet tea house, a hint of disappointment on his face. "Will I have to postpone my meeting with Senior Velvet Fairy?" he wonders. But the feeling at his master's house is more urgent. With a soft whoosh, he disappears, deciding he can always rush back if needed. Back at the bureau headquarters, Sanqing is knocked out cold, a bandage on his head. Kyle stretches, a smug grin on his face. "Heh, it's been a while since I had so much fun," he says, clearly having enjoyed getting payback on his domineering dog. Just then, a female agent enters. "Director Wu," she reports, "we've discovered the package's origin." She explains that the package was delivered from a warehouse near Mount Yuqing. Kyle looks to the director, asking what to do now, but quickly remembers his master's warning not to go near the mountain. Director Wu looks troubled, his brow furrowed in thought. "I don't know either," he admits. He tells Kyle to watch the dog and says he's going to make a call. Stepping into his office, he dials a number. "Hello, Chief?" An old, tired voice answers. "Little Wu, is something wrong? Tell me why you're calling this old bag of bones." Director Wu explains they have a huge problem. The voice on the other end is firm. "Little Wu, don't involve yourself with Mint Yuqing anymore. It's special. Listen to the Taoist and don't cause a commotion." A bead of sweat rolls down Director Wu's face. Even the previous chief is telling him to stand down. The old chief's voice is low and serious. Remember, some things in this world are better left unknown to ordinary people like us. Director Wu hangs up, looking even more stressed than before. Got it." He opens the door and steps back into the main room. Kyle asks what they're going to do. Director Wu's answer is grim. "Nothing. There are things in Montana, Yuqing, that we should never mess with." Kyle is terrified. Even Director Wu is afraid of whatever monster is hiding in those mountains. Just then, his phone starts ringing with a playful ringtone. He nervously asks to answer the call. The caller ID reads, Old Chin. It's his friend, Chin Xiao. He excitedly tells Kyle that a famous live streamer came all the way to his house and even left a note. Kyle takes the note. It's from the goddess herself, Dahlia. She wrote that she also ate a pill and a bunch of other strange things. Director Wu overhears this and his jaw drops. What? Kyle quickly makes an excuse about a poor signal and hangs up the phone. Chin Xiao stares at his phone, confused. Eh? He ended the call? How rude. Director Wu presses Kyle for more information. That live streamer? Is there anything unique about her? Kyle explains she's a TikTok anchor who does cultivation-themed content. What else? The director demands. Nothing? Kyle stammers, trying to think. There was something strange about her looks recently, he blurts out. He explains that she was usually a little pale, but overnight, her entire aura and appearance changed, as if she became healthier and more full of life. He pulls up a photo on his phone to show the director. Look, this is her. He holds the phone out for the director to see. Director Wu stares at the photo, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as a little drool escapes his mouth. He quickly composes himself, clearing his throat. There is indeed something unusual about her looks. His expression turns serious again. All right, let's go find this Dahlia. We can't go to Montani, Yuqing, but we can look for clues from her. Back at the mountain, Lu Mo arrives at his quiet home. He's surprised. His formation has collapsed. He decides to take a look first. He pushes open the door to his master's main hall. Master, he says quietly to the empty room, your unfilial disciple is home. A deep sense of regret washes over him. He should have heeded his master's warning and only left after transcending. He feels there are too many experts in this world. The kindness his master showed him made him lose the caution he'd learned in his previous life. He remembers his master always saying he was too pure and trusting. I don't know if that's really a bad thing, he thinks, his heart heavy. A soft squeak catches his attention. A small mouse scurries across the floor. The mouse zips past him, glowing with a faint golden light. He realizes why he didn't sense another human. It must have been this mouse that broke his formation. He looks towards a sealed door at the back of the room, a place his master said housed an important secret of their sect. His expression hardens with resolve. Since it's essential to their sect, he must protect whatever his master left behind. He places his hand on the wooden door, his palm beginning to glow with a powerful golden light. With a tremendous crash, the door shatters into 1,000 pieces, revealing the darkness within. Lu Mo stands in the doorway of his master's forbidden room, the air inside heavy and still. He remembers his master's warning, enter this place and you may die. Yet the mouse that broke his formation seemed just fine. He steels himself. With his new power, he should be able to hold out long enough to escape. He takes a step inside. He stumbles, a look of shock on his face. His hand flies to his chest. A powerful malice washes over him, causing his entire body to tremble. But just as quickly as it came, the feeling disappears. He looks around, confused. What exactly was the master hiding in here? I must investigate. He summons a ball of light, spiritual energy swirling around his fist. The light solidifies into a glowing sword. He won't have peace of mind until he finds the source of that feeling. But the room is nearly empty. There's just a dusty old computer desk and a basket. He looks around, his light sword illuminating the space. There's nothing special here. His eyes land on the basket, which is covered with a cloth. Could it be inside this? He reaches out and pulls the cloth away, and finds a massive stash of lewd, pixelated DVDs. Lu Mo stares, his face flushing with shock and embarrassment. This is the secret that will deplete my vitality. He quickly covers them back up, completely flustered. "Master, what were you doing in here?" He lets out a sigh of relief, guessing he was just being paranoid. It was just a lie to hide these things. But then, his eyes snap wide. The trembling is back. His heart pounds in his chest. The feeling is getting stronger. The force is so strong, it knocks the desk and basket across the room with a great whoosh. He whirls around, alarmed. There was indeed something amiss. A section of the floor begins to float upwards, revealing a hidden compartment. He cautiously approaches, peering into the dark space below. Inside is a stone box covered in aging talismans. A dark purple aura of pure malice pulses from it. He can feel the powerful evil emanating from the box. This must be what his master was trying to seal. He can see the talismans are already breaking. He doesn't know what's inside, but he knows it can't get out. Tucked beside the box, he finds a folded piece of paper. What's this? He opens it. It's a letter written in his master's familiar handwriting. As he reads, the spectral image of his master appears. "Foolish disciple," the letter begins, "if you're reading this, your master is no longer in this world." The spirit sighs. "I told you not to come in here, yet you refused to listen. I don't believe you really cultivated to the innate realm?" Lu Mo looks down, ashamed. "Sorry, master, I really did." "Forget it," the spirit says, "but first, get rid of all the DVDs in the basket. My great reputation cannot be ruined by those things." Lu Mo thinks to himself, "Reputation? But you didn't have any." The master gets to the point. This evil thing was passed down in his family for 72 generations. They don't know what's inside, but it must never be opened. The spirit's voice is grave. "I repeat, do not open this box. The consequences will be unimaginable." He gives one final instruction. "If you have the chance, bring this to the heir of the Tao sect." The spectral image fades. Lu Mo knows this thing is dangerous, but where is he supposed to find the heir of the Tao sect? He sighs, deciding to just seal it with his own power for now. With a burst of energy and a mischievous grin, he adds a few more seals for good measure. At that exact moment, a deep rumble shakes a large warehouse somewhere in the city. A swirling mass of dark purple energy floats among the crates. Odd, it seems to think. Why? I felt the aura of my companion. Why did it suddenly disappear? The entity whirls in agitation. What happened? I must find out. With a great whoosh, it shoots out of the warehouse. Far away, in the majestic Kunlun Mountains, perfect, pure Yang leads his disciple up a seemingly endless flight of stone stairs. Fu Ge pants, completely exhausted. "Master, we've been climbing for over an hour. When will we get there?" "We're here," the master says, stopping. Fu Ge looks around, confused. "Master, there's nothing here but fog and more stairs." The master simply takes out a golden talisman. It buzzes with power, glowing brightly in his hand. "Appear!" he commands, and a blinding flash of light erupts. A great howl echoes as the illusion shatters. The fog dissipates with a powerful whoosh, revealing what was hidden. A grand, ancient temple complex appears from the mist, its foundations rumbling. The master turns to his awestruck disciple. "Come, let your master show you a new world." He gestures towards the hidden sect, his expression full of pride. "This is the true world of cultivators. Way up in the misty Kunlun Mountains, hidden from the busy world below, sits this quiet sect. But things are about to shake up, because an old man is rushing back with some wild news. Disciples sweep the stone paths, everything calm and routine, with no clue about the trouble heading their way. A young disciple spots them, and his eyes light up. "It's the great custodian." "You're back." Fu Ge stops dead, his brain spinning. His master is the great custodian here. That title sounds way too big for the guy he knows. In the main hall, every disciple drops what they're doing and bows low. "Greetings, great custodian," they say together, full of deep respect. Fugui stands there sweating, totally confused. Is this the same old guy who wastes time on live streams? It all feels like a weird dream. Perfect, pure Yang stands tall and asks where the Tao leader is. A disciple says she's cultivating on Cloud Sea Peak. He nods, calm as ever. He points to Fugui and says, "This is my disciple, your Uncle Master." The group cheers loudly. "Greetings, Uncle Master." Whispers spread. Anyone the great custodian picks must be talented. Training with him is like 10 years on your own. Fugui overhears and blushes, starting to feel pretty special. Perfect, pure Yang snaps him out of it. "Follow me to the back mountains." Still in a daze from all the respect, Fugui just nods and agrees. They climb a steep stone staircase, winding up into the foggy peaks step by step. On the way, perfect pure Yang warns him, "When you meet the Tao leader, keep quiet and be polite." Fugui promises, trying to look serious. But inside, Fugui's mind races with awe. The leader of the whole sect? He wonders what this powerful figure looks like. He pictures a wise old immortal with a white beard, floating on clouds, knowing everything. The idea gets him excited, heart pounding. They reach the top, facing a huge wooden door carved into the cliff. "We're here, Perfect," Pure Yang says, his voice serious. He knocks hard, announcing they're there. The doors creak open, letting out a bright glow from inside. Fugui's eyes widen in shock. This isn't what he imagined at all. There's a little girl with long white hair and ribbons, in a frilly blue dress. She waves with a small smile. "Junior brother, you're back!" Perfect, Pure Yang looks surprised, and Fugui freezes. Junior brother? This kid is his master's senior? Fugui's thoughts spiral. She's the Tao leader? She looks like a child. And why call Master Junior brother? Suddenly she grabs his chin, checks him out, and says he's improved. Then she teases Pure Yang about being a perverted old guy with weird tastes. Brushing off the tease, Perfect Pure Yang asks what she thinks of his disciple. Her eyes glow with intense blue power, filling the air with overwhelming energy. Fugui feels terrified, like her stare cuts right through him, exposing every hidden thought. He stands exposed, nothing left to hide, his fear building. Frozen in place, he senses her power could end him in an instant if she chose. She releases him and tells, Pure Yang, the disciple's talent is solid, his heart steady. A good one to train. Pure Yang beams with pride. Of course, he's my disciple. Pure Yang puts an arm around Fugui and introduces her. This is my senior brother, Nangong Qian. Call her Master Uncle. Fugui hesitates. She's clearly a girl, so maybe Master Aunt? Pure Yang whispers. She prefers senior brother, and I can't argue with her strength, so we go along. Giving up, Fugui bows. Greetings, Master Uncle. Nangong Qian smiles, eyes closed, looking pleased. She turns and walks deeper inside, telling Fugui to wait. She needs to talk privately with his master. With a wave, green energy surges, creating a rumbling barrier that seals the room. Fugui watches in awe. Pure Yang nods, impressed. Creating a barrier so easily. You've gotten even stronger, senior brother. Her face turns serious. What kind of powerful saint did you run into down in the mortal world? Pure Yang's expression darkens. An expert at the top of this world, he says, his voice mixing wonder and worry. In the sealed space, with incense smoke drifting, he shares every detail of his strange meeting with Lu Mo. And that's how it went, he finishes, the story hanging in the air. He waits across from her, the heavy truth settling between them. Nangong Qian looks grave. When ancient evil stirs, hidden guardians will rise too. She explains using a sacred mirror to glimpse the future, costing her 10 years of life. The vision warned of a heaven-devouring wolf bringing disaster. But the future can change, and she's working to shift it, along with others. Pure Yang stares in shock, struggling to process it. How is this possible? She describes an ancient evil that devours life for immortality, surviving through the ages to cause chaos. Old sects united to seal it away since they couldn't destroy it. But it needs to feed, so every 60 years or so, a piece escapes to rampage. Pure Yang panics. It's only been about 180 years since the last one. Our sects are too weak now to handle it. She stays calm. The same fading energy that hurt us has weakened the evil too. After thousands of years sealed, it's not as strong. If top experts unite, we might win. Hope flickers in his eyes. Really? Yes, she says firmly. That's why I'll call a meeting of all major sects to fight this evil together. But Pure Yang worries too many experts died last time. There might not be enough left to help. We have to try, she says, and that expert you met, do everything to bring him in. We'll need every bit of strength. He nods, determined. I'll do my best. While ancient masters plot in the quiet of the mountains, a far more immediate darkness stalks the glittering city below. Inside a loud, flashy bar, a man tries his luck, suggesting he and the woman beside him find a more private place. She plays along, a sly smile on her face as she asks if he's sure he can handle it. He chuckles, telling her he wouldn't dare, unless, of course, she wanted him to. The air is thick with flirtation, but beneath it, something feels predatory. Just then, a man with blondish hair arrives at their table, looking like he's on a blind date. He apologizes for the traffic, but as the first guy leads the woman away, his friendly demeanor vanishes. His eyes turn cold and serious. This was never just a date. Out in a dark, secluded alley, the first man thinks he's about to get lucky. He pulls the woman close, whispering that she's the most beautiful person he's ever seen. She leans in close, her voice a low purr as she traces his jawline and asks if he'd mind if she ate him up. He's completely clueless, grinning as he tells her to go right ahead. A fatal mistake. Could, she whispers, and in an instant her human mask shatters. Her mouth splits open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth in a grotesque, inhuman grin. Her neck stretches out with a sickening crack, her eyes glowing with pure hunger as she lunges for the terrified man. With one horrific bite, it's all over. A spray of red paints the alley wall, the only trace of the man who stood there moments before. The creature, back in her human form, licks the blood from her lips with a satisfied, chilling smile. Delicious. Suddenly, a bolt of golden light crashes down from above, shaking the alley with a powerful rumble. A massive explosion erupts as the divine energy collides with the creature's dark aura. The demonic power struggles, but it's being consumed by the pure golden light. The demon's true form, a shadowy tadpole-like creature, is ripped from its vessel and trapped within a shimmering cage of light. The blonde-haired man stands there, clenching his fist and muttering in frustration. This was his 142nd marriage interview, and once again it was ruined by one of these damned things. The shadowy creature hisses, recognizing its hunter. A watchman! You people can all go to hell. For centuries, the Watchmen have been the secret guardians of the mortal world, hunting these horrors from the shadows. In a desperate act of defiance, the creature fires a sharp, dark projectile straight at him. But the Watchman sidesteps it with ease, his movements fluid and practiced, his eyes narrow. His patience has run out. He raises his hand, gathering his own power into a sphere of blindingly bright light. He lunges forward, aiming directly for the trapped creature, his face a mask of fury. With a furious roar, he unleashes all of his pent-up frustration. Can't you things just let me find a wife in peace? A massive beam of golden energy erupts from his hand, slamming into the demon. The pure light overwhelms the darkness, driving it deep into the ground with immense force. The Watchman smirks, comparing the demon's struggle to a bug trying to stop a car. With a snap of his fingers, he prepares to end it. The golden energy surges, completely engulfing the last of the creature's dark form. The remaining shadow buzzes violently, resisting its fate, but it's useless. The light shatters its very essence. As the creature vanishes, the gruesome truth of its feasting is revealed. The alley floor is littered with the half-eaten remains of its previous victims, a horrifying testament to its hunger. The watchman looks over the grim scene, his expression hardening. Just how many people had this monster devoured? A tiny wisp of the creature's energy tries to dart away. Trying to run? He scoffs, already one step ahead. He uncorks a small ceramic bottle, and a powerful vortex of golden light shoots out, sucking the remnant in. There's no escape. He smirks, muttering that it deserved this for ruining his interview. Now he just has to call the cleanup crew. But just then, his phone rings. The caller ID reads, "Old Dog Pure Yang." He answers, already annoyed. "Pure Yang, you old fossil, what do you want?" On the other end, the Taoist master sounds far too cheerful, asking how his date went. That's the last straw. The watchman, Sun Jiefeng, explodes, yelling that, of course Pure Yang is calling just to mock him. He rants about being over 100 years old and still single, while Pure Yang's own disciples are tying the knot. "Spit it out or I'm hanging up." Pure Yang sighs, remarking on Sun Jiefeng's notoriously bad temper before getting to the point. "We're holding a gathering of immortal sects on the 15th of next month. I hope the watchman can attend." Sun Jiefeng scoffs, saying they're too busy with the recent surge of demons to waste time at some party. And that's when Pure Yang's voice drops, all traces of humor gone. He delivers the news that changes everything. The seal is weakening. Sun Jiefeng freezes. The anger drains from his face, replaced by disbelief. "Impossible," he says. "We reinforced it just 3 cycles ago." But he knows Pure Yang wouldn't lie about this. The gravity of the situation hits him hard. "All right," he says, his voice now grim and determined. "The watchman will be there." Pure Yang, ever the instigator, is thrilled. As compensation, he offers to set Sun Jiefeng up with the Fairy of Purple Dawn. But Sun Jiefeng knows exactly who that is and roars into the phone. "Are you kidding me?" "Pure Yang, you old dog. That woman is a giant. She's taller and heavier than I am. She's an ogre." With a furious crunch, his phone shatters in his hand. He screams into the dead air, promising that if Pure Yang ever pulls a stunt like that again, he'll personally fly to Kunlun to beat him to a pulp. With one ancient faction joining the fight, 2 very different worlds are about to collide, all because one naive cultivator is about to get a very confusing invitation. Back in the Kunlun Mountains, Fu Guai is still trying to wrap his head around everything. He asks his master how Sun Jiefeng, the watchman, even practices his craft when there are so few powerful cultivators left in the world. "Perfect," Pure Yang just scoffs, mocking Sun Jiefeng for being over 100 and never having a girlfriend. But Fu Guai cleverly points out that his master doesn't have one either, earning him a swift bonk on the head. Pure Yang huffs that he has dedicated his life to the Tao, a far nobler path. His mood suddenly turns somber. He explains that ever since the heaven gates were sealed, the path of cultivation has been all but severed. Fu Guai asks if these are the same gates from novels, where immortals ascend to a higher realm. Pure Yang tells him the truth is much darker. The only thing they know for sure is that the heaven gates existed to devour the spiritual energy of the mortal world. Fu Guai is shocked, believing the gates were supposed to be a path to salvation. Pure Yang continues, explaining that as the gates consumed more and more spiritual energy, the number of cultivators in the world began to plummet. To stop their world from being drained dry, the most powerful experts of that era sacrificed their lives to seal the gates. It saved the world, but it also made true immortality nearly impossible to achieve. Fu Guai can only wonder what could possibly be behind those gates. "That is not something you are ready to know," Pure Yang says gravely. "For now, Their only hope is to find a solution at the gathering of immortal sects. Meanwhile, in the city, another gathering is being planned. Dahlia and her assistant, Jong Jin, walk into a coffee shop to meet a potential lead. It's Kyle, the young man whose dog was transformed by the pill. He waves them over, and as they sit, Dahlia immediately asks about the dog. Kyle explains that a talking husky was causing too much chaos, so he had to be locked up. Kyle is completely starstruck. He can't help but think Dahlia is even more beautiful in person, with a mysterious and dignified aura around her. Dahlia gets straight to the point. She needs to know everything: how his dog was transformed, and more importantly, where he got that pill. Kyle starts to explain, telling them it all began when he was just scrolling through TikTok one day. When he mentions he bought the pill online for 100 yuan, Dahlia and her assistant are stunned. Kyle quickly adds that he was just messing around and never thought it would actually be real. Dahlia presses him for the sender's address, but all Kyle knows is that it came from somewhere in Mo City. He says the system is weirdly restricting him from seeing the exact location. Dahlia sighs in disappointment. She's already spent a fortune buying every miracle pill she could find online, but none of them were genuine. Just then, Jung Jin has a brilliant idea. What if they hosted a conference for all the cultivation streamers? They could share clues, or maybe even lure the mysterious seller out into the open. Dahlia's eyes light up. It's perfect. Swept up in the excitement, Kyle declares, "Then let's call it the Gathering of Immortal Sects." He eagerly volunteers to handle all the preparations, and just like that, the plan is set. Kyle will book the venue. Jong Jin will handle the event planning, and Dahlia will use her fame to invite every streamer she can. Far away in his quiet home, Lu Mo is completely oblivious to the fact that he's now the target of a massive citywide manhunt. He's deep in meditation, contemplating the nature of his existence. Crisis and opportunity, calamity and blessing, are they really so different? A powerful golden aura begins to swirl around him as he sinks into a state of deep enlightenment. His understanding of the Tao deepens. He realizes true power isn't about good or evil, but finding the balance between them. A massive pillar of golden light erupts from his hut and shoots into the sky, signaling a major breakthrough in his cultivation. Lu Mo opens his eyes, a faint smile on his face. He's reached the 4th stage of the innate realm. He feels stronger now, more able to protect himself. Just then, his phone buzzes. It's a call from Velvet Fairy. He's surprised. He wonders why a senior like her would be calling him. Sitting beside the cursed box his master left behind, he answers the call. On the other end, Dahlia begins her formal invitation. "Hello. I will be hosting the Gathering of Immortal Sects at Mo City's International Grand Hotel in 7 days. Lu Mo is stunned. Gathering of Immortal Sects? The name alone sounds incredibly important. He's confused. Why would someone at his low level get a personal invitation? Noticing his hesitation, Dahlia worries he's still upset about their missed meeting. She quickly begins to apologize, explaining that something urgent came up. She tells him how she tried to rush over as soon as she could, but by the time she reached the cafe, the staff said he had already left. "I'm really sorry," she says, her voice full of genuine regret. "I sincerely hope you'll attend the gathering this time." Lu Mo is deeply touched. He thinks to himself that Senior Velvet Fairy is truly concerned about him. In 2 lifetimes, she's the first person besides his mother to ever show him this kind of care. Beaming with happiness, he enthusiastically accepts. "Thank you for the invitation, Senior. I'll be sure to arrive on time." Dahlia smiles, relieved. "All right," she says. "See you there." After hanging up, Dahlia lets out a long sigh. Jong Jin gives her a teasing look. "Dahlia, I've never seen you so concerned about a guy before. Are you actually interested in him?" Dahlia looks out the window, her expression thoughtful. "No," she says. I can't explain it, but my gut just tells me he's special. Back in his hut, Lumo is still giddy with excitement. How could he possibly refuse when the senior Velvet Fairy herself invited him? He then has a more serious thought. This gathering would be the perfect opportunity to ask the other experts for help with this cursed box. And since he just powered up, he can refine some new pills and get advice from the alchemy masters at the event. His mind is made up. He's determined to go all out and make sure he doesn't embarrass the senior who showed him such kindness. But as he basks in his motivation, a dark, sinister energy silently pulses from the sealed box, a quiet reminder of the ancient danger he's about to carry into a world of fakes. Two separate gatherings of immortal sects are now on a collision course, and the masters of the real cultivation world are about to get drawn into a convention of fakes. Perfect Pure. Yang and Fugui return to the Supernatural Events Bureau, where their new disciple, Kyle, greets them. He excitedly tells his master about the gathering of immortal sects. He's helping organize and asks if he wants to join. Perfect Pure Yang is taken aback. He asks if Kyle is serious, scoffing at a bunch of mortals daring to use such a sacred name. He wonders if they aren't afraid of being struck by lightning for their arrogance. Kyle, completely missing the point, just cheerfully confirms that Director Wu gave them the green light. He explains that their main goal is to find clues about the mysterious person selling those immortal pills. Perfect. Pure Yang waves a dismissive hand. He has no time for a mortal publicity stunt and turns to leave, saying he has more important things to do. But Kyle has one last trick up his sleeve. "That's a shame," he says slyly. "We invited a lot of female streamers, since Senior Brother Fugui said you're a big fan." Fugui instantly starts sweating, and Pure Yang freezes in his tracks. Perfect Pure Yang clears his throat, quickly changing his tune. He declares that since they're using the name of the immortal sects, they can't possibly host it without a real cultivator. "I suppose I can make an appearance," he says. Behind him, Fugui is mortified by his master's shamelessness. Kyle is thrilled. "Great! You can show them some real skills." But Pure Yang has a more pressing question on his mind. "These female streamers you mentioned?" he asks, a little too eagerly. "Who are they?" Kyle explains they've invited nearly every streamer in the cultivation scene, but the main host is the one and only Velvet Fairy. At the mention of Dahlia's name, a glint appears in Pure Yang's eyes. Maybe this trip will be worth it after all. Suddenly, he bolts for the door. Kyle calls out, asking where he's going, but Pure Yang just says he has something to take care of. He's off to recruit the true senior expert for the real war. In a flash, he arrives back at the serene mountains where Lumo lives. Inside the hut, Lumo is hard at work, pouring his spiritual energy into his alchemy furnace. With a final surge of power, a fresh batch of 5 shimmering golden pills materializes inside. He carefully picks one up, its surface glowing with potent energy. He thinks to himself that these marrow-washing pills are even better than the last batch. With these, he feels he can attend the meeting without embarrassing the senior Velvet Fairy. Just then, a voice calls out from outside. It's Perfect Pure Yang, respectfully announcing his arrival. Pure Yang stands at the edge of the property, bowing politely as he asks to speak with Senior Lumo about an important matter. Lumo panics. He's back again. He worries the old man wants to ask more questions about cultivation, and he knows he can't keep up the act forever. He decides to buy himself some time. He projects his voice outside, declaring that he's in closed-door cultivation and can't be disturbed. Come back in 3 days. Pure Yang is disappointed but also relieved, thinking that at least this senior is gentle and didn't just kill him for the interruption. He apologizes for the disturbance and promises to return. As he leaves, he realizes this works out perfectly. With 3 days to spare, he has just enough time to attend Kyle's little meeting. Back in his hut, Lumo sighs. He knows he can't stay here much longer if masters like that can find him so easily. For now, he decides to focus on cultivating, feeling his spiritual energy reaching a critical point. He believes he's ready to break through to the next stage. He sits down to meditate, and a powerful aura of blue and gold energy roars to life around him. But as his spiritual power surges, it begins to react with the cursed box sitting nearby. The box starts to glow with a faint golden light, drawn to the pure energy filling the room. But then, the light twists, turning into a fiery, malevolent red. Lumo's eyes snap open as a wave of intense, primal fear washes over him. He recognizes this feeling instantly. It's the same overwhelming dread he felt in his master's forbidden room. He whips his head around, his eyes locking onto the source of the terror. It's the box! A powerful shockwave of dark red energy erupts from the container. It rips through the small hut, scattering herbs and alchemy materials everywhere. The dark energy acts like a vortex, violently sucking all the scattered ingredients towards the box. It even begins to pull at his alchemy furnace, dragging the heavy stone vessel across the floor. Lumo is trapped in a chaotic whirlwind of energy and debris. The heavy furnace scrapes across the floor, drawn by an irresistible force. Thinking fast, Lumo grabs onto the massive furnace, trying to stop it from being consumed. "This is not good," he yells. But the pull is far too strong. He's thrown through the air like a rag doll. He lands hard near the table, watching as the box continues to pulse with an evil red light. Knowing he has to stop it now, Lumo channels all of his own spiritual energy into a powerful sealing technique. The box rattles violently, fighting back against the golden light of the seal. A silent, horrifying scream of pure energy erupts from the box as it struggles to break free. Suddenly, a flash of red light shoots out from the box and strikes Lumo directly. His mind is instantly flooded with terrifying visions, his heart beating violently, flashes of his own bloody demise in his past life, the chaos of a ruined world. His senses are thrown into disarray as his emotions run wild. He snaps out of it, gasping for breath. A horrifying realization dawns on him. This box is far more dangerous than he ever imagined. He has to reinforce the seals. He frantically pours more and more of his power into the seal, layering it again and again with shimmering golden light. Finally, the box grows quiet, its malevolent energy contained once more. Lumo collapses, panting heavily as he stares at the box in terror. What is inside this thing, he wonders. The power is too terrifying. He clutches his head, still reeling from the psychic assault. He knows that if his will had been any weaker, he would have lost his mind. Holding the now resealed box, his resolve hardens into steel. This thing is too dangerous to keep. "I have to hand this over to a senior expert at the meeting," he declares. His decision is made. While our heroes prepare for a gathering of fakes, the real protectors of the world are getting suspicious. At the Watchman's headquarters, hidden away in a traditional courtyard, news of the event has arrived. A flashy ad for the gathering of immortal sects plays on a phone, promising the appearance of a true immortal. The ad even teases the return of the famous talking dog, San Qing, urging everyone to witness the spectacle. Sun Jiafeng, the leader of the Watchmen, smirks at the ad. He finds the idea amusing, but then a flicker of recognition crosses his face. That silhouette, it looks vaguely familiar. One of his subordinates laughs it off as just a show. After all, when it comes to hunting real demons, that job falls to them. Another, a big, brawny man, grins. "That's right. Hey, boss, why don't we go over there and find you a wife?" Sun Jifeng laughs, then yells at them to get lost and stop worrying about his love life. But then his expression turns serious. He tells them he's leaving for the real gathering at Kunlun in a few days. With the recent spike in demon activity, he has a bad feeling about this mortal event and wants his men to check it out. "That was an order," he booms, cutting off their protests. He reminds them that the Watchmen aren't the only hidden power in the world. Many other factions exist, each with their own ways. He lists them off: the Orthodox Tao cultivators, the exorcists from Shaanxi, the medicine sects hidden deep in the mountains. And though they rarely interact, he knows for a fact that they all have hidden experts among them. The same goes for demons and evil cultivators. Their mission is to protect mortals from all of these threats. His men stand at attention, the weight of their duty settling upon them. 2 days later, the day of the streamer convention arrives. A streamer is broadcasting live from the entrance, welcoming his viewers to the grand opening of the Gathering of Immortal Sects. He gestures to the massive hotel behind him, boasting that it was renovated for over half a month just for this event. He then introduces the event's organizer, Kyle, the wealthy heir who's footing the bill. Just then, a popular female streamer arrives, and the crowd goes wild. Kyle gets excited, pointing her out and reminding everyone that he's the owner of the famous talking dog. Far from the flashing cameras, Director Wu of the government's Supernatural Bureau gets a grim report. There were 132 cases of disappearances just last night. His subordinate confirms it, adding that 11 of those cases were in this city alone. The sheer number is shocking. "This isn't normal," he says, his face grave. He orders patrols to be increased immediately. He also orders his men to monitor all large civilian gatherings to ensure public safety. As they scramble to follow his orders, the crowd outside the hotel erupts again. More internet celebrities arrive, a muscular streamer flexing for his fans while a wealthy one gets mobbed by people begging for money. In the crowd, Perfect Pure Yang gossips with another attendee, both of them impressed by Kyle's generosity for hosting such a lavish event. They marvel at the custom-built Immortal Ascension podium, admiring how the organizers went all out to make it feel like something from a fantasy novel. A hostess welcomes them inside, and as they enter, Perfect Pure Yang looks a little too happy to be surrounded by the beautiful staff. Inside the main hall, a massive holographic dragon roars above the stage, an impressive welcome for the guests. Perfect Pure Yang and his friend are blown away. If this is just the entrance, they can only imagine what the main event will be like. Backstage, Dahlia peeks through the curtain, amazed at the massive crowd that's shown up. She thanks her team for their hard work. Her assistant reports that their promo video has over 100 million views and has been trending all day. She adds that big companies are now calling, wanting to sponsor them. Dahlia can't believe they've attracted this much attention. Nearby, Sanching the husky lounges with a cigar, completely unimpressed. He scoffs that once he takes the stage, he'll be the #1 trend on the entire internet. He asks where that old fossil, Perfect Pure Yang, is. Fuguai explains that his master is preparing to give his best performance. And we see exactly what kind of preparing he's doing, surrounded by adoring female streamers, reading their palms and giving them cheesy fortunes. He's in heaven, basking in the attention as the ladies flock around him. Meanwhile, Dahlia looks out at the crowd, a single thought on her mind. I wonder if Lu Mo is coming. At that very moment, a figure in elegant white robes steps onto the pavement outside the hotel. It's Lu Mo. He's arrived. He's wearing his master's old robes, hoping his master would forgive him for not being able to afford anything new. He pulls out his phone and reads a text from Dahlia, telling him to use the back entrance where someone will be waiting. He sighs, assuming he's too weak to be allowed through the front. He walks past the screaming fans, a solitary, quiet figure in a sea of noise. At the back entrance, a man in a traditional outfit greets him. Lu Mo introduces himself, and the man leads him backstage. As he's led through the lavish hallways, Lu Mo is in awe. He thinks that only a top-tier sect could afford an event of this scale. But he's also confused. He sees so many mortals, and the few cultivators he senses are incredibly weak. Even the man the senior Velvet Fairy sent to greet him is just a normal person. His paranoid mind jumps to a conclusion. Maybe there's an unspoken rule among the real experts to hide their power, to avoid hurting the mortals or causing a destructive clash. Terrified of making a mistake and offending a hidden master, he immediately suppresses his own immense spiritual energy, worried he might not even know how he died. He follows the guide down the hall, now doing his best to appear completely ordinary. But just as he passes, two sinister figures appear in the hallway. A woman with sharp, cruel eyes and a hulking, bald man. "Is this the place?" the man grunts. The woman's eyes gleam with predatory hunger. They must be close. I can smell their fragrance. The man licks his lips greedily, muttering that once they eat those two, they'll be one step closer to their revival. As Lumo is led towards the stage, completely unaware of the real danger lurking just behind him, the woman lets out a soft, sinister laugh. Backstage at the gathering of immortal sects, Lumo has finally arrived. An assistant knocks on Dahlia's dressing room door, and her friend, Zhang Jin, opens it. The moment she sees Liu Mo standing there in his elegant robes, she's completely stunned, a faint blush creeping across her face. The guide announces that it's a guest invited by Miss Velvet Fairy. Hearing this, Dahlia excitedly pushes past her friend, asking if Slowly Cultivating has arrived. And there they are, face to face for the first time. For a moment, they just stand there, sizing each other up. Lumo is completely captivated. He thinks to himself that Senior Velvet Fairy is as beautiful as a goddess. He can even feel a faint but pure spiritual energy coming from her, and in his mind, it's definitive proof she's a powerful cultivator from a major sect. Dahlia is equally impressed, but for very different reasons. She thinks he's even more handsome in person, and can't believe he looks better than a beauty filter. In the next room, Sanqing the husky looks over and asks who the new guy is. But as he speaks, his sharp senses pick something up, a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. His eyes narrow. He senses cultivation from both Fuguai, the disciple of an old master, and from the new arrival. His gaze sharpens as he realizes even the dog standing next to him has cultivation. Lu Mo, feeling the different auras, is relieved he restrained his own power. He's now certain this place is filled with hidden experts. How else could a mere dog possess spiritual energy? He's so lost in thought, he doesn't even notice the dog's cigarette has fallen from its mouth in shock. The dog lets out a surprised bark. Fu Gui, completely oblivious, just asks if he burned himself. "Burn your ass," Sanqing growls, his face dead serious. "I felt a strong aura just now." Back in the main room, Dahlia happily tells Zhang Jin she'll take Lu Mo to his seat and leads him away. Left behind, Zhang Jin huffs about her friend, ditching her for a boy, and slams the door shut. She turns around, only to come face to face with the husky. Sanqing gets right in her face and starts sniffing. "What are you doing?" she yelps. "It's only natural a loser like you wouldn't feel it," the dog says condescendingly. I sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy. It seems someone important has arrived. Enraged, Zhang Jin grabs his face and shoves him away. "Who are you calling a loser?" Fu Gui asks if he's talking about his master, Perfect Pure Yang. But Sanqing just scoffs, saying there's no way he wouldn't recognize that shitty old man's aura. The dog murmurs, "Hold on," and rushes to the door, trying to catch the scent again. "It's gone," he says, frustrated. Zhang Jin, having had enough drama, gives him a swift kick, sending him flying. As Dahlia leads Lu Mo through the hall, he tries to get her attention. "Excuse me." He reaches out and gently takes her hand to stop her. Dahlia lets out a little squeak, completely startled. Liu Mo immediately panics, thinking he was too abrupt and might have offended the fairy. His mind races. It's the first time he's ever held a girl's hand. Even in his panic, he can't help but notice how soft it is. He quickly regains his composure, reminding himself that this is a gathering of profound sects and he can't afford to be rude. He bows deeply, telling her it's an honor to meet so many powerful figures, all thanks to her gracious invitation. Dahlia just stares at him, completely charmed. She thinks he's still in character and is impressed by his dedication. So attractive, she thinks, if only today's idols were half as dedicated as him. Lumo sees her silent reaction and starts to worry again. Did I say something wrong? A woman's heart is more complicated than the Tao itself. Dahlia snaps out of her daze and apologizes, explaining that the opening ceremony is about to start as she leads him toward his seat. As they walk, they pass a couple of other streamers. One of them, Taoist Lanbo, is complaining to a friend about his account getting suspended for selling fake pills. Lanbo is furious. The topic makes him even angrier, reminding him of an old alchemy furnace he used for his videos. He grumbles that he sold it to some kid a while back. His friend is shocked anyone would actually buy it. Lanbo explains that the kid kept begging, so he sold it for a small sum. But right after that, this new rival started selling pills, and all his own customers disappeared. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in his head. His account was suspended right after he sold the furnace. He furiously concludes the kid must have reported him out of jealousy. I won't let him get away with it if I ever see him, he vows. Just then, his friend points toward the person walking with Dahlia. They watch as Dahlia gracefully leads Lumo through the crowd. She shows him to a seat right at the front. This is your seat. The show is about to start. She tells him to wait there and that she'll be back soon, then heads off to prepare. Lumo is thrilled. She gave me such a great seat, he thinks. The fairy is truly kind. But just as he's celebrating his success, a hand touches his shoulder and a woman's voice coos, "Little brother." A female streamer leans in close, asking if he's the famous Slowly Cultivating. In an instant, Lumo is completely swarmed by a crowd of female streamers, all asking for his contact info or offering to dual cultivate. The commotion catches the attention of Perfect Pure Yang, who is sitting nearby. He turns, his face red with anger. Who dares to steal my girls? Lumo looks over, startled by the furious voice. And then, their eyes meet. Perfect. Pure Yang's face drains of all color, his anger replaced by pure, absolute terror. The expert, he thinks. Why is he here? The convention has turned into a minefield of misunderstandings. After being swarmed by fans, Lumo is now face-to-face with a very familiar and very angry old man. It's Taoist Lanbo, the troll streamer who sold him the alchemy furnace. He's seething with misplaced rage, convinced he's finally found the person who ruined his career. I finally caught that ungrateful brat, Lanbo growls to his friend. I'm going to get him. He storms toward Lumo. But Lumo is still surrounded by a crowd of female streamers who are happily fawning over him. They ask Lumo who the screaming old man is, and even Perfect Pure Yang, watching from the side, is confused by the sudden commotion. Taoist Lanbo points an accusatory finger. You damn brat who sells fake pills. How dare you trick me, he bellows. Today, I'm going to deliver justice on behalf of the heavens. Lumo instantly recognizes him. It's the expert who sold him the furnace. Based on his videos, Lumo believes he must be at least an 8th-level pill master. His mind races. Why is the master so angry? He lands on a mortifying conclusion. The master must think the pills he made were so low grade they were an insult to his furnace. Before he can respond, the female streamers leap to his defense. That's bullshit, one of them shouts. Our little Slowly isn't like you. You just look obscene. They all start piling on, criticizing Lanbo's messy appearance and telling him he can't even compare to Lumo. Pushed to his limit, Lanbo snaps, "Fine, you all. Fine." The other attendees just watch the drama unfold. He turns his rage on the women, pointing a finger at them menacingly. "Do you women even know?" But before he can continue, a calm voice cuts through the air, speaking directly into his mind. "Senior, please calm down." Lambo freezes, confused. The voice, audible only to him, continues. "It's me, slowly cultivating. Let's talk this out." Wanting to avoid a scene, Lumo adds, "This is an immortal gathering. There are many powerful seniors here. Why don't we settle this later?" Lanbo completely misinterprets this. He thinks Lumo is chickening out and shouts to the crowd, "Did you hear that?" He gave in. He wants to settle this personally. The streamers are furious. "Are you insane? He didn't say anything." They call him a lunatic and start shouting for security. Enraged, Lambo puffs out his chest. "I'm also a cultivator. I'll beat you up." But as he prepares to strike, a horrifying realization hits him. He was so angry he almost missed it. Only he heard that voice. His face drains of all color. He knows sound transmission. A cold dread washes over him. He remembers his own master telling him that sound transmission is a technique only those in the Golden Core realm can use. He remembers the rumors of real immortals being here. In that moment, he understands. He's been trying to pick a fight with a genuine god. His knees buckle under the sudden weight of terror. "I was joking," he screams, slamming his head onto the floor in a desperate kowtow. "Lord Immortal, please forgive me." Everyone is baffled. One moment he was furious. The next, he's on the ground begging. Lumo is just as confused, wondering why a powerful expert is bowing to a nobody like him. Lambo scrambles to his feet and flees, screaming for the immortal to spare him, leaving the streamers to shake their heads at the lunatic. Watching from the side, Perfect Pure Yang breathes a sigh of relief, thankful the senior was merciful and didn't just smack the fool into dust. Taoist Lanbo sprints down the hallway, trying to escape as fast as he can. But he's stopped by Kyle, the event's host, who recognizes him from his videos. Kyle grabs him, reminding Lanbo that he bought a lot of his so-called rejuvenation pills. Lanbo immediately starts begging for mercy, thinking he's about to be shaken down over his fake products. But Kyle doesn't want money. He asks if Lanbo knows the immortal who sold the real pills. Lanbo is confused. "Eat your ass! The dog ate it!" Kyle screams, completely losing it. "My dog ate the pill and now he can talk. I didn't even get a bite. I'm going crazy." The final pieces click into place for Taoist Lanbo. The kid he sold the furnace to is a real immortal, and the pills he thought were fakes were genuine immortal pills. The realization is too much. This is too outrageous. His mind completely shatters. He just stands there, empty and broken. Back in the main hall, an announcement is made that the opening ceremony will begin in 5 minutes. Lumo sighs in relief as the crowd of female streamers finally scatters. But his peace is short-lived. A voice calls out, "Senior! Senior Lumo!" It's Perfect Pure Yang, approaching with a forced, casual smile. "Senior Lumo, it seems you are in a good mood and decided to join the fun?" Lumo is stunned. Why is he here too? He just stammers, completely unsure of what to say. All he can manage is a simple, "Huh?" Before he can say more, another man steps in. It's an arrogant streamer named Joe Lay. He points at Lumo and says, "Who are you? How dare a nobody without any background sit here? Do you think you're worthy to be on equal footing with the great Pure Yang Taoist?" Perfect Pure Yang is screaming internally. Where did this idiot come from? Why did he have to involve me? He tries to intervene, but Jolay stops him. "There's no need to trouble yourself, Taoist," Jolay says with a confident smile. "I, Jolay, will handle this for you. He thinks to himself that the only real immortal here is pure Yang Taoist. If he defends the immortal's honor, he's sure to be rewarded. He turns back to Lu Mo with a condescending glare. You, get up and stand at the back. Don't ruin the Taoist's mood. If you don't move, don't blame me for being rude. Perfect Pure Yang is panicking. It's over. That idiot completely enraged the immortal. There's nothing I can do now. But Zhou Lei completely misreads Pure Yang's terrified look, thinking the immortal is praising him with his eyes. Lu Mo just stares back, his expression cold and unreadable, as Zhou Lei asks, "Which sector you from? Who's your master?" The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Zhou Lei stands ready to fight, while Pure Yang can only watch in absolute horror. The tension at the streamer convention is about to snap. An arrogant fool has just challenged a god, and the consequences will change everything. My sect, my master? Zhou Lei sneers, completely underestimating the man in front of him. Why should I tell you who my master is? He taunts. Why don't you call your own master out, so I can beat both of you up together? He gets right in Lu Mo's face, his voice dripping with condescension. Remember my name. It's Zhou Lei. Now apologize to the Taoist master and get lost. All the while, Perfect Pure Yang is having a silent panic attack right behind them. Lu Mo remains perfectly calm. My name is Lu Mo, and my master is the immortal of Mount Yu Qing, he states plainly. My sect may be small, but I did not provoke you. His eyes darken as he issues a challenge. My cultivation may be lacking, but do you dare to spar with me? A single thought flashes through Perfect Pure Yang's mind. Not good. His face is a mask of pure terror. He knows exactly what's coming. But Zhou Lei just sees a fight. His eyes narrow. I ask for your guidance. Before Zhou Lei can even finish his sentence, a massive wave of golden energy, pure, unrestrained spiritual pressure erupts from Lu Mo, slamming into him and sending him flying. Zhou Lei lands in a heap, completely stunned. He stammers, You dare disrespect the Taoist master and show no regret. You're even using violence to ruin this gathering. Lu Mo's patience has finally run out. He thinks to himself that in the month since he came down from the mountain, everyone has been kind. A golden aura flares around him as he looks down at the pathetic man on the floor. I'd forgotten that people like you still exist. With another surge of power, he sends a shockwave through the room, making Zhou Lei cry out in fear. From a window high above, a shadowy figure watches the chaos unfold. Backstage, Zhang Jin runs up to Dahlia. Dahlia, I think, slowly cultivating, is in a fight. Dahlia is shocked. What? Perfect Pure Yang is on the verge of a full-blown meltdown. It's over. The senior is truly angry. If he goes on a rampage, he could destroy the entire cultivator community. Trying to salvage the situation, he steps forward, hands raised. Gentlemen, I'm willing to mediate. Let's try to settle this peacefully. Zhou Lei, now terrified, scrambles toward him, begging the Taoist master to save him. But Lu Mo just gives him a cold, dismissive look. Perfect. Pure Yang taps the floor, sending a small shockwave to get everyone's attention. He leaps onto a nearby decorative pillar, high above the crowd. He lands gracefully, striking a dramatic pose. With a flourish, he begins to channel his own spiritual energy. The crowd gasps. Look! It's a real cultivator, someone shouts. What's he holding? A glowing, golden paper crane appears in his hands. The crowd lets out a collective, "Whoa!" Everyone is captivated by the display of real magic. Even Dahlia and the others backstage are staring in shock. No way! That old man is the real deal. Lu Mo simply watches as the glowing crane flies near Zhou Lei. Perfect Pure Yang holds out a small, ordinary paper crane. He tosses it into the air. As it falls, a golden feather materializes beside it. The paper crane transforms, bursting into a magnificent living bird made of pure golden light, letting out a piercing cry. Perfect pure yang unleashes a flurry of paper cranes, and in a brilliant flash of light, they all transform into a flock of glowing birds soaring over the audience. The crowd is ecstatic. He turned paper into a real crane. It's a real-life immortal. One of the streamers covering the event is crying with joy. It's so beautiful. Our view count is going to explode. Dahlia watches from the side, her mind completely blown. No way, so he wasn't acting? Lu Mo is a real immortal? Perfect pure yang lands back on the stage, a golden crane flying behind him, his expression smug. With a final flash of light, the spectacle ends, leaving glittering gold dust in the air. The audience is left completely speechless. Perfect. Pure Yang thinks to himself that his little trick is nothing special. But what Lu Mo did, that was a whole other level of power. Zhou Lei is still on the ground, his mind reeling. What the hell? Am I dreaming? That guy didn't have a single drop of spiritual force. How did he do that? Before he can process it, a group of angry streamers grabs him. What are you doing? One of them slaps him hard across the face. Shut up! They yell, grabbing his collar. Quickly apologize to the Lord Immortal, or we'll beat you to death. They drag him in front of Lu Mo. Lord Immortal, this man is stupid and blind. How should we deal with him? Zhou Lei can only stare in terror, his face already bruised and swollen. He immediately bows, pressing his forehead to the ground. Lord Immortal, I was wrong. I was blind and offended you. Please spare me. Lu Mo looks down at him with a hint of pity. Enough. You can leave, he says calmly. For someone who cultivated without a master to guide you, you are also pitiful. With the troublemaker dealt with, perfect pure yang seizes the moment and takes the stage. Since we've settled this peacefully, let's continue with the gathering. He beams at the audience, his eyes sparkling. Allow me to welcome today's host, the Velvet Fairy. The crowd erupts into cheers, chanting her name as the spotlight hits the stage. As the show begins, the other streamers are kicking Zhou Lei out of the hall. Get lost. You're not welcome here anymore, one of them grumbles. Why would someone so strong pretend to be so weak? What a weirdo. He gives Zhou Lei a final smack for good measure. But as Zhou Lei stumbles out, he bumps into a large, bald man who looks down at him with a menacing grin. The man's face twists into a horrifying smile, his long, reptilian tongue flicking out as he asks, "Where are you going?" A real demon has just found its first prey. A streamer convention meant for fun and games is about to become a real-life battleground. On stage, Dahlia greets her audience with a bright smile, completely unaware of the danger lurking just out of sight. The crowd erupts, chanting her name. To them, this is the peak of entertainment, a chance to see their favorite streamer in person. In the audience, Lu Mo watches with a polite, serene expression. He's still under the impression that these are all powerful, hidden masters gathering for a serious discussion. But then, in a quiet corner of the venue, the peace is shattered. A security guard is thrown backward, a gaping wound torn through his chest. The attack is silent and deadly. Before anyone can react, other guards are struck down just as quickly. There's no fight, no struggle, just the sudden, violent end to their lives. The first guard hits the floor, and from his body, a wisp of faint blue energy, his very life force, begins to drift upwards like smoke. The same thing happens to the others. Ethereal streams of blue energy rise from the fallen men, pulled toward a single point. The energy is drawn straight into the female demon. Her eyes glow with power as she absorbs the life force of the men she just killed. A cruel smile plays on her lips. "Delicious," she murmurs. To a demon, the souls of mortals are nothing more than a snack. Someone finally sees the bodies. The festive atmosphere evaporates, replaced by raw panic as people scream and scramble to get away. Amidst the chaos, Lu Mo suddenly clutches his chest, a sharp grunt of pain escaping him. It's not a physical injury, but a pang in his very soul. He wonders why his heart is hurting like this. The foul energy in the air is triggering horrible memories from his past life, the life where he watched everyone he knew die at the hands of demons. At the front of the hull, Sanqing the husky suddenly stops, his ears perked. He senses it too. This energy, it feels terrifying, he thinks. His survival instincts kick in hard. There's no hesitation. "I'm running," he declares, and bolts, leaving everyone behind in a cloud of dust. But he's not fast enough. A whip-like tendril of dark energy slices through the air, heading straight for him. The tendril wraps around his neck, yanking him to a choking halt. He lets out a strangled yelp, his eyes wide with fear. Dahlia and Perfect Pure Yang whip around, their faces etched with horror. The panic has just turned into a direct, supernatural attack. The male demon steps out from the shadows, holding the energy leash. "Hey, such a delicious scent," he laughs. "This dog must have eaten an immortal pill." His partner appears beside him, looking annoyed. "Stop wasting time," she orders. "Eat the mutt, kill the old Taoist, and capture the girl." The male demon glares back, his pride wounded. "I don't need you to tell me what to do," he snarls. Ignoring her, he releases the dog and sends his dark tendril shooting straight towards Dahlia, the most appealing target. The demonic hand closes in on her terrified face. She's frozen, unable to move as her life flashes before her eyes. But just before it strikes, Perfect Pure Yang leaps in front of her. "Demon, don't even think about it," he roars, thrusting his own hand forward. His hand, glowing with golden light, clashes with the demon's purple energy. The old Taoist holds firm, but the demon just grins, enjoying the struggle. With a powerful shove, the demon breaks his defense. The old man is clearly outmatched. Stumbling back, Pure Yang knows he needs something stronger. He pulls out a golden talisman, shouting its name, 5 Lightning Punishment Talisman. With a battle cry, he yells, "Be gone!" and thrusts the talisman at the demon's chest. The talisman explodes in a brilliant flash of golden light, engulfing the demon in holy energy. But as the light fades, the demon's hand is still there, clenched into a fist. The attack barely scratched him. The demon retaliates with a simple, brutal kick, sending Perfect Pure Yang flying backward. Dahlia rushes to his side as he crashes to the ground. "Taoist master, are you okay?" she asks, but she already knows they're in serious trouble. The demon stands over them, his face contorted in rage. "You're courting death," he growls, his glowing red eyes promising a painful end. Dahlia looks up, and for the first time, there's no fear on her face, only a calm, determined smile. The pill she ate has changed her. She's not just a streamer anymore. Meanwhile, in a secluded hallway, the other demon has found a new victim. The bald demon has grabbed Zhou Lei, the arrogant streamer from earlier. He lifts him by the throat as Zhou Lei gasps, "What are you doing?" The demon laughs, his form distorting into a monstrous, shadowy beast. "Fear me," he hisses, savoring the moment. What a delicious soul! As he consumes Zhou Lei's life force, he can feel the man's hatred, fear, and despair, and it's absolutely satisfying. At that exact moment, Lu Mo flinches again. A powerful wave of demonic energy washes over the venue, and his eyes widen in shock. He clutches his chest, the pain returning with a vengeance. "It's that weird feeling again," he grits out. The presence of these demons is dredging up the trauma of his past, shaking his very core. Back on stage, Dahlia tries to regain control. She gets on the mic and announces the next act, hoping a distraction will calm the crowd. "Let us welcome the talking husky, Sanqing." A single furry paw steps into the spotlight. Sanqing appears, waving to the audience. In his ridiculous Hawaiian shirt, he greets them with a cheerful, "Hello, everybody." For a moment, it works. The crowd gasps, their fear forgotten. Whoa, it's the talking dog. It's real. In the hallway, the bald demon finishes his meal. He has now fully possessed Jolei's body, using it as his own. A wisp of black smoke escapes his mouth as he remarks that the body isn't bad. Now powered up, he cracks his knuckles with a sinister grin. He feels confident he can take on that old Taoist, but then he remembers there are more interesting targets. He looks toward the main hall with a greedy glint in his eye. If he eats the talking dog and the girl first, crushing the old Taoist will be easy. Meanwhile, Kyle is frantically shaking a dazed, perfect Pure Yang, demanding to know who sold the pills. Pure Yang, terrified, just points toward Lu Mo, thinking, "There's a real immortal right there, go ask him." An arm grabs Kyle's shoulder. He turns around, annoyed. It's Director Wu. Director Wu? "What are you doing here?" Kyle asks. But the director's face is grim. "There's a problem," he says. "We need to evacuate everyone now," Kyle protests, pointing out that 200 million people are watching the live stream. He insists they can't just stop now. Director Wu's patience runs out. "Are you talking back?" he bellows, ordering his agents to get everyone out. Leaning in close, Director Wu explains the gravity of the situation. They found traces of the same malicious energy linked to hundreds of missing person cases. He has to stop this before it becomes another disaster. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes through the hall as the main doors are slammed shut with incredible force. Everyone freezes, turning to see what happened. Standing there blocking the only exit is the female demon. With a smirk on her face, she makes a chilling announcement. "No one is leaving." Director Wu's eyes narrow. He recognizes her instantly. Without hesitation, he roars at his agents. "It's her! Take her down!" His men in black suits charge forward, swarming the demon from all sides, moving with professional precision. The demon watches them approach with amusement, her red eyes glowing. "Oh my," she says mockingly, "it looks like some people can't wait to die." She clenches her fists, and a shockwave of dark energy erupts from her body, sending shards of force flying in every direction. The lead agent grits his teeth, bracing for impact. He and his team are the government's best, but they're about to find out they're facing a power far beyond anything they've ever trained for. While agents rush the demon at the door, the other one faces down, perfect Pure Yang. Its face masked in shadow, it snarls that the old man must have a death wish. Pure Yang's eyes go wide with horror. He recognizes them now. They're chaos-borns, ancient, powerful entities that shouldn't have appeared for years. His partner scoffs from across the room, calling him pathetic and telling him to hurry up and finish the old man. But her taunt provides the opening Pure Yang needs. His eyes light up. "Summon!" he cries, sending his golden horsetail whisk flying forward. The whisk shoots through the air like a golden comet, a blur of motion too fast to follow. It unfurls in midair, its thousands of threads spreading out into a shimmering golden net. The net whips around the two demons, binding them together in a cocoon of sacred energy. For a moment, they're trapped. The female demon looks down at the bindings with a sneer, asking if he really thinks this is enough to hold them. But Pure Yang roars that he's not done yet. He raises his hands, summoning a massive, glowing bell, the mystical sky bell. "Ascend," he commands, and the giant bell rises into the air, spinning with golden rings of power. The bell hovers directly over the captured demons, casting a heavy golden light over the entire hall. With a final, desperate roar of "Crush!" Pure Yang brings the full weight of the ancient treasure down upon them. The bell crashes down with the force of a meteor, shaking the entire foundation of the hotel. When the dust settles, the bell stands firm. It seems like he's done it. He's actually sealed them. But the effort takes its toll. The moment the bell hits, Pure Yang coughs up a spray of blood, the power he just used nearly overwhelming him. Dahlia rushes to support him. He explains that the bell is an ancient treasure, and he hopes it can hold the demons for now. Hiding behind a pillar, San Ching peeks out, timidly asking if the scary people have been caught. Director Wu and Kyle look on, amazed. For a brief second, it looks like the crisis is finally over. But across the room, Lumo feels a knot of dread tighten in his stomach. That ominous feeling, it's not fading, it's getting stronger. All eyes are on the bell, which sits silently in the middle of the hall. The room is quiet, but it's the kind of quiet that comes before a storm. Suddenly, a massive, shadowy fist punches out from inside the bell, denting the sacred metal with a sickening crunch. Lumo's eyes snap open, the terrible truth dawning on him. He realizes they devoured each other and became one. Dark energy erupts from the dented bell. Cracks spread across its surface as the power inside grows exponentially, too strong to be contained. "Impossible!" Perfect. Pure Yang screams, his face a mask of terror. His ultimate weapon is failing. The bell shatters. From the wreckage, a new, single, monstrous form rises, wreathed in dark power. It laughs, mocking the old man, saying his stupid bell is nothing compared to the seal that once imprisoned it. The fused demon laments that all the powerful Taoists are long dead, leaving only talentless descendants. It declares the bell's power is wasted on him and decides to take it for itself. Pure Yang recoils, his blood running cold. This level of power, it's the same as the head of his own sect. It's the golden core realm, he realizes in utter despair. The demon has reached a whole new level. This is a foe they cannot possibly defeat. His gaze darts desperately towards Lumo. He thinks frantically, what about the senior? He can't understand why the great expert is just standing there. A dark thought crosses his mind as he sees Lumo standing perfectly still. Maybe he's not on their side at all. Lumo's expression remains unreadable, his head bowed as if lost in thought, completely ignoring the monster. Just then, a small red flag flies through the air aimed directly at the demon. The demon catches the flag effortlessly, crushing the shaft with a casual squeeze. It turns to see the source of the attack, a slight grin on its shadowy face. "Watchman," it growls. The fused demon slowly turns its massive body, ready to face this new, insignificant challenger. A man in a watchman uniform stands there, hands on his hips. He smugly taunts Pure Yang for getting beaten up so badly. With unwavering confidence, he declares that the watchmen are most suited to deal with beings like this. His attack causes a tiny, insignificant explosion against the demon's shoulder. The demon barely flinches. "You made me remember something unpleasant," it says, its voice low and dangerous. Pure Yang screams a warning from the ground. "Stop! This thing is in the golden core realm. We're no match for it." The watchman's smug expression instantly vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed panic. He hadn't realized the true power of his enemy. Before he can process the warning, the demon moves. A shadowy tendril lashes out, smacking him across the face. His glasses shatter as the blow connects, sending him flying backward. He slams into the far wall with enough force to crack it, utterly defeated in a single, humiliating strike. He slides down the wall and collapses unconscious. So much for the pride of the watchman. Kyle falls to his knees in despair. "We're done for," he stammers. Director Wu looks on, horrified. All hope is gone. The demon flexes its shadowy claws. "The annoyance has been dealt with," it says. Now, where were we? It turns its attention back to the helpless mortals, its jagged, toothy grin promising a feast. But perfect Pure Yang isn't finished. With a grunt of defiance, he pulls out one last talisman, a blood-red one, pulsing with dangerous energy. His eyes are grim. He explains that this talisman is called Annihilation. Once used, it will reduce everything within 300 meters to dust. He knows he has no choice. He looks towards Lu Mo with one final plea, that the senior will at least protect the innocent. He is ready to sacrifice himself to take the demon down with him. But when Pure Yang turns back to the crowd, he freezes. The spot where Lu Mo was standing is empty. He's gone. The demon's gaze shifts. Oh, another one looking to die? It sneers, its eyes locking onto a new target. There, standing directly in front of the monster, is Lu Mo. His expression is calm, almost bored. The demon roars in fury at his placid expression. "I'll rip that look off your annoying face," it bellows, lunging forward. Its massive, clawed hand, crackling with the power of a golden core expert, swings at Lu Mo. But the attack is stopped dead, blocked by a single, effortless motion. Lu Mo hasn't even flinched. The demon stares in disbelief. Its attack was blocked. It can't comprehend how a mere human could stop its full power. Lu Mo slowly lifts his head, his eyes cold and empty, finally looking directly at the demon that has brought back so many of his worst memories. The demon actually stumbles back a step, a flicker of something unfamiliar in its glowing red eyes. What was that? It thinks, a feeling it hasn't experienced in millennia washing over it. For a split second, it actually felt fear. The shock quickly burns away, replaced by pure, unrestrained rage. "You human ant!" it screams, its power flaring. "I'll relish eating your soul." The demon, having felt fear for the first time in centuries, lets out a furious roar. Its pride is shattered, and all that's left is pure, murderous rage. "You human ant!" it screams. "I'll kill you." Perfect. Pure Yang's face drains of color. "Not good," he yells. "That thing is going berserk." A golden core demon losing control could level the entire city block. He has no weapon that can hurt it, but he can still protect the innocent. With a shout, he flings a handful of talismans over the panicked crowd. The bystanders scream and duck for cover, bracing for the coming shockwave. But instead of destruction, the talismans burst into light, forming protective golden bubbles around them, shielding them from the crossfire. It's the only thing he can do. The demon couldn't care less about the mortals. It has only one target. It towers over Lu Mo, ready to unleash all of its power. But Lu Mo moves. He dodges the demon's lunge with impossible ease and, with a swift downward strike, slams the monster face first into the ground. The floor shatters, but Lu Mo is untouched. Before the demon can even register the impact, Lu Mo is already behind it, his expression completely blank, as if dealing with a minor pest. He raises his hand, a faint golden glow at his fingertips. It's not a grand technique, it's just a slap. The slap connects, sending the massive demon spinning through the air like a top. The sheer disrespect of the attack is almost worse than the force behind it. The demon crashes into the floor once again, carving a trench in the solid ground. It has been utterly and completely overpowered. Director Wu and Kyle can only stare, their mouths hanging open in pure, unadulterated shock. Even Dahlia and the usually unflappable San Qing are rendered speechless. What they are witnessing is simply not possible. Perfect Pure Yang stumbles back, muttering, "No way," under his breath. His mind is racing. That Chaos-born is in the Golden Core stage. A demon of that level hasn't appeared for 100 years. And yet, it was just sent flying with a single casual slap. The power scaling makes no sense. A terrifying question forms in his mind. Don't tell me, is that Senior Lu Mo even stronger than the head of my sect? He can't begin to fathom where this power came from. Lu Mo stands amidst the rubble, perfectly calm, as if judging his handiwork. The demon struggles to rise, its mind reeling. It can sense Lu Mo's realm, but it doesn't add up. "You're in the innate realm," it growls. But not even the ancient cultivators were this strong. There shouldn't be enough energy left in this world to cultivate to this level, it continues, its confusion turning to fear. How did you get this strong? Lumo ignores the questions. A brilliant golden aura erupts around him, bathing the hall in light. The demon's instincts scream at it. It can feel Lumo's power has already surpassed the innate realm. There's no victory here. There's only one option left: escape. It dissolves its physical form into a stream of pure, dark energy, a living shadow. The shadow shoots straight for the ceiling, aiming to flee the building and disappear into the night. "Senior, we can't let it escape!" Pure Yang cries out in desperation. Lumo raises his hands, and the golden aura around him coalesces into thousands of brilliant, razor-sharp threads of light. The threads weave together in an instant, forming an inescapable net of pure spiritual energy. The net closes around the fleeing shadow, trapping it. The demon shrieks in agony as the pure energy tears at its form. "Let go of me!" It's horrified. This spiritual energy is so pure, it can even cut through my body? It has no defense against this kind of power. Trapped and wounded, the demon bets everything on one last desperate gamble. "Since I can't run, I'll bet it all. Once I kill and eat you, no one can stop me." It gathers all its remaining energy into a massive, all-consuming wave of darkness, a suicide attack aimed directly at Lumo. Lumo simply raises his hand, and the wave of darkness dissipates against an invisible barrier as if it were a puff of smoke. "Fool!" the demon roars, its voice filled with defiant pride. "Not even the ancient immortals could kill me. Even if we both perish here, it will still be my win." Its shadowy form swells, pouring every last ounce of its being into one final lunge. It screams, "Die!" as it throws itself at Lumo. Lumo looks at the oncoming attack with an expression of utter boredom. "Are you done?" he asks, his voice flat and unimpressed. With 2 fingers, he forms a blade of pure, condensed golden energy. It shines with a light so bright it's hard to look at. With a short cry, he swings the energy blade. A perfect, circular arc of light slices through the demon's attack like it's not even there. Multiple arcs of light follow, dicing the demon's shadowy form into dozens of pieces. Pure Yang knows this isn't over. Strong, he thinks, but a chaos-born can't be killed by simple cuts. And he's right. The pieces of the demon begin to reform, its mocking laughter echoing through the hall. "Ha ha ha, is that all you have, human? I overestimated you. Now die and become part of my power." Lumo calmly watches it regenerate. "If I remember correctly," he says aloud, "heavenly lightning is the bane of evil creatures like you." He turns to the demon, a faint, chilling smile on his lips. "Then, why don't we go out for a walk?" The golden threads of light erupt from him once more, swirling violently. They wrap around the demon, forming a spinning, drill-like cage of pure energy. Lumo thrusts his hand upwards, and the cage shoots towards the ceiling. It smashes through the roof with explosive force, blasting a hole straight through the hotel. The cage continues its ascent, finally bursting out into the open sky above the city. Lumo flies up after it, his robes whipping in the wind as he levitates hundreds of feet in the air. The sky above him begins to change. Dark clouds gather, and massive bolts of divine lightning crackle between them. This is no ordinary storm. The demon, trapped inside the golden cage, realizes what's happening. Its defiance turns to absolute terror. "Stop! You're insane!" it screams. "You're actually going to use your own heavenly tribulation to kill me?" Lumo hurls the cage higher into the raging storm clouds. A colossal bolt of heavenly lightning, crackling with unimaginable power, descends from the heavens, aimed directly for the heart of the cage. The demon's fate is sealed. High above the city, amidst a raging celestial storm, Lumo has thrown the demon into the heart of his own heavenly tribulation. This is no longer a fight, it's a cosmic execution. His face is a mask of grim determination. The time for games is over. The memories of his world, destroyed by demons like this one, fuel his every move. Trapped in its cage of light, the demon begins to laugh, a sound full of madness. "Fool," it shrieks, "your power has made this tribulation impossibly strong. You'll be smithed into dust. Not even your soul will remain." It believes Lu Mo has just signed both of their death warrants. Lu Mo remains silent, his gaze fixed on the heavens, completely unfazed. The first bolt of divine lightning strikes, a colossal pillar of energy that illuminates the entire sky. It smashes into the cage, electrocuting the demon. But it also strikes Lu Mo directly, the raw power of the heavens descending upon them both. Down below, the onlookers can only stare up in terror. "It's the tribulation, lightning," Pure Yang yells, his voice filled with awe. He watches the storm, his mind racing. To cause a disturbance this huge, he can't even begin to guess what levels Senior Lu Mo must be at. In the heart of the storm, Lu Mo lets out a defiant roar. "Break." With that single word, the raging energy of the first lightning bolt shatters around him, dissipating into nothing. He stands in the center, completely unharmed. A cold smirk touches his lips as he looks up at the roiling clouds. "Is that all?" he asks, his voice a whisper that carries more weight than the thunder itself. The demon is stunned, silent, then its rage returns. It sneers, knowing this is just the beginning. The tribulation has 5 strikes, each stronger than the last. It tells Lu Mo he's doomed, and that the moment a crack appears in his soul, it will possess his body. As if on cue, the second and third bolts of lightning crash down, even more powerful than the first. Lu Mo's eyes narrow. The casual part of the test is over. The lightning hits the cage, and the demon howls in agony. Below, the residual energy leaves a crater of scorched earth. Lu Mo looks at the screaming demon with disdain. "You talk too much," he says, his patience wearing thin. The demon, being punished by a trial it has no part in, curses back. "Old heavens, you blind fool! You're hitting the wrong person!" Another wave of tribulation lightning gathers, thicker and more menacing than before. It descends in a blinding flash, a torrent of pure, destructive power. "Sword!" Lu Mo commands, and his spiritual energy forms a blade of pure golden light in his hand. He meets the lightning head-on, his sword a blur of motion. With a sweeping arc, he redirects the divine energy, spinning it around him like a shield. The lightning crashes against his defense, but he holds firm, dispersing its power. The strike is neutralized, but the sky above only grows darker. Director Wu watches, breathless. "Is this the legendary transcending of a tribulation?" he asks, his voice trembling. He's witnessing a myth made real. Dahlia clutches her hands to her chest, her heart pounding. The truth of his identity, the sheer scale of his power, is finally sinking in. "Lu Mo," she thinks, "no matter what, you have to survive this." Lu Mo raises his sword again, his entire body glowing as he prepares for the next assault. He swings, cutting through the air with incredible speed and precision. His attack meets the descending lightning bolt, and for a moment, the sky is split in two by the clash of golden light and divine thunder. Pure Yang is losing his mind. "Impossible!" he shouts. He resisted 3 strikes with his spiritual energy alone. He knows countless geniuses have perished trying to do the same. He can't comprehend how powerful Lu Mo must be. The demon is thinking the same thing, but with pure terror. "What a monster!" it screams internally. To endure 3 strikes at this level, it knows if Lu Mo survives, he'll enter the tribulation realm directly. Panic sets in. The demon changes its tune from taunts to bargaining. "Kid, you better release me now," it pleads. Lu Mo just glances at it, his expression cold and unforgiving. The demon plays its final card, the threat of immortality. It declares that it's the only survivor of the ancient calamity beasts. As long as chaos and negative thoughts exist, it can never truly die. So what if you kill me here, it threatens. I'll just come back for revenge. Release me now, before you make an eternal enemy. Lumo's lips curl into a faint, chilling smile. Then allow me, he begins, his voice calm as he's surrounded by crackling energy, to send you on your way. The energy around him explodes outwards in a final, awesome display of power. He lets out a final, powerful shout as the heavens prepare their ultimate judgment. The fourth lightning bolt descends. It is not a single strike, but a massive, swirling column of pure destruction that dwarfs everything before it. The sheer pressure from the attack makes the crowd below cry out, clutching their heads in pain. The heavenly tribulation's power just skyrocketed, Pure Yang grits out. Senior Lumo, you have to survive. The entire city is bathed in an eerie, electric blue light as the storm reaches its peak. Lumo's robes have been disintegrated, his body glowing with ancient markings. The demon, seeing this, has a moment of triumphant glee. The last strike, you won't be able to avoid it. We will both perish here. Lumo looks at the demon, his expression almost pitying. I know very well I can't dodge this, he says calmly. But who said anything about me dying? And then he does the unthinkable. He reaches out with a glowing hand and grabs the demon's shadowy form. The demon is speechless. What are you doing? The colossal lightning bolt, the wrath of the heavens made manifest, descends upon them. With a final, fluid motion, Lumo throws the demon straight up, using it as a living shield to meet the tribulation bolt head-on. The demon's final, agonized scream rips through the sky as it's utterly annihilated. You're not human, you're a cheat. The sky screams. Lumo is caught in a torrent of divine lightning, the force of the heavens trying to tear him apart as the demon's final agonized shriek fades into nothing. He grits his teeth, his entire body convulsing under the immense pressure. This is the full, unfiltered power of the heavenly tribulation. A tiny, weakened fragment of the demon's soul watches, gloating with its last breath. It taunts him, saying his mortal body will shatter, and then it will consume what's left. But Lumo's expression is serene. He speaks, his voice calm amidst the roaring thunder, quoting an ancient scripture. A Tao that can be described is not the eternal Tao. As he speaks, the raging lightning changes. It stops being an attack and becomes nourishment. Golden energy, covered in glowing ancient symbols, flows into his body. He stands suspended in the storm, not fighting it, but becoming one with it. His tattered clothes are burned away, revealing a body that looks like it was carved from pure light. The golden energy courses through him, rewriting his very being. He's not just surviving the tribulation, he is mastering it. The demon's fragment can only watch in utter disbelief. The original Tao? How could you have comprehended something like that? It's witnessing a power that shouldn't exist. Lumo is now encased in a cocoon of pure golden energy, the storm raging harmlessly outside. The light subsides, and the storm clouds part. The tribulation is over. Lumo floats in the sudden silence, a figure of immense and tranquil power. The demon fragment, now a wisp of smoke, makes a break for it, trying to flee into the night. With a casual wave of his hand, Lumo reaches out. He effortlessly grabs the fleeing fragment as new, golden robes form around him. The demon laughs weakly, marveling that the lightning didn't just fail to hurt him, but actually nourished him. It tells him that to integrate the origin of the world into oneself is a heaven-defying feat that only a handful of ancient beings ever achieved. With its final moments, it issues a chilling threat. It claims to have tens of thousands of other bodies across the world and warns him to prepare for his doom when they meet again. Perfect pure Yang, listening from below, feels a cold dread. Just one fragment was this strong. If the main body broke its seal and merged with all its other pieces, the world would end. The stakes are higher than he could have ever imagined. Lumo's response is cold and simple. Then I will find every single one of them and destroy them. With that, he clenches his fist. The last fragment of the demon is snuffed out of existence. Lumo floats for a moment, his expression thoughtful. He vaguely remembers someone calling for him during the chaos. He looks down at the crowd. Director Wu, Kyle, Pure Yang, Dahlia, all staring up at him with expressions of pure awe and terror. Dahlia asks the question on everyone's mind, her voice a whisper. Is it over? Did he win? A golden light shoots down from the sky. It's Lu Mo descending gracefully from the heavens. He lands softly in front of the crowd. The battle is over. The moment he lands, the entire crowd falls to their knees, bowing their heads. Immortal, Lord Immortal, thank you for saving our lives. Lu Mo is completely bewildered. Why are you bowing to me? People are mobbing him, a rich man offering him anything he wants, another begging to be his disciple. He's overwhelmed by the weeping, grateful crowd. What are you all doing? He shouts, but no one listens. Perfect. Pure Yang finally steps in, yelling, "Get back!" He addresses the crowd, explaining that the Lord Immortal is tired after a hard fight and needs to rest. He officially announces that due to the disaster, the event is cancelled and tells everyone to go home. As the crowd disperses, Lu Mo watches them go, still lost in confusion. Perfect Pure Yang turns to him and bows deeply. Thank you for saving us, Senior. I will never forget this favor. Lu Mo finally asks what's been bothering him. Those people, aren't they cultivators from the immortal sects? Weren't they testing me by letting me fight that thing? Pure Yang's face freezes in an awkward, pained smile. Senior, he says gently, you must have misunderstood. They are all just ordinary people. Lu Mo's confusion only deepens. He insists that he was only able to reach his current level because Senior Velvet Fairy guided him. He points directly at Dahlia, adding that he can feel a pure spiritual aura coming from her. Dahlia jumps, shocked. Cornered, Dahlia has to come clean, her face burning with shame. But that was all just an act, she stammers. How would I know you were a real cultivator? Pure Yang tries to explain that young people nowadays just like to role-play as cultivators, instead of actually putting in the work. The words hit Lu Mo like a physical blow. His entire world shatters. If they were all frauds, if the advice was fake, if the powerful masters he revered were just ordinary people playing pretend, then what was the point of any of it? Seeing his chance, Pure Yang steps forward. Senior, I have a small request. Lu Mo, still reeling, asks what it is. With the utmost seriousness, Pure Yang says, please come with me to the Kunlun Mountains to attend the gathering of immortal sects. Lu Mo is completely lost. I thought this was a fake. There's another one? Before Pure Yang can answer, a glowing paper crane zips through the air and lands in his hand. It's Senior Brother's messenger crane. Pure Yang exclaims, his expression turning grim. The crane unfolds, and a panicked voice echoes from it. The sect is in danger. Come back immediately. Lu Mo just stares, confused. Whose voice was that? A loud thud breaks the silence. It's perfect, Pure Yang. He has dropped to his knees, bowing his head to the floor in front of Lu Mo. Senior, he begs, his voice cracking with desperation. The cultivation world has regressed. I kneel here and beg for your help. Please, follow me back to the Kunlun Mountains. I will explain everything on the way. Lu Mo looks down at the desperate old man, his own world still in pieces. Are you serious this time? He asks, his voice heavy with doubt. I dare not lie, Senior. Pure Yang insists, his face a mask of utter sincerity and terror. The fate of the world now rests on this one, unbelievably powerful and thoroughly confused man. As they travel, Perfect Pure Yang begins to explain the real history of this world. He tells Lumo that thousands of years ago, Tao sects were plentiful and the land was roamed by countless extraordinary cultivation geniuses. In that golden age, he admits, even someone like Lumo, who could transcend a tribulation in one go, was not considered rare. We see a glimpse of the snowy, majestic Kunlun Mountains, the heart of the world's remaining cultivation sects. A spark of hope lights up in Lumo's eyes. His disillusionment from moments ago fades. "So you're saying," he asks, "there are still countless experts in this world?" "No," Pure Yang says, his expression turning serious. He explains that the cultivators of that time had only one goal: to enter Heaven's Gate, a legendary gateway to a world where one could become truly immortal. Lumo's curiosity is piqued. He asks if Heaven's Gate is in the Kunlun Mountains and how one would pass through it. Pure Yang lets out a heavy sigh. The story is not a happy one. He explains that of the countless experts who passed through the gate, not a single one ever returned. It was a complete mystery until one peerless master managed to send a message back. We see a vision of that lone, powerful figure ascending into a brilliant, heavenly light, the last one to uncover the truth. Pure Yang recounts the words that shook the cultivation world to its core. The world beyond Heaven's Gate was a lie. The world has been fooled. The gate must be removed. Lumo is stunned. Heaven's Gate was a scam? Pure Yang nods grimly. No one believed it at first. But as more and more masters investigated, the horrifying truth finally became clear. The so-called New World behind the magnificent Golden Gate was nothing but a front. What actually lay behind it were four ancient primordial fiends: gluttony, chaos, Qiangqi, and Dao Wu. Once a cultivator entered, they were besieged and devoured. Lumo's face hardens. The gate that had fooled the world for generations was nothing but a graveyard. To stop the fiends, the cultivators of old banded together. But the fiends sent their clones out to besiege the immortal sects. In the war that followed, countless sects fell, and the path to cultivation was all but erased. Lumo scoffs, a hint of his power showing in his disdain. Are the clones of the four fiends that strong? The one called Chaos was pretty weak. Pure Yang quickly corrects him. The one Lumo killed was likely one of the weakest clones. In the Great War, even cultivators in the Tribulation realm couldn't stop them. In the end, the greatest masters burned their own souls to seal Heaven's Gate. Lumo looks away, a grim expression on his face. The irony was not lost on him. The once sought-after Heaven's Gate was sealed by the very hands that used to worship it. Pure Yang continues, explaining that in that war, all cultivators above the Golden Core realm died. Lumo asks why they didn't kill the last fiend, Chaos. By then, the experts were dead and the survivors were exhausted. They simply had no power left. Now, the seal is weakening again, and the sects are gathering to figure out what to do. Suddenly, the jarring sound of a cell phone cuts through the ancient tale. It's coming from Pure Yang's pocket. He apologizes sheepishly. "My senior brother must be in a hurry." He fumbles with the phone and answers the call. An enraged girl's voice explodes from the speaker. "Pure Yang, where the heck are you? Do my words mean nothing to you anymore?" Pure Yang flinches. "Senior brother, calm down. We're over 4,000 kilometers away. Even by bullet train, it'll take over 8 hours. "I don't want excuses," she screams. "The old masters from the other sects are here. If you're not back in 1 hour, the threat hangs in the air." Pure Yang is speechless, sweat beading on his forehead. "Hello, senior brother? Are you still there?" he asks, but the line is silent. He chuckles nervously, trying to save face. "I guess the signal isn't good. My senior brother has quite a temper." Just then, one final chilling message cuts through the static. "Heaven's Gate is open!" The words hit them like a physical blow. Pure Yang freezes, and Liu Mo's eyes widen in shock. The call ends with a sharp beep, leaving them in a stunned, heavy silence. Liu Mo suddenly clutches his chest, a pained grunt escaping him. "That disgusting feeling is getting worse," he grits out. He can feel the cursed box his master gave him shaking violently inside his robes. It clicks. The box must be connected to Heaven's Gate. His eyes narrow with newfound resolve. "Master," he thinks, "your disciple will be visiting the Tao sect." As if on cue, his own phone starts to ring. Back at the hotel, Dahlia sees Liu Mo's name on her screen and picks up. She puts the phone to her ear with a nervous smile. And just like that, the two are connected once more, a world away from the chaos about to unfold. We cut to the cold, desolate Kunlun Mountains. The peaks are shrouded in mist, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. Dead leaves fall from barren trees. The steps leading to the main temple are littered with the bodies of fallen disciples. The sect is under siege. A brilliant flash of light. A young, white-haired girl lands gracefully among her enemies. This is Nangong Chen, the leader of the Kunlun sect. She stands over the wisps of dark energy from the demonic cultivators she just defeated. "There's too many of them," she says, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her hand reaches down and picks up her cracked smartphone from the floor. She looks at the shattered screen, her heart sinking. The phone's useless now, she thinks. She wonders if Pure Yang even heard her. They can only hold on for a little longer. A dreadful thought crosses her mind. The seal broke 5 years earlier than predicted. She looks up at the sky, where the malevolent, fiery red gate of heaven has torn open reality. What's worse, the treasures needed to reform the seal can't even grow in this weakened world anymore. We see a glimpse of a monstrous creature stirring in its prison. A massive, black hole-like void appears within the gate. The ultimate evil is breaking free. Nangong Qian can only think one thing. Is this the end? It's happened. High atop the Kunlun Mountains, Heaven's Gate rips open, a burning red wound in the sky. The ancient seal has shattered, and from that gate a tide of pure darkness spills forth. An endless horde of demonic beasts, their shadowy forms twisting as they pour onto the sacred ground. Below, the last disciples of the Tao sect are completely surrounded. From the mist, shadowy creatures with glowing red eyes close in, ready to tear them apart. The demons are nightmares made real, all jagged teeth and razor-sharp claws. The cultivators can only cry out as the horde descends upon them. The battlefield becomes a blur of dark shadows and desperate flashes of steel. The monsters are a relentless wave, cutting down the defenders with brutal efficiency. Amidst the chaos, the Tao sect's leader Nangong Qian rallies her disciples, her voice a beacon of resolve. They have to rally, to fight as one. She leaps into the air, her sword blazing with golden light. With a single, powerful slash, she vaporizes a dozen demons, her voice ringing out. No matter what, these chaos-born cannot be allowed to escape Kunlun's protective formation. Inspired by her power, her followers roar back. They will fight and die by her side. Other clans have joined this desperate last stand. The watchmen charge forward with their banners, while even the reclusive corpse-refining sect has committed their undead warriors to the fight. A skeletal warrior clashes with a demonic beast, as Nangong Qian herself engages a colossal, bird-like monster, her golden aura, the only bright light in the overwhelming darkness. She spins through the air, her long white hair trailing behind her as she builds power for a devastating strike. The golden arc of her blade slices through the air, aimed directly at the monster's throat. The demonic bird erupts in a shower of golden fire, utterly consumed by her attack. But for everyone she cuts down, 10 more take its place. She launches another piercing thrust of pure energy. Her attack carves a path through a wave of smaller demons, but it's like trying to hold back the ocean with a cup. A disciple screams a final curse as he throws himself at a wall of shadowy beasts. He is impaled instantly, a dark tendril bursting through his chest. His courage meant nothing against their sheer numbers. Everywhere, the battle is turning. The allied cultivators are being systematically slaughtered, their bodies piling up on the blood-soaked ground. One by one, the disciples fall, their faces frozen in expressions of pain and utter despair. Nangongqian looks out at the massacre and her heart breaks. Her disciples are being slaughtered. Only the strongest few can even hold their ground. She realizes with crushing finality that humanity has grown too weak. She hovers in the air, her face smudged with dirt, tears welling in her eyes. The weight of this world is on her shoulders, and it's crushing her. Suddenly, her eyes widen in horror. A new, far greater threat appears. A massive, shadowy fist plummets from the sky, aimed directly at one of her last remaining disciples. "Watch out!" she screams, shoving the disciple aside just in time. The fist smashes into the ground where he just stood, shattering the very rock with terrifying force. From the settling dust, a hulking, ape-like demon emerges, its eyes burning with pure malice. It looms over them, casting a deep shadow over Nangongqian and the terrified cultivators cowering behind her. This monster is on another level entirely. Her expression hardens into a mask of fierce determination. She will not let this beast pass. She streaks forward, a blur of green and white against the demon's dark form, her sword glowing with power. Her blade slams against the demon's arm, a flash of gold against blackened flesh. She pushes with all her might, the energy from her sword grinding against the demon's impossibly tough hide. But the demon is simply too powerful. It closes its massive hand, catching her blade and stopping her attack, cold. She retaliates with a desperate flurry of attacks, her sword a blur of motion. But the strain is clear on her face. Her attacks are barely even scratching it. With one final desperate slash, she manages to cut into the demon's arm, but it's only a shallow wound. The giant ape demon stumbles back, looking more annoyed than injured, before it finally dissolves into a heap of shadow. Nangongqian collapses to one knee, completely exhausted. Her disciples rush to her side, crying out her name. One of her senior disciples helps her up, his voice filled with concern. Catching her breath, she warns them to be careful. That demon was already at the Golden Core realm. The longer the gate is open, the stronger the Chaos-borns will become. As if on cue, the dark tide from Heaven's Gate surges and shadowy tendrils lash out, striking down more cultivators. The men are thrown back, their bodies instantly covered in dark, sealing talismans that drain their life force away. A watchman erupts in a final, defiant blast of golden light, but it's a futile gesture against the encroaching darkness. Nangongqian watches, tears of helpless frustration streaming down her face. "Damn it!" she cries out. "They are losing!" With grim resolve, she reaches into her robes and pulls out a small, cracked golden bell. A disciple recognizes the artifact with dread. It's the soul-shaking bell. He asks what she's doing, and her answer is horrifying. She's going to use her own soul as fuel to power it. Her disciples drop to their knees, begging her not to. They plead with her to wait for the great custodian, insisting there's no need to sacrifice herself. But she silences them with a single roar. Despite her youthful face, her authority is absolute. "This is an order," she declares. Turning to her kneeling followers, she gives her final command. She will use the bell to stun the demons and buy them time. They must use that time to find a way to reseal Heaven's Gate. A disciple sobs her name. Nangongqian looks at the bell, a deep sadness in her eyes. There was so much more she wanted to do. She isn't ready to die, but she has no other choice. She raises the bell high above her head, her voice echoing across the battlefield as she prepares to give her life. "Farewell, my disciples." But just as she brings it down, a hand gently closes over hers, stopping the motion. She looks up, shocked, into the calm eyes of a young man with long, light gray hair. "Who are you?" she breathes, completely bewildered. "Lu Mo has arrived." Just as all hope seems lost, a familiar voice cuts through the chaos. Nangang Qian, her face streaked with dirt, turns in disbelief. It's perfect pure Yang, calling out to her from the edge of the battlefield. He looks exhausted but raises his hands in a weak, apologetic gesture. He's back. And he's sorry it took so long. For a fleeting second, it's a moment of relief in the middle of a war zone, but that relief shatters. In a blur of motion, Nangang Qian is in his face, her expression one of pure fury. "So you still know how to come back?" She seethes, grabbing his collar. She screams that she sent him to find an expert, not to run off to some internet fad. Then, just as quickly, her anger collapses into despair. She lets him go, her shoulders slumping. "Heaven's gate is open," she tells him. "The demonic sects are here, and so many of their brothers and sisters are already dead." Her voice breaks as she asks, "Why did you come back?" With grim finality, she tells him her plan. She's going to use her own soul to hold the monsters back, a desperate final gamble. Tears stream down her face. She tells him his only job now is to seal the gate, no matter what it takes. "It would have been better if he'd stayed away," she whispers. "At least then some small piece of their sect would have survived." "Perfect." Pure Yang pulls her into a hug, trying to steady her. He tells her a cultivator's duty is to protect the world, not abandon it. How could he possibly run while she was preparing to sacrifice her own life? And that's when a calm, new voice cuts in. "So this is the legendary Kunlun mystic realm. It's Lu Mo." He stands beside them, his long hair flowing in the wind as he surveys the chaos. His face hardens. This isn't a holy land. It's a slaughterhouse. A wasteland of shadows and death that looks exactly like the hell he came from. Nangang Qian looks up, her eyes drawn to the immense demonic energy pouring from the crimson gate in the sky. Pure Yang quickly gestures to Lu Mo, explaining, "Senior brother, this is the expert I invited." A furious, inhuman roar echoes from the gate, a voice filled with ancient rage. "You disgusting monster, how dare you!" The being on the other side can feel Lu Mo's power, and it is enraged. Across the battlefield, a Kunlun elder named Lingquan leaps to intercept a massive bird-like demon, summoning a shimmering golden shield to block its charge. The demon slams into the shield with overwhelming force. A deafening crack echoes as fractures spiderweb across the golden artifact. The impact is far greater than he was prepared for. A look of pure shock crosses Lingquan's face. He can't believe it. His precious artifact, his final line of defense, is failing right before his eyes. The shield continues to buckle as the monster's claws, glowing with a sinister blue light, close in on the now defenseless elder. With an explosive crash, the shield disintegrates. The full force of the attack slams into Lingquan, sending him flying backward with a scream of agony. The massive bird demon flies past, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Lingquan is now just a limp figure tumbling through the smoke-filled sky. He plummets toward the ground below, defeated in a single, brutal strike. Another of Kunlun's protectors has fallen. Perfect. Pure Yang watches in horror, shouting for his senior brother. But Nangang Qian is already gone, a look of grim determination on her face. Her mind races. Lingquan is one of only 3 core masters they have left. They cannot afford to lose him. She has to save him. But as she flies to his aid, a monstrous shadow blots out the sky. A new demon, a hulking, wolf-like beast of pure darkness, blocks her path. Its eyes glow with a menacing red light. The pressure radiating from it is immense, 10 times stronger than the last demon. The wolf demon looms over her, and for the first time, the great leader of Kunlun feels a wave of true terror. This monster is stronger than she is. She is completely helpless. The monster's fist, wreathed in dark energy, crashes down toward her. This is the end. But in that split second, a flash of golden light, a figure moves so fast he's just a blur, stepping directly in front of her. Lu Mo stands before her, one arm holding her protectively. He looks completely unfazed. Nan Gongqian stares up at him, her mind reeling. Who is this man, who appears from nowhere at the most critical moment? With a cold, steady gaze, Lu Mo simply raises his other hand toward the attack, pointing a single finger forward. The demon's massive claw, an attack that would have obliterated her, slams into Lu Mo's fingertip and just stops. A tiny ripple of golden light holds back the monstrous power with impossible ease. Nan Gongqian's eyes are wide with disbelief. The question echoes in her mind. Did he just stop it with one finger? A soft golden glow emanates from Lu Mo's finger, gently holding back the raging darkness. The difference in their power is almost comical. With a determined look, Lu Mo prepares his counter. The golden light intensifies, coiling around his hand. He flicks his finger. A massive torrent of wind erupts from that single point, catching the demon completely by surprise and twisting its body in the violent vortex. The attack slams into the demon with a thunderous boom, the energy ripping through the air and tearing up the very ground beneath it. A colossal tornado of spiritual energy now fills the sky, crackling with lightning. The demon is tossed around inside like a rag doll. Watching, Nan Gongqian recognizes this level of power and whispers in absolute awe. That's the spirit transmutation realm. Impossible. In her eye, the swirling vortex is reflected. Her mind is completely shattered. The spirit transmutation realm was supposed to be a myth, a legend from a forgotten age. Then, the voice booms from Heaven's Gate once more, seething with rage. "It's you," it roars. "You're the one who killed my avatar." The fiend promises that once it escapes its prison, Lu Mo's soul will be its final meal. As if to punctuate the threat, the massive red doors of the gate begin to crack, strained by the immense pressure from within. In the sky above, an ominous eclipse begins to form, casting the world in a sickly, dim light. The apocalypse is here. Back on the ground, Perfect Pure Yang and Nan Gongqian bow deeply to Lu Mo, thanking him with genuine reverence. He has single-handedly turned the tide. Nan Gongqian turns to Pure Yang, her earlier anger replaced by concern, asking if he's hurt. Lu Mo just looks on, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, another elder rushes toward them, panicked. He yells that the sect's main protective formation is finally active, then furiously asks Pure Yang why he didn't use their emergency spiritual stones to power it sooner. The elder then gestures toward the stoic Lu Mo, completely bewildered. He asks his leader, "This fellow Taoist, who is he?" Lu Mo stands silently as Nan Gongqian looks up at him, thinking to herself, "I also want to know who he is." Even after witnessing his impossible power, the man remains a complete mystery. The elder, Xuan Yu, is still pressing their leader, Nan Gongqian. He demands to know how she activated the sect's protective formation, a feat that would require an ocean of spiritual stones they simply don't have. Nan Gongqian is speechless. She can only stammer, flustered, unable to explain that it wasn't her doing at all. Xuan Yu's gaze shifts to the silent figure of Lu Mo, his suspicion growing. He turns back to his leader and asks again, "And who is this?" Before she can answer, he spots Perfect Pure Yang, and his anger finds a new target. "Pure Yang," he bellows, "what took you so long?" He gets right in, Pure Yang's face yelling that, as the Grand Custodian, he was nowhere to be found when the enemy attacked, furiously asking if he has any shame. Just then, a tired voice cuts in. Enough, Xuan Yu. He's back now, isn't he? The bickering stops. Both men turn, surprised to see who spoke. It's perfected Ling Quan, the elder who just lost his arm. He clutches the bloody stump and adds dismissively that with Pure Yang's weak cultivation, it wouldn't have made a difference anyway. Xuan Yu's anger melts into shock. "Ling Quan, your arm!" he shouts, his eyes wide with horror. Ling Quan's face is tight with pain, but he says he's lucky to have only lost an arm. He laments that he isn't strong enough to simply regrow it. He stands tall, declaring it's a cultivator's duty to defend the world. But then he shoots a disgusted look at Pure Yang, adding that it's a disgrace for someone to hide away until the danger has passed. That's the last straw for Pure Yang. He explodes, shouting that if he hadn't brought an expert here, Ling Quan would already be dead. Ling Quan just scoffs. "An expert? You spend all your time on the internet. What kind of joke expert could you possibly find?" The two are now screaming at each other. "Neil? Bullshit," Ling Quan yells back. "Then where is this so-called expert? Is it you?" His wild gesture lands on Lu Mo, the only stranger among them. For a moment, a thought crosses his mind. Maybe it's him? But he looks closer and sees nothing. No aura, no spiritual pressure. Lu Mo just looks like an ordinary person. Ling Quan's anger turns to confused disbelief. He looks Lu Mo up and down, then speaks with mistaken certainty. "You're He whips back to Pure Yang, his voice dripping with righteous fury, accusing him of breaking their most sacred law by bringing a mortal into their secret realm. Ling Quan turns on Nangong Qian, demanding to know the official punishment for such a crime. She looks away, pained, and reluctantly explains the law, abolish his cultivation, and imprison him. Ling Quan declares how amazing it is that, while they fought for their lives, Pure Yang was bringing in a tourist. He demands she punish him now. As the chaos unfolds, Lu Mo quietly observes. He knows he's stronger than all of them, yet he hasn't acted. He wonders why he's just standing by. Nangong Qian hesitates, struggling to find the words to explain the impossible truth. Ling Quan loses his patience. "Fine," he roars. "If you won't punish him, I will." He lunges, his hand aimed straight for Pure Yang, intending to strike him down himself. But just before his hand connects, a shimmering blue barrier appears from nowhere, stopping his attack cold. Ling Quan stumbles back, staring at the web-like dome now protecting Pure Yang and Nangong Qian. Everyone is confused. Then, all eyes turn to Lu Mo. His expression is cold, his eyes narrowed. He has clearly had enough. He takes a single step forward, a simple movement, heavy, with unspoken power. He raises two fingers, a simple, almost lazy gesture, not even looking at Ling Quan. A brilliant flash of golden light erupts from his fingertips, an overwhelming wave of pure energy. A split second later, the beam hits with the force of a thunderclap. Ling Quan is sent flying through the air as if hit by a freight train, completely helpless. His face is a mask of pure shock. "What?" he screams, his mind unable to comprehend the power that just struck him. Lu Mo stands there, now glowing with a golden aura so intense, it's blinding. The other elders can only stare, speechless. They're blown back by the sheer pressure, one of them screaming, "That's innate realm? No, tribulation." Or even higher. Terror finally sets in for Ling Quan. Impossible, he thinks. There hasn't been a cultivator in the tribulation realm for thousands of years. The moment his feet touch the ground, Ling Quan slams onto his knees with a loud thud. He bows his head to the floor, his voice shaking. "Senior, I was rude and insulted you. I hope you can forgive my actions." All his pride is gone, replaced by pure, fearful respect. Lu Mo calmly places a hand on his shoulder. "It's fine," he says. "I came here to help, not to cause more trouble." As things calm down, Lu Mo scans the mountain with his spiritual sense. Besides the three core masters, everyone else is pathetically weak. He turns to Nangong Qian, a serious question on his face. Is there no one above the innate realm here? She looks down, her voice full of sorrow. No. It's been hundreds of years since the last innate cultivator appeared in our world. The weight of her words hits him. A bead of sweat trickles down his face. Hundreds of years. And then, the thought that changes everything. The question he never considered. Then, am I the strongest one? The realization settles over him. In his old world, he was the last desperate fighter. In this world, he is a god. Seizing the moment, Nangong Qian bows deeply. "Senior, please, help us one more time." She looks up, her eyes filled with desperation. The seal is broken. Chaos is here, and they no longer have the strength to stop what's coming. She gets on her knees, bowing fully to the ground. The other elders, including a humbled Lingquan, follow her lead. Together they beg him to save the Tao sect and the world. Accepting this new reality, Lu Mo asks a critical question. Is there anything other than chaos sealed behind that gate? Nangong Qian starts to answer. Actually, her eyes hint at a deeper secret, but Lingquan cuts her off, whispering urgently. "Wait, that's our sect's most guarded secret," she snaps at him. "Are you an idiot? Without him, we would all be dead. Do you really think our secrets matter now?" Lingquan falls silent. Shore 2054, Lu Mo's gaze doesn't waver. He asks again, his voice firm. "So what else is sealed behind Heaven's Gate?" Nangong Qian takes a deep breath, her face filled with terror and awe. "Senior," she says, "other than the ferocious beast Chaos, a path to true immortality lies behind Heaven's Gate." A fragile calm settles over the snow-capped peaks of Kunlun. Inside, the surviving leaders have gathered to decide the fate of their world. Nangong Qian begins the meeting, explaining that they are here to discuss Heaven's Gate, acknowledging that they only survived thanks to the people in this room. Perfect. Pure Yang begins the introductions for Lu Mo, gesturing to the two elders he's already met, Xuan Yu and the now one-armed Lingquan. Nangong Qian then introduces the elegant woman beside her as the music fairy of the Misty Palace, explaining that their sects, along with Kunlun, are the highest authorities in the cultivation world. The music fairy studies Lu Mo, thinking to herself that he can't be more than 20 years old. It's unbelievable that someone so young could be a master of the tribulation stage. Lingquan speaks up, his old arrogance returning. He says it's more than enough to have the leaders of the 4 great sects here to discuss such important matters. He then shoots a disdainful look to the end of the table, asking, "So what is a small fry like Pure Yang doing here?" Pure Yang flinches, anger and embarrassment flashing across his face. Lingquan just snorts, completely ignoring him. Pure Yang slams his hands on the table and jumps to his feet. "What are you implying?" he yells. Before it can escalate, Lu Mo speaks, his voice calm but firm. "Pure Yang is my friend. Let him stay." Lingquan freezes, completely stunned. The senior is defending him? The wheels in his head begin to turn. He thinks to himself what a lucky old fool Pure Yang is to have found such a powerful backer. Meanwhile, Pure Yang is practically glowing, leaning towards Lu Mo like a happy dog. Lingquan's expression hardens with resolve. He can't afford to offend this man. He has to find a way to win him over. Putting on a friendly smile, he bows slightly. Since the senior has spoken, of course he can stay. With that settled, Nangong Qian turns back to Lu Mo, guessing he already suspected there was more to Heaven's Gate. She confirms his suspicions, admitting that the path to immortality is indeed behind the gate. Pure Yang is flabbergasted, shouting that he'd been told for years it was all a lie. Nangong Qian coolly informs him that this is a secret only sect leaders are meant to know. She then explains the grim truth: the path is blocked by the 4 fiends. To try and reach it is suicide. Pure Yang looks utterly dejected. The dream he's chased his whole life is an impossible death trap. The other elders look on with grim, resigned faces. This is the heavy burden they have all lived with. The music fairy adds another layer of horror, stating that the beasts aren't even the most terrifying part. She reveals their worst fear. They suspect the very guardians of the immortal path have themselves been corrupted by the fiends. Xuan Yu recounts their history. Countless ancestors tried to fight this fate, but none returned. Finally, the last generation of powerful cultivators sacrificed the path to immortality, sealing the gate to protect the world. He finishes by explaining that now, with their power in decline, they are helpless. They are begging Lu Mo to help them protect the peace their ancestors died for. Lu Mo listens. His first thought is that he doesn't want to risk his life against whatever horrors lie behind that gate. But then, cold logic hits him. If the gate opens completely, chaos will enter this world, and he can't guarantee his own survival. A deep sigh escapes him. He thought he'd finally found a peaceful life, but he just traded one apocalypse for another. Looking at the desperate faces around him, he makes his decision. Since this concerns the world's safety, I obviously can't just watch from the sidelines. Tell me what I can do. A wave of immense relief washes over the room. In unison, they thank him, their voices filled with renewed hope. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Mo gestures to the table. Several small glass bottles filled with glowing golden pills appear from thin air, clattering onto the surface. He tells them they're just some pills he made in his spare time. The elders stare, their eyes wide. "Immortal pills," Nonggongqian whispers in awe. Lin Kuan is in utter disbelief. With spiritual energy so scarce, this should be impossible. Nonggongqian thinks about how she can barely refine simple pain-relieving pills. How could he make so many of these? The music fairy is floored. Not only is he a cultivation genius, he's a master alchemist who can hand out immortal pills like candy. Lu Mo just shrugs. They're just ordinary pills. If you have other herbs, I could make more. The elders practically weep with gratitude, bowing and thanking him profusely. A small, confident smile plays on Lu Mo's lips. He thinks to himself, I guess I really am the strongest now. But his satisfaction is cut short by a sharp jolt. His expression turns serious. The box is acting up again. The timing is too perfect to be a coincidence. He looks at the elders. They may be weak, but they have experience. Maybe they know something. Everyone, he says, getting their attention. He places a small, paper-sealed box on the table. Can you tell me what this is? The moment they see it, they panic, jumping back as if it's a bomb. Senior, where did you find that evil thing? Xuan Yu shouts. We have to seal it. Lu Mo is completely confused. What's so special about it? Nonggongqian stares at him in disbelief. Senior, you don't know what that is? He just gives her a blank, innocent look. I really don't. She lets out a long, weary sigh. The strongest man in the world is also the most clueless. She gravely explains that the box contains the soul of chaos. If it opens, the fiend will regain its full power. She carefully takes the box as it pulses with a faint, ominous light. She slaps a new talisman on it, and the light immediately dims. She then asks how he got it, explaining that the previous Tao leader told her it was with a great expert who disappeared years ago. Lu Mo's interest is piqued. An expert? What was their name? She describes a true cultivation genius who reached the innate realm even as the world's spiritual energy was fading. She looks at Lu Mo, her voice full of reverence. He is the great immortal Wang Xuanfu. The name hits Lu Mo like a physical blow. He does a perfect spit take, spraying tea everywhere. He coughs, sputtering the name in disbelief. Wang Xuanfu? A memory flashes through his mind, the kind, gentle old man who took him in, the man he called Master. The realization crashes down on him, his world completely upended for the second time in 2 days. My master, Wang Xuanfu? The story of what happened to the world began 500 years ago. A single, legendary hero stood alone before Heaven's Gate, holding back the tide of evil that flooded from it. But the battle took a terrible toll. The hero's power was shattered, his body broken. Wounded and spent, he vanished from the cultivation world, his legend fading into memory. But before he disappeared, he took one thing with him, the sealed soul of the Chaos Beast. He chose to bear the world's greatest burden, all alone. Clutching the cursed object, he walked away into a self-imposed exile, taking its darkness upon himself. Nangongqian recounts this history, adding that her own master once tried to visit this great expert, but he had already cut himself off from their world. Lu Mo, his mind still reeling, asks a quiet question. That expert, where is he now? Nangongqian struggles to remember the name of the place. I think it was Qingluan Peak? The name strikes Lu Mo like a lightning bolt. A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. Qingluan Peak. That was the name of the mountain temple, his home for 10 years. His mind floods with memories. He remembers his master as a simple, kind old man with no trace of spiritual power. He remembers being a mischievous kid and the patient man who taught him. He remembers gentle guidance, his master telling him to sit properly, to focus his senses and feel his heart. He remembers dozing off in the summer heat, his master fanning him as they shared watermelon. He remembers excitedly showing off his training and his master watching with a fond, tired smile. He remembers getting a light whack on the head for being lazy. Master, he thinks, his heart aching. This kind, unassuming old man was the hero who saved the world. Nangongqian sees his pained expression and misunderstands, thinking he's sad that the expert is gone. I mean, she clarifies, he is no longer there. Lu Mo doesn't correct her. He just says he found the box by chance, sensing its evil presence. It's the only explanation he can give. The music fairy nods, finding his story logical. It makes sense that such a man would move on. They are just fortunate. Lu Mo found the box before the seal broke completely. Everyone at the table murmurs in agreement. Yes, that must be it. For now, the plausible story is enough. Meanwhile, in a modern high-rise office, the mortal world is dealing with its own crisis. Director Wu slams a file on his desk. Tell me, he roars, how did this get on the internet? He's furious, reminding his team that the immortal Lu Mo didn't want this to spread. He ordered them to scrub everything. Kyle tries to explain. The event was too big. They couldn't get everyone's cell phones in time. Some videos were bound to leak. Dahlia holds up her phone showing a clip of Lu Mo fighting a demon. With so much commotion, it was impossible to suppress it all. The videos are already becoming memes. One influencer gushes about the amazing special effects. Another so-called expert is on television, trying to debunk the whole thing. He condescendingly condemns those spreading unscientific rumors, urging everyone to stick to science. Director Wu has heard enough. He orders them to change the narrative. They can't afford to bother the real cultivators with this mess. Dahlia steps up with a cover story, say the stream was cut due to weather, and the leaked videos are from a new movie shoot. Director Wu agrees. Let's do that. Most people should believe it. But just as they finalize the plan, the entire building begins to shake violently, sending everyone to the floor. What was that? Dahlia cries out, terrified. An earthquake? An agent bursts in, panicked. Director, all our instruments have overloaded again. Everyone freezes, their faces pale with dread. What? One of the agents points frantically out the window. Look! They rush to the glass and stare out in stunned silence. Floating in the clouds above the city is a massive, mystical mountain range. How? Director Wu can only whisper. He snaps back into command mode, barking orders to monitor the situation and suppress any public panic. Dahlia looks at the impossible sight, her heart sinking. She wonders if there's anything they can do without Lu Mo. Kyle retorts that they're just ordinary people. It would be hopeless. But Dahlia's expression hardens with resolve. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. She turns to her manager, ordering him to execute their plan and divert attention as much as possible. Then she faces Director Wu, asking him to use official channels to warn everyone to stay indoors. He agrees immediately. Director Wu grabs Kyle. "You, come with me! They need all the help they can get." As they rush out, Dahlia looks to the sky, worried. "Lumo," she thinks, "you have to come back." All across the country, the sky is turning dark and stormy. People on the streets look up, confused by the sudden darkness. The government's warning goes out. A super typhoon is coming. People rush home, unaware of the true storm gathering above them. Back at Kunlun, a massive burst of energy erupts from the mountain, crackling with golden lightning. Nanggongchan feels the rumble and cries out in horror. The concealment formation on Kunlun has been destroyed. Perfect Pure Yang is furious. The formation was meant to hide the mountain. How could it just break? In the churning clouds above the now visible mountain, a familiar crimson gate begins to materialize. Heaven's Gate looms over them, larger and more menacing than ever before. Linquin grits his teeth. The gate appeared again? Was our seal ineffective? Lumo looks at Nanggongchen, his face grim, and asks the final question. What happens if that gate opens completely? She looks at him, her eyes filled with terror, and explains that behind the gate is an endless sea of pure, violent, spiritual energy. If it floods the world, every mortal being will be erased from existence. It will be total annihilation. Rain begins to fall, but it does nothing to wash away the fear. Traffic grinds to a halt as people stare at the unnatural sky, a feeling of doom settling over them. A man in his car looks out, his face pale. What is happening? He wonders. Is this the end of the world? On phone screens across the city, a familiar streamer appears, smiling sweetly and explaining that it's just a sudden change in weather. But not everyone is buying it. A man scoffs at his phone. He knows something is seriously wrong. In a high-rise studio, Dahlia refuses to take a break from her stream. She insists they have to keep distracting people from the truth outside. She glances out the window, worry etched on her face. The dark clouds are pressing down on the city like a heavy blanket. Looking back at her screen, her thoughts are miles away. Lumo, she thinks desperately, we need you to come back. At the now visible Kunlun Mountains, Heaven's Gate looms in the sky, a blood-red portal pulsing with dark energy. Lumo stands beside Nanggongchen, his expression grim. Is there any other way to seal it? He asks. Her eyes light up with a spark of hope. There is, she exclaims. She points to the box he's holding, explaining that the talisman on it is powerful enough to suppress all evil. It's worn out, but with the support of their sect's treasures, it might just work. Lumo looks down at the box, now seeing it as a key. Okay, he says. How do we use it? Follow me, senior, she says, leading the way with the other elders. She leads them deep into the mountains, to a misty valley where a massive, ancient yin-yang symbol is carved into the earth. This is the place, she announces. She explains, this is the original formation used to suppress Heaven's Gate. It needs one person as the core, and 107 others to infuse it with their power. But she gives a stark warning. Once activated, the formation will drain their spiritual energy. If they fail to seal the gate, they will be sucked dry. It's an all-or-nothing gamble. Lumo looks to the sky, his resolve hardening. His fate is now tied to this world. He has no choice. The other elders bow. Being able to fight alongside you, senior, is our honor. Nanggongchen gives a final order to 2 of her top disciples, leaving them in charge of defending the mountain from any ground attacks. The stern-looking man named Jin Xuanzi nods grimly, accepting the heavy responsibility. She reminds them that once the ritual begins, they will be completely unable to help. Jin Xuanzi's face is set with determination. "Leave it to us, Dao leader. We will not spare the traitors." Nan Gongchen turns back to Lu Mo. "Senior, please step into the heart of the formation." He walks to the center of the massive symbol as the other 107 cultivators take their positions. There, he finds a small, smooth white stone glowing with a faint blue light, the core of the array. He picks it up, a strange feeling washing over him. This stone, it's familiar, and then it hits him. Isn't this an origin stone, the very thing that saved me in my past life? He stares at it, a chilling thought connecting his two doomsdays. But Nangong Qian calls out, asking if he's ready. The other cultivators are seated, ready to begin. Lu Mo pushes the questions aside. Now is not the time. He clenches his fist, focusing on the challenge ahead. A massive pillar of blue spiritual energy erupts from him, and the ancient array rumbles to life. All around him, the other cultivators light up with their own auras, pouring their life force into the ritual. He can feel their energy amplifying his own. But he also realizes how weak they are. It's a desperate, last-ditch effort. Nangong Qian lays out the final steps. After the formation is active, Lu Mo must remove the talisman. She will suppress the box while he uses the talisman to seal the gate. "All right," Lu Mo says, his voice steady. "Let's remove it." He gets his fingers under the edge of the paper seal, preparing to peel it off. But it won't budge. He pulls, but it's stuck fast. "Damn it," he thinks. "It's not coming off!" Nangong Qian senses his struggle. She explains that it can only be removed with the purest Tao, a technique that was lost long ago. Lu Mo is exasperated. "Why are you only telling me this now?" But then his master's words echo in his mind. "Wait, the purest Tao, isn't that what he taught me?" He closes his eyes, and a profound golden energy surrounds him. He is tapping into the very fabric of the universe, a power beyond mere spiritual strength. The talisman on the box reacts, glowing brightly. The ancient characters on the paper lift away on their own. With a soft sound, the talisman comes free, floating into his hand. The box clicks open. A blast of dark energy erupts. The soul of chaos is free, its evil cackle echoing through the valley. "I'm finally free. I will swallow the entire world. Heaven's gate, here I come." But Lu Mo roars back, his face a mask of cold fury. "You wish?" Before chaos can move, a cage of golden energy springs up around it. The fiend smashes against the bars, screaming, "Who dares to stop me?" Lu Mo stands before it, his power absolute, and looks the ancient evil right in the eye. "I dare." Trapped in a golden cage, the soul of chaos rages, roaring at Lu Mo. "How dare you stop me?" Lu Mo stands firm, the soul-shaking bell in his hand. His voice is cold and absolute. "With me here, don't even think about escaping." He raises the small golden bell. It vibrates, letting out a low, humming chime. "Soul-shaking bell," he shouts, tossing the artifact into the air. The bell grows to a massive size, glowing with immense power as it hurtles toward the fiend. With a powerful strike, Lu Mo slams his palm into the giant bell. The bell flies forward, a golden cannonball aimed to suppress the spirit and buy them time. But as it closes in, a shadowy tendril of chaos's energy lashes out from inside the cage. The tendril snakes towards Heaven's Gate, a desperate attempt to connect to its power source. Lu Mo's eyes narrow. He knows what it's trying to do. He turns his attention back to the talisman in his hand, the key to sealing the gate for good. The soul-shaking bell slams down on Chaos's main body, but it's too late. The tendril has escaped. The fiend's mocking voice echoes from under the bell. "Useless dregs. Do you really think you can stop me with this broken toy? Let's see how long you last. The dark tendril of energy seeps out, slithering across the ground. It doesn't attack Lu Mo. It heads straight for the circle of meditating cultivators. Its first target is the music fairy. The shadow creeps up behind her, ready to attack her mind. A blast of corrupting energy sinks into her, designed to prey on her hidden weaknesses. But her eyes snap open, filled with fierce determination. "Clear your minds and steady your hearts," she shouts to the others. An elder sees the attack and shouts encouragement, reminding everyone to keep pouring their energy into Lu Mo. The cultivators steel themselves, shouting "yes" in unison, their resolve strengthened. Chaos probes the mind of another elder, but finds only duty. It moves on, searching for a weaker link, and then it finds him, Ling Quan. In his mind, he's seething with resentment. Everyone else is doing their best, he thinks, but he is still holding back. A coward. A silent, gleeful laugh echoes in his mind. The human heart never changes, Chaos thinks. He will be your downfall. The dark tendril changes course, speeding toward the music fairy again. She sees it coming, her face filled with horror. Nangongqian screams a warning. "Don't let it touch you." But the music fairy's mind is a fortress. To seal the gate, I must keep feeding the formation, she thinks. For the sake of the world, I can die without regret. She closes her eyes, bracing for the impact, ready to sacrifice her life. Suddenly, a blast of golden light erupts, deflecting the tendril inches from her face. Chaos shrieks, surprised. "Lu Mo!" Lu Mo clicks his tongue in annoyance, forced to divert his attention from sealing the gate. But in that split second, Chaos seizes its chance, sending a second, larger tendril in a different direction. Lu Mo, Nangongqian, and the music fairy all see it at the same time. Not good, they think, their faces filled with dread. This time, the tendril slams into Ling Quan, throwing him backward as he coughs up blood. Chaos's voice whispers directly into his soul. "I can feel the desires in your heart. Accept me, and I will make you invincible." The fiend tempts him. "You won't be bound by this world's laws. You can do whatever you want." Ling Quan's eyes snap open. They are no longer brown, but a burning, demonic red. A twisted, ecstatic grin spreads across his face. "This feeling," he gasps, "it's amazing." He rises to his feet, drunk on the new power coursing through him. "So this is what it feels like to defy the heavens," Nangongqian pleads with him. "Ling Quan, steady your heart. You can still force it out." But the man she knew is gone. "Shut up, you little brat," he snarls, his face contorted with rage. Years of bitterness pour out. He screams that he cultivated for centuries, and the seat of Tao leader should have been his. "Why was it you?" he bellows. He turns his venomous gaze to the music fairy. "And you, Lin Shaoyin, I pursued you for years, but you wouldn't spare me a look. Do you really think you're some high and mighty fairy?" She can only stare back in shock and disgust. "You've lost your mind," she whispers. Ling Quan laughs maniacally, pointing at the others. "And all of you, garbage!" He beats his chest, roaring. "I, Ling Quan, should be the ruler of the Tao, the king of this world." As he rants, a powerful blue energy erupts from Nangongqian. She launches herself at him, her sword drawn. Chuan Yu shouts in horror, "Tao leader, no!" But he's too late. Nangongqian's face is a cold mask of duty. "He has already fallen," she says, her voice devoid of emotion. "We have no choice but to stop him here, for good." She closes in, her glowing sword aimed straight for his heart. But Ling Quan just smirks, letting out a soft, mocking laugh. He raises his hand, the motion almost casual, as her sacred sword comes crashing down. How? With impossible ease, he catches the glowing blade between two fingers. Her attack, filled with all her power, is stopped dead. Ling Quan leans in, his red eyes burning with centuries of resentment. "Nangong," he sneers, You are the one I hate most in this entire sect." With a flick of his fingers, a horrifying crack echoes through the air. Her sacred sword shatters into 1,000 pieces. A shockwave of dark energy blasts towards her as Ling Quan roars, "Just go to hell!" The barrier of purple energy slams into Nanggong Chen, throwing her from her feet. She coughs up a spray of blood, the impact rattling her to her very core. Her body is sent flying backward like a broken doll, tumbling through the air. But before she hits the ground, Lu Mo appears behind her in a flash, catching her. The battle has just begun, and their leader is already down. Seeing his chance, the elder Xuan Yu leaps into action. "Immortal binding shackles," he shouts, unleashing a powerful sealing technique. A streak of golden light shoots from his hand. The light is aimed directly at the rampaging Ling Quan. Ling Quan merely glances at the attack, a smirk on his face. He raises one hand, effortlessly deflecting the golden shackle. The binding spell wraps around him, but it's like trying to tie down a mountain with a single thread. With a grunt of effort, the shackles begin to crack and fray under the immense pressure. Just then, another elder unleashes a flurry of soul-stopping talismans, plastering themselves all over Ling Quan's body. "Ling Quan," Xuan Yu yells, "we've held him down! Quickly get rid of chaos." But a new voice speaks from within Ling Quan, the voice of chaos itself, dripping with contempt. "Ling Quan, you are so useless. How could you be stopped by these insects? What's the point of me even taking your body?" Inside Ling Quan's mind, his consciousness is completely consumed by demonic energy. Lu Mo watches, his expression grim. He has been completely possessed. We have to destroy him. There is no saving Ling Quan now. His body is just a puppet. Lu Mo's eyes blaze with power. Dozens of golden swords materialize in the air around him. "Go!" he commands. The swords shoot forward in a storm of golden light, aimed at the corrupted elder. They slam into him, but he's wrapped in a cocoon of dark tendrils. The music fairy watches in horror, realizing that his power, combined with chaos, is truly terrifying. Lu Mo knows the formation is failing. He makes a split-second decision, yelling to the others, "Give me all the spiritual energy you have left." They don't hesitate, pouring their remaining life force into him as a massive explosion of energy erupts from the ground. Lu Mo becomes a swirling vortex of blue energy. He focuses all of it, every last drop from all 107 cultivators, into a single point, forming a massive glowing sword of pure spiritual qi. "Cut," he declares. The giant spirit sword swings down, a blade of pure light against the encroaching darkness, slicing through the demonic tendrils like they're nothing. The blade cuts cleanly through Ling Quan's body. There is no blood, only a flash of pure energy that scours away the demonic corruption, the force of the blow rocking the entire landscape. Lu Mo stands tall, the execution complete. Below him, the dark energy dissipates. Ling Quan collapses, his body slashed and bleeding. The red light fades from Ling Quan's eyes. In his last moments, his true self returns. A new threat emerges. A demonic swordsman grins, declaring, "Time for you to die." As a spike of dark energy erupts from the ground, Lu Mo's eyes widen. "Watch out," he screams. He moves in a blur, pushing off the ground with incredible force. He tackles Nanggong Qian, shoving her out of the path of the attack just in time. The dark energy spike slams into the spot where she was standing, shattering the rock. Nanggong Qian stares in shock. "What?" Lu Mo helps her to her feet. She thinks to herself how close that was. She would have died if he hadn't saved her. The demonic swordsman lands softly a few feet away. He clicks his tongue, his eyes black voids. "What a shame," he says. "I almost got her." Lu Mo steps in front of the injured Nanggong Qian. "You're not his opponent," he says calmly. "Take your disciples and leave. He'll only grow stronger if he kills you." Nanggongchan looks at him, her heart filled with worry. "But you, how will you fight him without the formation?" she asks, her voice trembling. "He's drained, and now he has to face this new enemy alone." Lu Mo doesn't answer, he just draws his sword and charges. The demonic swordsman's soulless eyes narrow. Their blades clash, sending shockwaves through the air and tearing up the ground. Lu Mo lands, skidding across the rock, bracing himself against the powerful blow. The two forces, one of light and one of shadow, streak across the sky in a blur of motion. The swordsman's attacks are relentless. Lu Mo, glowing with a golden aura, meets every blow. The swordsman laughs. "Interesting," he says. "I sense that disgusting power on you, the same as those old fools who sealed me. I'll kill you and take your body as revenge." He lunges forward, his dark blade aimed for Lu Mo's chest. Their swords meet in a blinding flash of light and shadow. Lu Mo spins, deflecting every dark slash with a golden counter. "You're not bad," the swordsman sneers, "but it's still not enough." He unleashes a piercing attack, forcing Lu Mo to leap back. But it's a feint. The moment Lu Mo is off balance, a shadowy tendril shoots out, wrapping around his arm. It's the soul of chaos. The swordsman cackles. "It's over!" "Stop struggling and hand over your body." Chaos whispers inside Lu Mo's mind. "I will let you watch as I use your body to destroy this world." The black, corrupting energy seeps into Lu Mo's eyes, trying to take control. The swordsman's body, its purpose served, falls limply to the ground. Inside Lu Mo's mind, chaos revels in its new vessel. This body is amazing. A dark, triumphant grin spreads across Lu Mo's face. "I am the true king of this world," Chaos declares. Shadows creep up his arms as the possession takes hold. Dark energy explodes outwards, swirling around him. The other cultivators can only watch in absolute horror. The music fairy and Pure Yang scream her name, but Nanggongqian is on her knees, defeated. Tears well up in her eyes as all hope dies. No, if even he gets possessed, we have no hope. As if on cue, a horde of demonic beasts begins to pour from the still open heaven's gate. The remaining disciples charge forward, bracing for a battle they cannot win. But inside his mind, Lu Mo is not defeated. He stands calmly. His master's voice echoes in his thoughts, reciting the ancient texts of the Tao. He continues the recitation, finding clarity in the profound wisdom, reaching a new level of understanding. Chaos rages inside his mind. "What are you doing? Where is this power coming from?" But Lu Mo is serene, his thoughts centered. "The Tao follows what is natural," he thinks. A brilliant point of light appears on his forehead. A massive sword of pure golden light erupts from his body, piercing the sky and scattering the demonic energy. The cultivators stare in shock and awe. Pure Yang cheers, tears of relief in his eyes. "It's Senior Lu Mo! He's still fighting!" The golden light of the sword slams into Heaven's Gate. It swirls around the portal, a vortex of pure Tao energy. Chaos screams from within the vortex. "You might have escaped, but once my body comes out of that gate, even you won't be able to stop me." Lu Mo's eyes snap open. "You talk too much," he says, and unleashes a final, massive blast of golden energy. The fiend can only ask how, as it is completely obliterated. The vortex of light consumes everything, and for a moment it feels like the end of the world. But the light recedes. Lu Mo floats in the air, weakened but resolute. The others watch, wondering what he's planning. He's flying towards the gate. He's going to seal it. He unleashes the talisman from the box, along with hundreds more he creates from his own energy. They fly towards Heaven's Gate, a swarm of glowing golden paper plastering themselves over the portal. A single giant purple eye appears behind the gate, staring in disbelief. "How do you have so many soul-sealing talismans?" Lumo pushes forward with both hands, pouring everything he has into the seal. A final, brilliant flash of golden light erupts from the gate. He doesn't care if this disaster is connected to his previous life. He was born here again. He will protect this world. Even if I have to burn my own essence, he roars, I will seal the heaven's gate. The golden energy consumes the portal completely. The explosion of light is deafening. In the city, the sun breaks through the clouds. The storm is over. Dahlia looks out her studio window, a hopeful smile on her face. The clouds are dispersing. Everyone rushes to the window, staring in amazement. Dahlia pulls open the door to the balcony. She steps outside, her heart pounding, and there he is, floating in the air before her, exhausted but safe. I did it, he says with a gentle smile. Tears of joy stream down Dahlia's face. She doesn't hesitate. She leaps from the balcony, calling his name, Lumo, and flies straight into his arms. He catches her, holding her close. Welcome back, she whispers, her face buried in his chest. He looks down at her, a warm, genuine smile on his face. For the first time, everything feels right. The city below is safe. The people are cheering. The world is saved. Or so they think. High in the sky, where Heaven's Gate used to be, the clouds part once more. A massive reptilian eye with a slitted purple pupil opens, gazing down upon the unsuspecting world. The second fiend, Tiang-Chi, has awakened.